Tinubu. I say Bakiolo Dango Ewo. I say Bakiolo Dango Chimo. Ewo, she is a woman. Bakiolo Dango Tinubu. I say Bakiolo Dango Ewo. Tinubu Bakiolo Dango Chimo. I say she is a woman. Bakiolo Dango.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
baby, Subaramia. Soko sunu, baby, Subaramia. Soko sunu, baby, Subaramia.
Ask the one for the brand yourself when I knew since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I couldn't go down, I couldn't go down.
You know, I was just having a thought, just as the music was coming to an end. I was just having a thought. I was having the thought that I'm going to lose weight and go to the gym and buff up for the for next year's summer. You know, because I've got broad shoulders, but I seem to be letting it go to waist. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do like a vegetable only diet. Nothing sugary, and then just lose a bit of weight, and then go to the gym, buff up, so that I can wear those, those sort of shirts that man of prestige often wears. So I just had that thought, just the crazy thoughts that go through your head, just random. Often instances that the thoughts that you have in your head, they align with preceding thoughts. So you're thinking of something, and then off the back of that, you think of something else, and then the thoughts continue to cycle in that manner. But every so often, a random thought just runs into the flow of it that changed the dynamic of your thinking, and that was what happened in that moment. So I am going to buff up for next year's summer. So look out. Maybe I'll do one of those weightlifters sort of streamings. Before and after sort of one man. How would I go down with you? I'm sure you don't want to see that. But good to see you. Good to have you around. And how are you? Here we go again. Another day, another 6 pence. There it is. Another day, another dollar. So here we go again. All matters Nigeria related, but not all matters Nigeria related in this instance. We're going to make a pit stop at the United States. But we're not looking at their politics. We're looking at their lifestyle show business. So the goings on between JADA Pinkton, or whatever her name is, Smith, and Will Smith. So we'll have a little cameo in that space. If you know anything about that, then come join us. I'm not really fully 100% on that space, but some of our subscribers have been sending it in that this seems to be consuming, that it dominates the social media landscape somewhat globally, certainly stateside. So let's make a pit stop with that. See what we're making of it. So we're making a pit stop with that. But of course, that is just an aperitif. Did you know what an aperitif is? You hear all these words, but often instances you probably don't even know what they mean. Let me actually look it up. I think it means a palate cleanser. But let me just check it so I don't give you wrong information. But my understanding of it is a palate cleanser. Apparative. What does it mean? No, not an image. Pardon me, just for the benefit of the education of yes, an alcoholic drink taken before a meal as an appetizer. So somewhat of a palate cleanser. I wasn't far off it. So a palate cleanser and aperitif. Look at that. I got to Google before me, and it's trying to present that like it knows these words. But there it is. So I've even lost that. But let's get back to really why we're here. So we'll be kicking it off with, or we'll certainly be looking at Femi Falana, who who insists that the appointment of Olukoyede is an eminently qualified appointment to head the EFCC. So a lot of people have been wondering about the radio silence that we've been hearing from Femi Falana, but now he breaks silence only to then launch himself squarely into the Yorubanization space. So Yorubanization justified by Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Olukoyede, eminently qualified to head EFCC. So quite how Falana justifies that, we find out in a moment. It's a video clip, just no more than 5 minutes. So I think we can endure that. So who is he is the question. Not the person sitting as your president, but the person aspiring to sit as your president. It's not a simple question, and it's the most basic fundamental question. It's the most basic fundamental question to start it off with. He aspires to be president, but who is he? Busted. Atiku signed 1973 Sadiku. Let's do that again. Busted. Atiku signed 1973 Sadiq Waek Affidavit in court on a Saturday. So we'll look into that, and then we'll see what that means. So he forged a document essentially to validate and legalize a forged document. If what is being suggested here rings true, then he has gone to forge an affidavit to make legal, to swear legal oath to the fact that his forged WAEC results are real under the fake name. So he's using a forgery to legitimize a forgery. But then, of course, we know Atiku Abubakar for no less, or we even know him for worse even. So there it is right there. Busted. Atiku signed 1973 Sadiq WAEC affidavit in court on a Saturday. Should we just be running through it as we're landing on them? And by the way, the room needs occupying. So if you're intending to join, please join now. August 18, 1973, the date Vice President Atiku Abubakar claimed to have signed an affidavit in court claiming to be the same person as Sadiq Abubakar has turned out to be a Saturday. From time immemorial, courts in Nigeria do not open for business on Saturdays and Sundays, being work-free days in the country. In the said affidavit, Atiku had sworn to an oath that is sat for the West African School Certificate Examination in 1965 as Sadiq Abubakar, but that he later changed his name to Atiku Abubakar. So how was that formalized also is really the question. How was that change of name formalized? Which notary public was notified, or what system verification, legalizing did he go through to have that name change? So because you cannot present documents with one name to access an opportunity under a different name without a qualifying legal documentation that validates that change. So the affidavit to say that it's Sadiq Abubakar, but when did that change of name take place and how was it legalized? In the said affidavit, Atiku had sworn an oath that he sat for the West African School Certificate WAEC in 1965 as Sadiq Abubakar, but he later changed his name to Atiku Abubakar. The revelation may have confirmed accusations that the said Sadiq Abubakar might be an entirely different person from Atiku Abubakar. Atiku had, in a public statement on Sunday, October the 10th, 2023, insisted that he was the same person as Sadiq Abubakar, who sat for WAEC in 1965. And as he published that affidavit, by the way, so as he published this one affidavit, because we'd like to see it, because I am of the thought that there is no sworn affidavit, and if he goes there to try and fake one, then he will be caught. Atiku's media advisor, Mr. Paul Ibe, in a statement, said, amongst others, that it is on record that the change of name for the former vice president reverting. So how can he revert to Atiku Abubakar? What was his birth name? Because there's a Jibolo as well that comes up in his autobiography written by one of his longest serving aides. So it was Atiku Jibolo or Joboli or something. So there's so much confusion within this. Who is Atiku? Or who is Abubakar even? Who is this guy? Because we don't even know who his name, or we don't know what his name is. That's just the truth of it. Atiku's media aide, Mr. Paul Ibe, in a statement said, amongst others, that it is on record that the change of name of the former vice president reverting to Atiku Abubakar from Siddiq Abubakar is well documented in an affidavit sworn on the 18th of August 1973, spanning over a period of 50 years. So there it is right there. An affidavit sworn on a Saturday, but on a date that the court were not open. So there it is right there. The magic trick that is Atiku Abubakar, a gift that just keeps on giving. So now, I wonder how many of you recall one senator a few years ago that was caught on a CCTV beating up a sales girl in a sex shop. Do you remember that senator from the north? Well, a senator no more. A senator no more updated Adamawa North Appeal Court sacks APC Senator Elisha Abo. So, of course, you know him. He's famous only for one thing, for beating up a sales girl in a sex shop. The Abuja Division of Court of Appeal on Monday sacked the lawmaker representing Adamawa North Senatorial District, Senator Elisha Abo. The appellate court, in a unanimous decision by a three-member panel of justices, vacated the tribunal judgment that earlier affirmed Abo of the All Progressive Congress APC as the valid winner of the senatorial seat. It held that there was merit in an appeal that was lodged by the candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP in the election, Amos Yohana. Senator Abo, whose re-election bid was dashed by the appellate court's verdict, entered the news for the wrong reason in 2019 after he assaulted a lady, Miss Osimibribra Wamat. Even this name is a sex shop name, isn't it really? Osimibibra is Osimibra. I've never come across a name like that before. Osimibiri. But now look at the last name, War Mate. So war and then mate as one word. Osimibribra War Mate. With a name like that, the destiny is already decided, isn't it? Where else would you work with a name like that other than in a sex shop? Senator Abo, whose re-election bid was dashed by the appellate court's verdict, entered the news for the wrong reason in 2019 after he assaulted a lady, Miss Oslimi Bribra Warmate, in a sex shop in Abuja. Following the incident, a High Court of the Federal Capital Territory ordered the lawmaker to pay 50 million damages to the lady, a decision that was subsequently affirmed by a panel of the appellate court led by Justice Tukur. Meanwhile, the embattled minister confirmed his sack from the Legislative House in a post he published on his official Facebook page on Monday, even as he urged his supporters and constituents to remain calm. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. I think he went on to make the excuses later that is all down to Akpabio. So I think I've got that. So let's have a look at that. The internal palace politics of the House of Senate. Akpabio removed me, planning to remove all the Kalu for others. Abo alleged. So it wasn't the fact that you rigged an election, it is entirely down to Akpabio. So what is he saying here? Senator Elisha Abo has alleged that the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, plotted his removal by the Court of Appeal. Abo made this allegation at his residence in Abuja on Monday, hours after the appeal court nullified his election into the Senate. The Adamawa senator claimed that Akpabio also has plans to remove the former chief whip of the Senate, Senator Oji Uzo Kalu, and 4 other senators for not backing his Senate presidency bid. So I doubt very much if you can remove Kalu, because we saw clips just as early as no more than 5 days ago of Tinubu suddenly turning up at Oji Kalu's house early in the morning to tell him that he's come to spend the day with him, and he just sat there for the whole day. So I can't see off the back of that anybody removing him from the Senate. Abo describes the judgment sacking him as a coup on democracy, calling on his supporters despite the ruling. The senator insisted that despite the court declaring the PDP candidate as the winner, he won the exercise. According to him, he defeated the PDP candidate by a margin of 11,000 votes. I recall that the Abuja division of the appeal court earlier today sacked Abo. The appellate court, in a unanimous decision by a 3-member panel of justices, vacated the tribunal judgment that earlier affirmed Abo of the All Progressive Congress APC as the valid winner of the seat. It held that there was merit in an appeal that was lodged by the candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the election, Amos Yohana. So Amos Yohana. But Tinubu goes borrowing, which I'm not sure is something that Nigerians especially want to see or hear. Tinubu goes borrowing. Tinubu secures Tinubu secures 1.5 billion zero interest World Bank loan. So what does that mean? And what is it for? The second Federal Executive Council FEC meeting took up the issues of the economy as the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, announced that President Bola Tinubu's administration had secured a 1.5 billion zero interest loan from the World Bank. The Minister of Finance, Mr. Wale Edun, disclosed this to State House correspondents after the FEC meeting in Abuja on Monday. Mr. Edun said the FEC meeting approved the application for financing from the World Bank International Development from the World Bank's International Development Association. He said that the country was able to access 1.5 billion from the IDA, which was virtually free or zero interest lending arm of the World Bank. Nigeria has been able to make the kind of microeconomic moves to take the tough decisions to restore balance in the economy, in the government's finances that warranted support. And it goes on and on. So there it is right there. So Tinubu goes are borrowing. Tinubu goes are borrowing. So Tinubu goes are borrowing. Should we go on to this one then? I'm not quite sure if where the space for this, but I'll present it and then you tell me if it's something you are interested in. So this is the goings on in the United States. JADA Pinkett Smith. So that sounds like a made-up name already. JADA Pinkett Smith. All her Will Smith revelation from press run to book. So let's see. We'll just get a little snippet of it. I think it links into a video clip. So we'll probably have a listen of that in a moment. So we'll have a listen of that in a moment. Let's go to this instead. Tinubu reportedly set to appoint ex-Abacha CSO Mustafa as NSCDC boss, details emerge. So this has been speculated for a while now, and it looks as though it may well be coming to fruition. A news report has it that President Bola Tinubu is considering appointing Major Hamza Mustafa, retired, as Commandant General of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corporation. Correspondents confirmed the development on Monday, October the 16th, and disclosed that the nomination of the former Chief Security Officer to the late head of state, General Sani Abacha, was in line with Tinubu's resolve to reposition the security architecture. Mustafa, the presidential candidate of the Action Alliance, had deplored the security situation in the country, particularly when President Muhammadu Buhari held sway, whilst delivering a keynote address at a round table on contemporary security challenges and their effects on the 2023 general election. He had warned that Nigeria was sitting on a keg of gunpowder owing to the pervasive arms and hard drugs in circulation. According to him, several victims of insurgency still litter all over the country, he had said. There are leadership deficits in Nigeria at all levels. The next leader must have a shock absorber because this country is sitting on a keg of gunpowder. Meanwhile, Mustafa earlier denied ever stealing from the country's coffer. So this was the chief security officer to Abacha, with one of the most corrupt, if not certainly the top 4 most corrupt administrations in the history of Nigeria. Nigeria being one of the most corrupt countries in the world. So he was the chief of staff to Sani Abacha, but he denies ever stealing any money. So believe that, and you're a fool. Meanwhile, Mustafa earlier denied ever stealing from Nigeria's coffer whilst in office. On Wednesday, October the 11th, 2023, correspondents have reported that the presidential hopeful disclosed that his enemies, whom he did not name, were responsible for his 15 years of travails because they were hell-bent on looting the country's resources. I don't have money. I have never stolen 10 naira. I challenged 2 governments. I challenged Abdusalam Abubakar's government and I challenged Obasanjo's government. They searched. So there it is. Mustafa coming to a security post near you. So what do you make of that? Would you like to see that Mustafa coming to a security post near you? So now it's going to get worse before it gets better in Nigeria. So know that and know peace, as they say. It's going to get worse before it gets better in Nigeria, and inflation continues to surge. Update: Nigeria's inflation hits 26.7% as food prices rise. So, of all of the things you're looking to hear from that country, that certainly is not something you would have wanted to hear. So of all of the things you were looking to hear, that's certainly not one of the things you would have wanted to hear. Nigeria's annual inflation rate rose to 26.72% in September from 25.80. So that's a near two-digit leap. Rose to Nigeria's annual inflation rate rose to 26.72% in September from 25.80% the previous month. So that's a 2% leap in 1 month. It's unbelievable, you know. It's unbelievable. Nigeria's annual inflation rate rose from 26.72% in September from 25.80% in the previous month, the National Bureau of Statistics said on Monday. The Statistics Office said the September 2023 headline inflation rate. So the inflation rate was already, once they're saying something is a headline something, that means to say it's an anomalous sort of occurrence. It's out of the ordinary. It stands out. So the Statistics Office said the September 2023 headline inflation rate showed an increase of 0.92 percentage points when compared to the August 2023 headline inflation rate. The MBS said on a year-on-year basis, the headline inflation rate was 5.94% higher compared to the rate recorded in September 2023. So that's quite shocking, actually. That is quite shocking. So within the period of 12 months, inflation has gone up by near 6%. The MBS said on a year-on-year basis, the headline inflation rate was 5.94%, higher than compared to the rate recorded in September 2022, which was 20.77%. This showed that the headline inflation rate year-on-year basis increased in September 2023 when compared to the same month in the preceding year. It said, according to the report, the food inflation rate in September quickened to 30.64% on a year-on-year basis, which was 7.30% higher compared to the rate recorded in September 2022. So there it is. It's just it's going to get a lot worse in Nigeria before it gets anywhere near better. Food prices have been on the rise across Nigeria in recent years. The situation deteriorated due to the impact of government policies such as the removal of subsidy on petrol and amongst others. President Bola Tinubu on September the 29th, during his inauguration, announced the removal of subsidy on petrol. This development has caused hardship for many Nigerians with its attendant increase in the prices of goods and services. Over the past 4 months, the Naira has depreciated by over look at that, actually. You know, because we see the rates ticking, and we're not especially auditing it. But could you believe that in 4 months, 1, 2, 3, 4, the Naira had depreciated by over 50% in 4 months? Can you believe that? Over the past 4 months, the Naira had depreciated by over 50% at both the authorized and unauthorized market segments, after the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, announced in June that it had collapsed all foreign exchange windows into the investor and exporter window. The move, according to the Apex Bank, is part of the Nigerian government's effort to improve liquidity and stability in the market and attract foreign investors into the Nigerian economy. Although the policy was widely applauded as well-intentioned and necessary, it has put additional pressure on the local currency and manufacturers, with ripple effects on domestic prices. Inflation has remained high in Africa's largest economy, prompting the Apex Bank to hike rates to the highest level in nearly 2 decades. So interest rates are there is just no give within the Nigerian space. There's no give, you know. it's just, it's just life slowly being squeezed out of people. Although the policy was widely applauded as well-intentioned and necessary, it has put additional pressure on the local currency and manufacturers with ripple effects on domestic prices. Inflation has remained high in Africa's largest economy, prompting the Apex Bank to hike interest rates to their highest level in nearly 2 decades. So there's no give. Even to borrow money is impossible. In July, the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) raised its benchmark lending rate to 18.75%. The bank said hiking the interest rate has made a lot of difference in moderating the rate of inflation. It noted that the option to continue the hike in the policy rate, albeit moderately, also presented a strong alternative premised on the expected liquidity injection into the economy from the recent efforts to unify the nation's foreign exchange markets. So I'm still not 100% how the liberalization or the unification of the exchange rate would then lead to inflow of foreign exchange. So what does that mean? How does that lead to that? In July, Mr. Tinubu declared an immediate state of emergency on food insecurity to tackle the increase in food prices. He also directed that all matters pertaining to food and water availability and affordability as essential livelihood items be included within the purview of the National Security Council report. In its inflation report on Monday, the NBS, which is the National Bureau of Statistics, said the contributions of items on the divisional level to the increase in the headline index year on year are food and non-alcoholic beverage, housing, water, electricity, gas and other fuel, clothing and footwear, and transport. So that is where the bite is on the Nigerian person. So where the bite is, and these are essentials of life. These are essentials of life. So the inflation, this is where it hits the most. Food and non-alcoholic beverages, so that hikes by 13.84%. Housing, water, electricity, gas, and other fuel. That's I'm not sure that this is correct. They say 4.47%. Clothing and footwear are 2.04%, and transport are 1.74%. Others are furniture and household equipment and maintenance. Education is up by 1.05%. Health 0.80%, miscellaneous goods, etc., etc. The report said the headline inflation rate in September 2023 was 2.10%, which was 1.08% lower than the rate recorded in August 2023. So there it is. When it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours. So when it rains, it pours. Should we watch that Jaden Pinkton Smith thing just to get that out of the way? So let's watch this, and then we'll play the so this is a nod towards a different sort of conversation. So we'll see how this plays out with the session to see if we're going to be bringing more and more things like this. So let's watch this, and then we'll go to the Kegite music, then play the Falana tape, and then we take the conversation from there. Watch this.
We are back 8:14 with Carson and Hoda's exclusive interview with Jada Pinkett Smith, and everyone's going to be talking about this.
Yeah, she is one half of Hollywood's most powerful couple. She's at the center of constant gossip and controversy, including that slap at the Oscars. She was sitting right next to Will Smith. And when we met up with Jada in her hometown of Baltimore to talk about her candid new memoir, Worthy, she opened up about an issue that has been kept secret until now.
There are so many surprising things in the book, but the thing that surprised me the most, that I actually had to reread it because I said, is this true?
Right.
was that in 2016, you and Will decided that you were going to live completely separate lives.
Yes.
It was not a divorce on paper,
Right.
but it was a divorce. So from the year 2016, which is 7 years ago now,
Yes.
y'all have been apart.
Yeah.
But in public, the couple, who married in 1997, denied the gossip about their marriage. This interview on Bravo's Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen was taped a year after Will and Jada separated.
So how long have you guys been together?
23 years.
Wow. That's amazing. How do you keep it hot?
How do I keep it hot? Maybe I don't know. I mean, I'm baffled, really.
Yeah, right.
Over the next several years, Jada and Will kept up the appearance of a committed married couple. They even faced a scandal when Jada had what she called an entanglement with a family friend. Neither let the public know they had already split.
So I guess my question is, I feel like you're a straight talker,
I am.
except you're not sometimes.
Yeah.
So
So sorry, let me just pause it there for a moment. You know, the one thing that I'm not fully vested or invested in that space, but the one thing that always puzzled me whenever I come across this Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith storyline is how this woman seems to have the upper hand over Will Smith. I don't get it. Will Smith is one of the biggest superstars in the world. She is a relative nobody. I'm sure she's successful in whichever career she's in. He is fantastically wealthy, a good-looking man, and he seems to buckle to this woman, and she seems to be the dominant person within that relationship, able to straddle him. She sleeps around, he accommodates it, and she just embarrasses him. It goes on and on, but let's carry on.
why do that? Like, what was the reason?
Of a committed married couple. They even faced a scandal when Jada had what she called an entanglement with a family friend. Neither let the public know they had already split.
So I guess my question is, I feel like you're a straight talker,
I am.
except you're not sometimes.
Yeah.
So why do that? Like, what was the reason?
I think just not being ready yet. Still trying to figure out between the two of us
Yeah.
how to be in partnership, right? And in regards to how do we present that to people, you know? And we hadn't figured that out.
During our walk in Baltimore, Jada
I'm not sure why they are figuring out how to be in partnership. It's clearly a relationship that is not meant to be. So why don't they just go their separate ways? Their children are all grown up. There is nothing that holds them in situation rather than the toxicity of the whole thing. Maybe it's that toxicity that holds them together. It's a curious one. But she seems to have the whip hand in that relationship.
reflected on their breakup.
Why did the relationship fracture?
Oh, why it fractured? That's a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I think
And she's not an especially outstandingly good-looking woman either. It's not as though he struck gold. So why exactly is he being held hostage?
by the time we got to 2016, we were just exhausted with trying. I think we were both kind of still stuck in our fantasy of what we thought the other person should be.
Jada says she considered a legal divorce, but could never go through with it.
I made a promise that there will never be a reason for us to get a divorce. We will work through whatever. And I just haven't been able to break that promise.
But you still live separately.
We live separately.
I have so many questions.
So do I.
I have so many questions.
Okay. So they live separately. She sleeps around with whoever she likes, but they're determined not to get a divorce. And we all know that, of course, that infamous slap, Chris Rock, he was defending her chastity or her whatever it is, even though that being the backdrop of their relationship. It's unbelievable. It is I've never seen a relationship that toxic ever, but certainly not at that level of society. And when there are options for both of them, so why not just walk away? It's unbelievable.
It was the strangest. It was the strangest kind of revelation to realize that these two people have had separate lives. I mean, they have not called each other husband and wife in all of those years,
except for the appearance everywhere they went.
Except for the appearances, right? Including at the Oscars.
Yes.
By the way, there's a whole chunk in this book that we're going to get into in the Dateline special and also a little later here of what happened in that moment when he said, get my wife's name out of your mouth, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's been rumored actually that Chris Rock either slept with or tried to sleep with her, and that's been speculated.
There's a whole backstory there too. But Jada is candid and honest in this book. I mean, she's saying things that she's never said. So they've kind of been living this pretend life publicly.
For years.
They knew the secret. They know it.
So now she's telling everyone.
Yeah.
But they're not divorced.
Nope.
So they're separated.
And they don't plan on it. They don't plan on getting divorced.
I think a lot of Americans.
It's unbelievable. They are not divorced. They are not planning on it. She does a tell-it-all, kiss and tell sort of a book. She straddles the whole of the American media space, milking their lure and whatever it is, the luster and the cloud. And he at home crying in his conflicts, but they're still not divorced. I wonder what holds this woman has on this guy. Maybe it's a closet, and she has that secret.
Families can relate, though. I think there's a lot more distance between husbands and wives than anybody ever really talks about.
Yeah.
But this sounds like something.
Yeah, that's a bigger goal.
Yeah, it's a bigger delta.
We have a lot more on this conversation. I was fascinated by her, by the way. First time I'd sat down and spoke with her for a long period of time.
Oh,
you read the book?
I read the book from cover to cover. Yeah, we're going to do a special on NBC News. It's called Jada's Story, Friday night, 8/7 Central.
I want to hear your podcast with her so we can go like 2 hours long for
Let's go, Carson. All right.
Well, it's going to be so interesting because, how people are going to react, because it's one thing. Everyone understands a marriage breaking up or, things being complicated with your family, but then the kind of public ruse is, I know you ask her a lot about that.
There'll be a lot more. And we want to mention also that Jada also spoke to People magazine, which is on stands.
Oh, okay. You've often seen on a lot of these dating sort of platforms and whatnot, that the options married, single, or it's complicated. So that it's complicated. If you've ever wanted a definition for it, here it is right there. It's complicated. So it is complicated from Shea Smith. So it's complicated from the household of Smith. Shall we get the Falana tape out of the way as well? Then we know that everything is out of the way. So let's go to the Falana, who justifies then the Yorubanization of the Nigerian space. Watch this.
Okay, now let's quickly talk about the EFCC. You've talked about the EFCC quite a few times. There's a new sheriff in town in EFCC now. And a good number of some people are wondering whether or not, the proper process or procedure has been followed in the engagement of the EFCC chairman. Do you think there is any issue there?
No, there's no issue. The only issue that has been raised, which for me,
why is Femi Falana pronouncing issue as issue? What does that? Is that some affectation of upper class?
Has to be considered by the government is that we have in this country the Federal Character Commission Act, and also by virtue of Section 14 of the Constitution, appointments must reflect federal character. So if you are going to have, you have the EFCC and the ICPC, the heads cannot come from the same zone. So if there are two positions in this country, in the public service, one must go to the north, one must come to the south. If there are 4, 2 must go to the north, 2 must come to the south. If there are 6, 1 must go to each geopolitical zone. That is the law in Nigeria today. So I am not comfortable with the fact as of today, the heads of the EFCC and the ICPC are from the same zone. Apart from that, Mr. Olukoyede is eminently qualified to head the EFCC are from the same zone. Apart from that, the heads of the EFCC and the ICPC are from the same zone. Apart from that,
So the head of the EFCC and the ICPC, we'll double check to see who the head of ICPC Nigeria. So they're from the same zone. So he's Bolaji Awoson Noye. Bolaji Awoson Noye. So that's the head of the ICPC, and then the head of the EFCC. Of course, the character now, Olukoyede, and look at how glibly, how very quickly Femi Falana just grazed over that. It just glibly glossed over, like that wasn't the contention itself, and then it goes on to the qualification of the guy. So that is the Yorubanization right there, but look how quickly he glosses over it.
The heads of the EFCC and the ICPC are from the same zone. Apart from that,
and it ends there. Apart from that, you see that apart from that right there, that completely covers all of the Yorubanization that just took place, and then it goes on to speak to the merit of the guy.
Mr. Olukoyede is eminently qualified to head the EFCC. My colleagues who have criticized the appointment have not looked at the laws, the relevant law, the relevant provision of the EFCC.
But it's not about the relevant provisions. It's about the guy's CV. These are other CVs that could occupy that position. So is it best fit or is it tribal bias?
Which is Section 2. Which provides that the chairman, right, must be at least an assistant commissioner of police or its equivalent in the security service or in a law enforcement agency. When Mr. Abdurrashid Bawa was appointed, there were people saying, no, this position is for police officers. And I said, no. If you had served in a law enforcement agency, you are qualified and you have acquired enough experience. You are qualified to head the EFCC. In the case of Mr. Olukoyede, he had been the chief of staff to the chairman of the EFCC.
So that's an administrative role. The chief of staff to the that's a glorified man Friday. By the way, that chief of staff is a glorified man Friday. You carry the bags behind your principal, and that is what qualifies him to be the EFCC chairman.
He has also been the secretary of that body, and of course a board member by virtue of his position as a secretary of the commission. Now, people are saying, oh, he hasn't acquired the cognate experience. The law does not say the cognate experience must be in that agency. So if you have a gentleman who is said to be a regulatory compliance consultant and, who has also worked in the detection of crime or fraud, accomplished, expert in those areas, you cannot say he hasn't acquired the cognate experience. Because cognate experience actually means your acquisition of the skills in the area we're talking about. So it does.
But that is it right there. I was waiting to see how he defines cognitive experience. So cognitive experience is you are acquiring experience relevant to the role that you are about to occupy. So being the secretary to the person that occupies that post does not give you the cognitive experience, because it's not a like for like that experiences you to occupy that post. So essentially a urbanization thing being glossed over by Falana.
It's not me, it shall be in the FCC. For instance, I know a lawyer who has been prosecuting for the FCC since 2004 when the body took off. And I'm talking of more than any lawyer in Nigeria. He has successfully prosecuted corruption cases, financial crimes cases. I'm talking of Mr. Rotimi Jacobs SAN. So there's no way you can say that such a lawyer who has prosecuted majority of the cases investigated by the FCC has not acquired the cognate experience. So if you have a lawyer of 22 years who has spent the better part of his practice in detection of crimes, detection of fraud-related crimes, and who has acquired the knowledge at home and abroad, who has worked with international anti-fraud agencies like FBI, the fraud office in the UK and the rest of them, it is difficult to say, to question his competence. Again, as I said, the only area where I think the government will have to go back to the drawing table is also to ensure that the anti-graft agencies in the country are not headed by people from one region.
I would suggest that is already the case. We have two anti-graft agencies, and they're both headed by people from the same region. So they're both headed by these people from the same region. So we'll play the Kegite music, and then we kick off the conversation. Thomas is here to keep us company. Adanle Koko, father of the bride. Eze from Abuja. We're in Regal Company. King Emeka joins us. Ekene here to keep things 100. So Ekene here to keep things 100. We'll kick it off with Solomon when we start, and then we go on to Emeka after that, and then as the room populates, we start to shuffle it around a bit. But first, you've been waiting for it, of course, and here they come. Have you got your calabash ready? We're about to get drunk.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu Failati keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. àkùkọ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Iku Koniru Agbeche, we kick it off with Solomon. Solomon, good to see you. On mute, speak to us.
Yeah. Good morning. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, woman. Good evening to those in the comment section. Please like, share, and subscribe. Yeah.
All right, speak to us. What are you looking at in the news? Or do you want to go through the headlines? What are you making of the JADA Pinkett and Will Smith situation and Falana justifying Yorubanization?
Okay, let me just go with Falana first. Yeah. I would. It's not like it's a good thing, but Buhari did this thing he's just talking about. But for those grafting this to the EFCC and ICPC, that one, it is very, very wrong. Like, he should try and balance. The president should try and balance those appointments. Should take one to the south and one to the north, because we need to carry each other along and not just try to just divide the country with any slight opportunity we have. We need to try to make everybody know that they should be carried along and they should feel among. Yeah. So what this man is saying, this is not the right way anyway, but it's just that somebody like Buhari came in and just turned it like this. So I don't want to justify the action, but I won't still blame President Tinubu for any action he's taking. I won't blame him. If I should blame him, it would be hypocritical of me, and anybody that blames him to be. But him, it's just that he would have just make a change. Not because the other person did bad, you will do bad. You can still do better. You can still be the bigger boy or the bigger man and change things, reinform things the way it should be, so that we the young ones and the young we can as in like we know that this is how things supposed to be, and not just because people now will say they will think this, they will normalize this urbanization, even though that Buhari did the same thing. They will now normalize that when you get in there, it's going to just be basically your tribesman that will just first of all.
You know the problem I have with it. The problem I have with it is that it looks like somewhat of a cover-up setup. You know, if they want to do things and cover it up, they already have it in-house within tribe.
Yeah, it's not making sense. Well, man, this is not the way to go. And even though that he's making that the people he is appointing, they are competent people, but there are still other competent persons from other tribes and other regions that can occupy that space. So it's not just only because if you tell some people, if you say it now, some people say it is his team, his kitchen cabinet and all that. Man, this is a nation. This is not somebody's private company. As a nation, you would stop for people. You would go and sort out, as in you make research, inquiry, and because you have other people that are good in this same thing from other regions, so that everybody will be carried along, and we should not come up with such excuse of kitchen cabinet or people that that it's not making sense. So if you should try and do better, especially in that that's EFCC and the ICPC office. Falana, I think I agree with him in such office that it should be in north and the southern person. Yeah.
All right. And Senator Elisa Abo, so he is Senator no more. You remember him from that beating up sales girls in a sex shop. Are you following this narrative, and do you have any thought on it?
Yeah, I saw this guy that they did well in removing him, because it's just, this guy is not a good example I'm just talking about the moral aspect of his personality. Oh yeah. he's not a good example, hitting a woman and all that kind of thing. Look at the way it shows how, even like one I saw today, today on net.
You know, there's nothing I abhor more than seeing a man beat a woman, because it doesn't do anything, because you have the physical advantage over her. So you go fight a fellow man if you're feeling that, if you are subsumed with just any sense of machismo. What does it prove, a man beating a woman? That you can beat her? Well, you have the physical advantage, so yes, you can. So, but what does that even prove?
It's only weak men that behaves like that, no matter what. Even certain times, it's just that somebody like me, I can just be joking, like just joke with somebody, just joke with somebody, with a lady. Sometimes it's good, but sometimes some people are not good to joke with. You just look up. But hitting a woman is not even, it's something nobody should ever think of doing
Solomon,
anymore.
you have not encountered women that can beat men. Have you not?
I know I haven't, but
Don't be saying that. There are some women that can beat men. No.
no,
You know, sorry, Solomon.
Yeah.
You know what you just said there, Emeka. You know, it's always puzzled me when they say that a woman raped a man. So I've always found that impossible to fathom, because for that act to take place, a man has to have a reaction. And once you have that reaction, that's consent, isn't it? It's impossible, is it not, for a woman to raped a man?
So can you hear me? Can I go on, woman? Yeah.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so it is not reasonable at all for a man to hit a woman. It's not even good. You on your own, when you partake, or when you carry out that kind of action, you just, if you're a reasonable person that has conscience, you will just be ashamed of yourself. To be honest with you, you can't even say it to somebody or just be proud of something like that. So it's not making sense at all. If a woman, instead of you, if you see that a woman is toxic for you, more, you leave her. There are women, 1 billion women in the world. You waste your time, you dent your reputation because of one winch or one devil like that. So uh, I don't. This guy is on the moral basis. He should not even be a senator. And
You know they tried to sack him after that incident, but it proved impossible. He was even threatening the panel that they composed to investigate him.
Yeah. I followed up the news of that time. So thank God now they've used through the court to remove him. And I know that what he did in that election, because looking at this guy, you know that he doesn't have that um, support as the way he claims to have, by regaining himself in the election at first, and he did not have that support. So I believe that PDP guy really had the support of the people, and that has been justified in the court. So he's out of the game. And this guy was somebody that was following Tonto DK to do justice for Mohbad.
Yes, I saw him. You know, it was surprising to see him in that landscape.
Yeah, and they were like, "See who is going out to just Nigerian guys? Who is going out to do justice for Mohbad? Somebody, a woman beater is clamoring for justice for Mohbad." So it's a very good thing that he has been sacked from the Senate. So one man, let's go to that JADA piece. Is it JADA?
Yes, the Will Smith something. The
Yeah,
wife,
Jada
the
Smith.
wife, or is she the wife of Will Smith or the husband of Will Smith? We are not quite sure.
There is one picture I saw yesterday. Do you believe? Oh my! The woman was sitting in the picture. The man was sitting. He closed his leg while the woman opened her leg. Like, I said, who is the husband between these two people now? You know, these are the things we especially African men. It's not like you be a hard person towards the woman, but you should know that let's not lose our masculinity to because of all this rubbish we are saying and all that. You learn. Somebody like me, I'm learning, and I learn how to
What do you
respect
think?
a woman.
What do you think is going on there? Because she's coming out. He's not speaking much, but she can't seem to keep quiet, and she's coming out into the space to tell us that this marriage has been dead for nearly a decade or more. That they live separately and they're refusing to divorce. She is sleeping around, and they continue to call themselves Mr. and Mrs. So what binds hold them together? Because their children are all grown up. So what binds them together? What do you think? There's some dark secrets. What do you think is going on?
Well, man, let me tell you something. As a young person that I am, there's some things I've looked at, and certain marriages I saw growing up made me just had to just carry out my own research about this thing called like about relationship and marriage as a whole. You see, one thing I've gotten is that there is a lady that's when you before you say you want to get involved with a lady, try and if she definitely she would have ex, try and know the kind of ex she has had and all that kind of thing, because some people they are very bad. You know, this kind of woman mingling with somebody like Tupac. Tupac is a very bad guy. I'm a fan of Tupac, and I I support him, even though he's late. He's so rest in peace. So she has mingled with Tupac. She has somebody that still professes love, as in, like, still have refresh her, as in she still have fresh memory about how they've been together and all that. And you want this guy now, this Will Smith, I see him as a simp. The way he even stood up to go and hit that Chris Rock is really, really, really not making sense at all. Like, why do you want to? Yeah, I know she's your wife, and do you know the lady did not even? I think she did not even defend him in the interview after that incident. She still, like, just made the guy look like a fool. So just at times you have to watch out certain things before you try and involve yourself with a lady and see if this person is really your type of lady, or somebody that has been in the street. And she has been, this girl has lady has a street orientation than Will Smith. It's not the way Will Smith, she's not the kind of person for Will Smith. Her own, somebody, she said the other day here that she sold crack when she was young, and even somebody that can take pills from her own child, you know that woman is not, that woman is, she's not it. And she no, this guy is just in the bag, to be honest with you. Is really in the bag. So I don't agree. I don't used to agree with Mike sometimes, but there's not comment in this yeah, and I agree with him 100%. Even though he's a very tribalistic person, I agree with him 100%. That is one of the irritation. It's not like you will not treat women right. You have to treat women right, but you should. There are things you don't just go and start indulging and start behaving like a simp, but you should go and
You know what you're calling simp is the new contemporary. They call them the metro man. They used to some time ago. The traditional male role, as we've discussed, I think in the past, is no longer there. So what you see in Will Smith now is what the modern man is shaping up to be.
Well, man, let me tell you something. See, I just feel like one as a man, yeah, it's very, very. You see, money, money is very, very important. You as a human being, you need to have money for yourself first. But when you start, there are certain things first, some certain values you should look out for first in somebody. It's not like you just come and they say, when you talk about, they say go get money first. And I know of people that even with the money they have, what women, as in, woman, forget, it's not even this one. You have to watch out first. Oh, I don't, you see about like somebody that wants to settle that, you should not take this thing out. You have to be very prayerful. That one is a must. You have to really, really be prayerful, because it's only God that gives good woman. And you too at the same time, because there's some people God will give good woman, they use bad character and they will lose that woman. So as you're praying for good woman, you have to have good character, but you should know what, as in what it is, as in, how would I put it, like knowing what is supposed to be done and what is not supposed to be done, and what you should accept and what you should not accept, because so that you're not going to result to this kind of Will Smith situation. Is really, really crazy. See a very handsome and rich guy like that undergoing such thing, but there's no,
It is wasting so much of opportunities. If he cuts her loose, all the women in the world will be throwing themselves at him. He's
what
tall, he's good looking, he's rich, all of the things that they're all looking for.
is very, very, as in, it's very bad. And that woman, no, no, no. When I see this guy, this thing, I just be like, so, but these kind of things that make people just have to, yeah, we just want somebody to just be like, man, you have to just always, you have to just guard up, because let them not go and Jones you. It should be a very bad thing, a lady Jones you. To be honest with you, it's going to really, really be bad. Like this guy, when I see him, no, and she's still the kind of people she even go and even get involved with self that
She
okay,
she likes bad boys, and
yeah,
Will Smith, even though he can act whatever it is, is not a bad boy. That's just it.
no, he's not.
Or he's not bad enough for her anyway.
Yeah, he's not a bad boy. But the way this guy is now, a reasonable woman should be in law. What is there in being a bad boy? There is no there as in bad boy for me. Those people that
You know why they like to chase bad boys? They think that they will be able to change them. You know, that's what they
which change change a bad boy, except maybe the person is he may just maybe if he indulges in like certain bad things that might just leave there. But a bad boy will always be a bad boy. That's just, that is just the thing. He would just curtail, like minimize the kind of things he do. It's not like he would they just come out and look at the kind of lay down to change a guy. No, I really feel for this guy, to be honest, woman. I feel for him, but God knows the best about it. But she said something. Sorry, she said something in and because she had an interview recently. So she was like, she was good at the end. She was good. She was like, this guy is getting old because I think he's 54 now or something like that. That he's getting old. That she would want to at the time she will go back to his house. So she want them to live together because he will need somebody that will take care of him. That will take care of him when he gets old. So I just felt like maybe this one is pity. As a man, a woman should never you don't get involved with somebody that just maybe I feel like this guy when he was approaching her at first, he did not the male etiquette or what they call it, he did not observe it. He just dodged this lady and the woman used pity to enter him, you see. So these are the things you should that's why you don't need to rush as a young person. You don't need to rush. When I just see reason why they say you have to calm down as a man when you want to go into women affairs and all those kind of, so that you will not make mistake and fuck yourself up. That's just what I have to just say. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Give us very, very brief thoughts on this, and then we go on to Emeka, who might be leaving us shortly. Tinubu reportedly set to appoint Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Tinubu reportedly set to appoint ex-Abacha CSO Al-Mustafa as NSCDC boss. So do you see that? And is there an argument for that? And also the recycling of all these criminals back into position. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, this guy, I don't know, some persons, even the way when you were talking, when you were reading out his the storyline, you were trying to in your intonation, I sensed like you were while you were talking, I sensed like you were trying to discredit this guy. To me, yeah,
He was Abacha's chief security
yeah, I
officer,
know it was
and
ABC.
Abacha was one of the most corrupt, the top 4 most corrupt dictators we've ever had. So how can that be a possibility that his chief security officer says he didn't steal a kobo?
Yeah, woman, let me tell you something. One thing I will not take out from this guy is that I feel this guy, if they should give him anything concerning security in this country, this guy will be able to meet up because he has the know-how to he know as in he that knowledge and has it in him that he can use in restructuring the security is the architecture of the country. This guy can do it. I've listened to his interview. Even if we really wanted young people self to even be president in this country, this guy is one person I was really looking up. I really did my research about him, and I was impressed. Even one man, see, for he had court case for like how many years? For 15 years or so. I think for 15 years, and they were trying to get something to nail this guy, but they could not. They did not get anything to nail it. And this guy is not even one of those people that went into the military because of the money or because of he went into military because of the passion he has for it. His father is a very rich man from the north. I think he's from Kano State too. His father is a very rich man, and he's from a wealthy home. That it was the love he has for the military and for the Nigerian military that made him join. So if they should give him this position now, I feel like it would be very good for the nation. To be honest with you, woman, we need somebody like this to handle the security, this thing, because it will play a good role. It will play a very big role in the security aspect.
All right, brilliant. Is there anything else you'd like to bring up before I go into Emeka?
Nothing much, but Tinubu should just do well. He should do well. Like he should do well in his administration, because the way certain people, I know that people will criticize, but you have to just do like an old man that is. You have to do like a father, and not behaving like, and you should correct things, not because Buhari did certain things wrong, he would want to do them wrong. He should do things well. Yeah, woman.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Let's go from you to Emeka, who is also with us, but short on time. Emeka, you're up next.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I think I just have 4 minutes. Like, share, and subscribe, and enjoy the show. Maybe I might come back when I'm done with my event and join up with the crew. Woman, take it away.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Emeka, for stopping by. So that's Emeka, of course, who has to go attend to more important matters. Not sure why matters can be more important than being on one man's platform, but there it is. We'll let him off this time.
Let me talk a little bit about Jada Pinkett and Will Smith. Then I can just
is it not the oddest thing? Is it not? Have you ever seen anything like that? This sort of relationship?
Oh, there are many relationships that are like that, and it has to do with when the man loses his leadership approach to marriage. When you lose that leadership approach, you find your woman or your spouse taking that leadership role from you and deciding on how the affairs of things would be dictated, right? So for her, I think Will Smith dropped the ball. I'm not going to blame her. I'm going to blame Will Smith. You don't condone certain behaviors. You don't condone. Your wife is a representative of you. You don't condone disrespect. You don't condone. This is not the first time, or the second time, or the third time she's disrespecting this man. They had the red table talk after the slap that was heard around the world, and several discussions on her shows where she was like, "Oh, I didn't want to get married to you. I was actually pregnant, and I was forced on my wedding day. I was sick," and the man was just there laughing it off. Those are indicators of
what is wrong with that? What is wrong with this guy?
Their relationship probably is a bit quite non-traditional, right? But at the same time, there are things you still need to keep in-house, like the entanglement issue. That was enough grounds for him to leave that woman. You understand? That was enough ground to just say, okay, let's just go our separate ways. Yes, it's out in the news. Let's go. And he didn't do that. She's right. They've been living separately for quite a while. Will Smith has a girlfriend, right? If I think whether he might have even dumped that and moved on to someone else. He's currently probably, I think he was dating a white girl at some point. They've been living separately. So she's not wrong about what she's saying. But at the same time, since both of you still share the same last name and people still think you guys are together, you must conduct yourself properly. The Clintons, Bill Clinton and his wife, they are no longer living together. She stays most of her time in New York, and the man is all over the world, doing what he wants to do. But at the same time, they still try to respect themselves. You understand? So those unconventional marriages do happen. It's not strange. It happens. But for Will Smith, he has dropped the ball. He has dropped the leadership ball. This is the second time now he needs to leave this. No, this is the third time he has a good reason to leave this woman. Buy your freedom out and get the hell out. she has embarrassed you enough.
Is it the alimony that is buckling out? Is it the money? It
No,
can't be
I
the
don't
money,
think it's
surely.
the money. I think, like what she said, I think they made a covenant that they will not get divorced. I think they did, because Will Smith comes from a strong family background, right? His father and his mother, they still stay together. I don't know if they are alive now, but they used to be together. They didn't separate. So he comes from a very strong family background. So he is trying to translate that into his own home, in the sense that he even says there will be no cursing in this house, right? You can't use the swear word in this house. So those tight traditional values, that's what he was raised with. But again, he has dropped the ball. He needs to leave. It's not the money. Will Smith can make the money in probably just 3 movies. He will make the money back. He's still looking good. He's still the fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He's still, tall, fit. A lot of women would take him, but without thinking twice. So the point is, this woman is causing him much disrespect than anticipated. And if they don't go their separate ways, she will continue to cause him more pains. Now, because she wants to sell it.
Can you imagine the mental health damage she would have inflicted on this guy? She would have changed him mentally.
Yeah, because she wants to sell a book, she's all about going about leaking family secrets, and so that's why I said after this book sales and everything, Will Smith needs to go, because then there's nothing to write about again. You understand? There's nothing to write about. There's nothing to say about him anymore. There's no gossip you need to give to the media. There's nothing you need to tell about Will Smith. She has always been in the shadows of Will Smith, and that irritates her. Will Smith's career has always been on the up and the up and up. But who knows Jada Pinkett as an actress? When was the last time she acted in a movie? And even after this media gossip, a lot of women don't like Jada Pinkett. If women really like her, they would have said, oh, she's emancipating herself. Oh, she's freeing herself. Oh, yeah, let her be free. Give her the liberty. Give her the Tower of Babel as liberty. Let her hold everything. She needs her freedom. Let her do whatever she wants. Oh, women rock. Women power. Oh, femininity at its highest peak. But they don't really like her. Women don't really like her. And men too don't really like her. She's not a likable person. So that's just it. I got it wrong, guys. So I might join back later on.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Emeka, for joining us. So that's King Emeka, of course, the inimitable. So up next, Solly, you're up next.
Yes, hello. First of all, where are the super chats?
Yes, where are the super chats? That's the question. Yes, where are the super chats?
But it's my turn, and usually luck is always on my side. Soon super chats will start dropping.
Anyways, it will drop.
Anyways, I wanted to talk about the other topics, but you know what?
No. Kick it off with whichever topic interests you.
All right. The one that interests me the most is this Will Smith and Jada Pinkett's issue. What most people don't understand is women in the West. You see these women in the West. You see why I used to travel to the East. You see these women in the West. They are, if you want to rank them, they are bottom of the barrel. They are really bottom of the barrel.
You know, it's this sort of behavior that has led to the passport bro movement. Do you wonder why these people are discovering their passport and finding out that women are actually women in the rest of the world?
American women are the bottom of the barrel. Bottom of the barrel. It is better for you to cut off your penis.
Oh, this needs to rule.
Yes, so
than
be with an American woman. It doesn't matter what race they are from. The moment they step foot on that land, they just turn to something else. America is fast becoming a matriarchal society, So all these things that I wouldn't say Will Smith is a simp. Years ago, this guy cheated and the media almost finished him, And since then, this woman would have been using it to her advantage, abusing the guy verbally and mentally. For years,
do you think what they have in America now is what women want? Is this what they want? Is this what they were fighting for? This sort of play out that we're seeing with Will Smith?
No, this is what their government wants. But you know, women are easily fooled. They own over 70% of the debt in America. You know, when they say America has so amount of debt, majority of the debt is owed by women. So they see they can easily sell rubbish to the women, and the women will accept it because they believe that that's what is good for them. The women are getting more depressed. They are aborting more children. They are messing up their hormones. They are just doing everything is going against these women, but they are calling it their freedom. You know, freedom from what? Freedom from what? Their lives are getting destroyed. Now, with that on top Will Smith's head, if they get divorced, this Will Smith is worth, I think, like 350 million. This Jada Pinkett is worth maybe maximum 50 million, 40 million. She's going to clean him, wipe him dry. Doesn't matter how many movies he wants to make. She's going to wipe him dry.
I think their youngest child is over 18. And even if he loses half his wealth, it'll still be an extremely wealthy man.
She is going to suck him dry. American courts favors women. Anytime is the case.
Yeah, they favor women if the children are still under the care age, I suspect. I don't think...
One man, she will claim that she's used to a certain lifestyle and she has to keep up with that lifestyle till the day she dies. And
okay, if you are saying is worth about 400 million and she takes 200, that doesn't put him on the breadline.
It's not like that. It's not, one man, you don't know the American system. It's brutal. If this man was gifting any of our family members, like let's say every birthday used to gift a mother something or used to gift a brother, he has to continue to do that because they too, they are also accustomed to a certain lifestyle. Whatever lifestyle he has given her and her family, he has to continue putting it there. So this is my guess. His lawyers have told him to keep quiet and just let her run her mouth. She's talking about she's collecting pills from children, our own children. She's just running her mouth and she's not making him look bad. She's making herself look like an irresponsible person, which if they don't have prenup. If they go to court now, he now has things that are in his favor. All these interviews that she's granting, you will just take it to court. Simple as that. Is this the person that you now want to give my money to?
But why is she doing this though? It's certainly not for the money. So what's it for?
All right, now this is me. I've dealt with all these Western women. They've tried all this nonsense with me before, but they don't know that I'm a Yoruba boy, and I used to shock them. The reason why she's doing it is because she doesn't respect Will Smith again. Some people are saying Will Smith is a sin. No, Will Smith was a bad boy. He just has family values. This guy was a musician, one of the best.
I don't think it's about Will Smith. I think it's about her and her insecurity and her need for attention and all of that.
That's what I'm trying to explain. They did not sign prenup. If she files for divorce, she's going to be the bad guy. So this is what women do when they want you to break up with them. They'll start shaming you. They'll start disrespecting you. They'll start talking down on you. They'll start disgracing you in public, and if you're a man of pride, you obviously break up with her. So women don't want to be the one that will break up the relationship. They'll push you to break up the relationship. She's pushing him to file a divorce. And what has he been doing? He hasn't said a word because everything is going to his favor right now. She's just disgracing herself and putting herself in bad light. The court of public opinion, nobody now likes her. The more she opens her mouth, the more people don't like her. When the divorce finally now comes, you will now have a leveled fighting ground. All these Western women, this is how you play them legally. I've somewhat dealt with this kind of situation before. Because if you let this woman go and start doing her own thing, she will put you in trouble. But this is what I did in my own case. I just let her continue to run her mouth, continue to do everything that she's doing. But I had hidden camera in the house and I used to record everything. When she's doing her nonsense, I don't used to talk. And that thing used to make women very, very confident. They will now start talking even more, start acting up even more because they think and they believe that you are weak. The moment that this girl found out that I recorded everything both audio and video. She never spoke again. She never acted out again. But I already had like 6 months of evidence. Do you understand? So when you are dealing with Western women, they once they feel like they have an advantage over you, they will just become demons. They will just feel like they can do anything.
Well, he's a Western man too, is he not? So it's not as though
yes, but he's rich enough to have some of the best lawyers that will give him some of the best advice. Me, I'm a Yoruba man. I don't have some of the best lawyers. I don't have some of the best advice, but I was still able to tackle them. You know, so they are just terrible. You don't marry these women. Even if you have them as girlfriends, they can still legally destroy you. So all these Western women, bottom of the barrel. I don't even try to date them. I'm not even interested in them anymore. Whether they are Swedish, whether they, I don't care whether they are blonde.
What about that girl we saw in the background of when you were
Eastern European only. I'm Eastern European only. They have respect. They cook, they clean. They are very traditional. It's just like marrying an African woman. If you are with an Eastern European girl, it's the same thing as an African woman. All these Western women, they insult, they are disrespectful, insultive. And yes, Solomon was talking about, oh, you don't fight women. Let me tell you something. These women, Western women, they attack you. They will attack you so that you will fight them. They are just terrible set of people. They will attack you so that you will fight them. That they are so, they know all the laws and they know how to just mess you up. They are just terrible set of people. So even if you so they'll even beat you. And after they beat you, they will not call you weak for not attacking them. They will verbally attack you, they will mentally attack you, they will physically attack you because they want you to attack them back one way or the other so that they can put you in bad light and put you in jail or maybe take everything from you. All this interview that she's doing, I promise you that she's doing it because she wants this Will Smith to file divorce. And this Will Smith is not that he cannot do anything. Legally, it's best for him to not do anything. Just let her trap herself. A lot of cases like this.
I think it should just cut her loose. I mean, it's gone on
but
for
not yet.
What do you mean not yet? It's gone on for too long.
Yes.
The guy is 54. I mean, it's at the last phase of the youthful phase of life. So he should at least enjoy his money for the rest of his life. It's just, bin her and move on.
No, one man is not like that. Like I said, America is slowly becoming a matriarchal society. You really have to have a strong case, a very, very strong case against a woman in order for you to win. It's very, very hard for you to win against a woman in their court. So this time is not right. I'm telling you, she's the one that will be her own downfall. Because they are very, very confident and they are very, very confident in the legal system supporting them. And when Western women have, when you put them in a place of power, they tend to not be good people. And they tend to just keep on going and going and going and going till something shocks them. Because based on history, they're always winning. All you have to do is just go to a court where people are having divorce in America, and you see what I'm talking about. It's a very, very tiny percentage of men that win cases against women, especially in cases of divorce. She can wipe out his net worth. If she had not come to start doing all these things, guaranteed she'll wipe out his net worth. But with all these things, she's bringing him to a level playing field. The more she talks, the better his case will be when he's going for divorce, when he finally files that divorce. The more she talks, so it's better for her to keep on talking and going on media interviews. It's better for him, legally speaking. Maybe as a man, it's not good for him. He will take all the mental abuse, but legally speaking, all this thing is in his favor.
All right. She cannot wipe out his net worth anyway, but I think that's a metaphor. But do you want to go on to another topic, Solly? Do you want to go to Atiku Abubakar and it's a fake affidavit to back up a fake narrative of a fake name.
I won't be surprised that everything about him is fake. The guy is just very arrogant. You know, like I said, it reminds me of all this, again, Western women. And I'm not saying it's all Western women, but it's just a majority of them. They may be wrong, but they'll be pointing fingers. If his certificate is fake, I will not be surprised. I'm 95% sure it's fake. So I don't even have anything to argue about. Then them saying is the Yoruba government. What do you want me to say? We are the most educated, the most competent. You know, do you want results, or are you worried about who is in that position?
Well, were you saying this under Buhari's administration?
Buhari was putting incompetent people. If he was putting competent people,
Yeah, I leave this thing you are saying. Sorry, which one is?
Finish?
It's the same thing that we
Can I finish? I never for one man have I ever complained that since I've been on this platform, did I ever complain for once that Buhari was putting his own people there?
Every single time you turn up.
No, then you have to bring out proof. I never for once complained. If he put competent people there, I would have never cared. I've never cared about the tribe of anybody that has been put there. It's only when I came here that I started receiving stats of this person is from here, this person is from here. I've never cared before. If you want to put incompetent people, that's when I have a problem with that. If you should have filled this cabinet with 100% Fulani people, as long as they are competent, I wouldn't have cared at all. I would have never cared. And I believe a lot of Yoruba people would not care. So all these things that you are talking about, I don't care. Just put competent people. I don't care where they are from. I really don't care. And if you say that I've done that, you have to bring out proof of that. I'm confident that I never complained about the tribe of anybody who was put in there. I only complained about the competence.
All right.
If there's anybody that wants to refute it, bring out evidence, please.
What do you mean bring out? Who will be searching through countless videos to see when you turned up and said what or didn't say what? How is that likely to happen?
They've done that before to me now on this platform.
All right, let me take you to this space. Nigeria's inflation hits 26.7% as food prices rise. So when it rains, it pours. The suffering no signs of abating.
Well, I still blame USA as usual.
You blame USA?
Yes.
For food inflation in Nigeria.
That money printing that they did, knowing that majority of the world, their reserve currency is in US dollars. And if America wants to pay its debts, all they have to do is just go to their printing machine and print money. What do the other countries have to do? They have to make maybe double or 10 times the money in order to exchange it to dollars to be able to pay our debts. So majority of this inflation that the world is suffering from is because they printed money. Those people printed money and they gave the world inflation. Yes, some countries would have had inflation normally, but not up to this level. I still blame America.
So you don't think it's a consequence of a mismanaged economy?
No, I didn't say that. I said.
Does it have to do with the Ukraine war? Because I heard about food prices going up globally because of that.
Yes, the largest world suppliers of grain is the Ukraine. So yes, that affected places like Kenya. They can't eat because they depend on Ukraine for grain.
So everybody would have gotten inflation regardless, but it wouldn't have been this high. So you can thank America for the extra percentage. And yes, I believe which tribe is the most educated in Nigeria?
How do you mean? What do you mean? Which tribe is the most? I'm not sure. That, there you are.
Shekiri.
Yes,
that's what he said. He's a Shekiri. Yeah,
who told you that? How did that emerge as a?
I mean, that was the statistic. They were showing. They say the Shekiri people, they are very educated. Like you hardly find any
you saw it on a statistic.
Sorry, can I ask you a question? Sorry.
It's those minority tribes in the south, man. If we have to go by ratio, you have to, we're not saying they have most number of people educated, but
by percentage,
by percentage to the rest of the population, it's those minority tribes in the south. But Shekiri is where.
Can I ask you a question? Sorry.
I just Googled it. It's Yoruba. Oh. Yes, you can ask me question.
Is it being educated or being smart? And being
You can't quantify
And
smartness now.
having common sense.
huh? Is it having the
Look, you can
is
see
it
all
being
that.
educated or having
Can I answer your question?
yeah.
When you are in a system that is not regulated, right? For example, in Nigerian system, your smartness can play out there. But when you are abroad in systems that have rules, in systems that are properly structured, your education plays a vital part. You can't be doing wuru-wuru, you can't be doing anyhow, you can't be ruggeding your way all through things. Your education plays a big factor into that. So yes, I do consider education first. Yes, you can be smart, I can give you that, but your smartness reigns supreme in a unstructured environment. In a structured environment, it doesn't really do much.
And also, an education is a consequence of being smart, because you have to have some
You have to be
level of
smart to become educated.
yes.
You have to be smart. You can't be able to do and become educated.
Yes. So it's a consequence of being smart. It's not so you cannot be dumb and be educated.
And if you are smart and ignorant, that means you are smart and uneducated. Then
But
you're ignorant.
Solly, what do you count as being what do you consider as being educated? Is it going to school and learn all the things in the world, all the physics and the chemistry and the economics and all that? Is it what you consider as being educated?
It
No, you need to know how to use your brain. I mean,
it is a major part of the consideration of being educated. Exposure also plays a part too, because you can be educated and be locked in a tight environment, but if you are more exposed and you are educated, it gives you it increases your, how will I put it, your rate, you know.
IQ.
Can I come in there?
And one man, the Yorubas cannot be. I used to think, the Yorubas were, until we had the Tinubu issue. So the Yorubas cannot be the most educated in Nigeria. I mean, it doesn't matter what you think, but that's the reason why I came here.
I don't even think it's just Nigeria.
I thought you came in for the gender
No,
thing. That's more your line, actually. I know you enjoy those sort of
actually educated people.
I want to come piss some people off,
yes.
but one man, I don't think so. If you guys can settle the Tinubu issue, then you can take back your crown. Until then,
Nigerian Prince has gone to dig out the statistics. It says most educated people tribe in Nigeria 2023: Yoruba 1, Igbo 2, Hausa 3, Edo 4. So how the Hausas are more educated than
they are picking number. They are picking by population.
Population size. The Edos, the Urobos, and then the Shekiris, and then the Ijos, and then the Calabar. One
man, they are picking by population. Ishekiri are the smallest tribe among all these tribes you are seeing here, and they are number 6. And they put them number 6. Imagine how they have. If you are going by percentage by population, by their population, then they will be number 1.
Solly, can I say something?
Yeah,
about this? Yeah, for me, the way you people see education is not the way I see education. It's a quite different thing.
I can't say education in more than one way.
Yeah,
education is acquisition of knowledge.
Going to school, just open your brain. Just open your brain. So when you go to school to learn mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, that's what I consider general education. It doesn't make you different from any other person that learns all those things.
You learn logic and reasoning. You learn problem solving. You learn the law, critical. Yeah,
you can learn all those things, put it in writing, all those stuff. But it takes more of learning all those things. You have to develop your personal skills, and that's what makes you different. So it's not about the going to school. It's not about the having the degree. It's not about the qualification and all that. It's all about the difference you can make with what you have read in the school. If you are not able to make that difference from what you have made, if it's all about purifying, picking, dying, putting us all, there must be a different thing.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Hold on. Please. Let me answer this question.
Can I just quickly reply, Ekene? Ekene?
Yeah.
Igbo people naturally they are good with business, right?
Trading, rather.
I'm asking him a question, please. I just want to talk to Ekene. They are naturally good with business, right?
Yeah.
But can you compare an educated Igbo man doing business with an Igbo man just doing business with his own mind? Can you compare the two?
An educated Igbo man doing business.
With
the people that do well in business is not educated. Yeah, I can count. We can go on the statistics now. In Nigeria today, in Igbo land today, the people that do well in business are not educated.
Well,
they are the bold ones.
Come on, man. The successful ones are educated.
But the Yorubas combine the two.
No,
this is not about irredentism. The Yorubas combine the two.
We can roll out the statistics.
The uneducated one don't make it past Alaba market. Come on.
Bishop, Bishop, wait, I beg.
Ekene,
even in the world, we can roll out the statistics.
Okay, look, you can't compare. The educated Igbo man is able to structure a
Bill Gates is not educated.
No, they got at least some degree of education, but no, you can say they need acquire.
They drop out of university.
Yeah, they dropped out, but he at least acquired.
He found the importance of his, as in, he was able to do extraordinary things without education.
Solly, can I interject, please, Solly?
All right.
Just for 1 minute. Thank you, Solly. Look, you people can defend whatever you like. You can see whatever you want. Check the FOB list. If it's about trading, the Jebu woman of old will wipe off everything in the East. Just the women of Ijebu land alone. Chief Adeola Odeku Chief Adeola Odutola was a tire manufacturer in the days of yours, side by side with Michelin and Dunlop. And if you check the FOB list, 10 or 15 top black billionaires, the Yorubas are there. So I don't know what you people want to defend. Everything is about me. We own Nigeria. We do this. But when the ships are down,
Baba, you're taking it to the
no, because the person who call Yorubas this thing is there, and it's for him I'm saying this. Who call Yorubas forgers? Because he was bringing up. He was getting close to that again. I'm talking about Yorubas. What is their problem with Yorubas?
Hold on, everyone. Hold on. You have to understand that Joel, often instances, is just trolling. It's not. You can hear it in his tone of voice. Now, there's always laughter behind it. Now,
that is how they are. That is how they. When it is when you are playing, you know the truth that is coming out of somebody's mouth, or when you are drunk, or when you are angry.
On the topic, please. Let's focus.
Yoruba bashing cannot be breakfast for anybody.
Can I just say something real quick, please? Because
what I'm trying to say is, in an unstructured society, yes, an uneducated person can reign supreme. But once we put structure into it, it is going to be very hard to do all those gra. You need to have your wit.
No, sorry, it's not that way. Even in structured society, we can go. Let's go with facts. Even in structured society, the people that move the world are not dedicated. They are the most smart. They are the brave ones.
Actually,
let's go across the world and check.
Can I come in?
Yeah.
Can I say something real quick?
Solid as
Something real quick. Can I say something real quick? Joel, can I say something real quick?
I'm not talking about a one-time person. I'm talking about majority. When we're talking about majority of people, I'm not talking about a special billionaire like Bill Gates, or I'm talking about majority of the people. Is it the educated that prosper more or the uneducated?
You do know the point that Ekene is making? The point that Ekene is making is what makes you money is often instances acts of bravery. And if you are too educated, you will rationalize bravery out of opportunities, and then you go for the safer bet because that is where your education throws you through. But the uneducated but very clever person, he's happy to take that leap of faith. And that leap of faith, often instances, and maybe not often instances, once that hits big. So I think that is where Kenya is.
Actually,
the simple point there is this: what you know makes you money. What you don't know don't make you money. It's only what you know that makes you money.
Look, this is my point.
Can you please?
With that method.
Hold on, please. Without apologies, I don't want to sound like this, but you see, I think you have to take a step backward and sometimes weigh out your argument. You come across as if somebody that gets a little bit triggered when the issue of education and the rest come forward. And I don't see you as an uneducated person. You came here and said you had GC and YN or something the other time, and it was good enough for you. That's a degree, a foundation of education. Everybody. Yes. What percentage of Americans go beyond high school? So it is left for you if you don't see yourself as being educated. For me, you are well educated enough to be able to distinguish between what you want to do and set your priorities right. I don't know why you see yourself as being uneducated. I don't know why.
But with respect, that's not where the conversation is, though.
Hold on. Let me finish now. I'm interjecting now, one man.
Yeah, but okay, carry on. But that's not where he is, though, in the conversation.
Listen, it's not the first time. I mean, Ekene has had this conversation, and it's kind of becoming a kind of pattern. At least on this level, I've listened to him over a dozen times about. So, education, you are educated well enough at that level because it is the foundation. So, if compare yourself with the level of education that you have to not having everything at all. I'm sure you have some people that did not get the level of education that you have. If you compare yourself to them in their assessment, in their judgment, you will see there is a world of difference. So it is not until somebody acquires a degree or 2 degrees or 3 degrees that person is educated.
That's not where the conversation is.
But one man, it is a part of
it. But one man is still saying the same thing that I'm saying now. One man is still saying the same thing that I'm saying.
What Ekene is suggesting is that an education is not necessarily it's a good base for success.
Education makes a difference.
It makes a difference, one man.
If you want to sell akara, let me state my point now. If I'm wrong, then you can go ahead and speak.
All right, carry on.
If an educated person is frying akara to package and sell akara, it's different from the kuruju. That is not. If an educated person is selling ordinary akara, it makes a difference. The level of education, whatever, contributes, makes an impact in whatever you are. Ekene cannot, by my own rating, say he is not educated. I don't agree with that. The level of education.
He never said he wasn't. He has never said he's not educated.
Well, don't worry. I know. You know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying. So the level of education of an individual, if you can apply it correctly, look, statistically today, go and check the percentage of Americans that go to college from high school. Majority of them know that, look, it is at high school they are stopping. Maybe in the future they want to go to college, the one we call university in Nigeria or higher institution. The majority of them stop at high school. Some don't even get to high school, they stop at middle school. but at least majority, more than 50% more than 60% get to high school. So for me, it is a level of education. And secondly, it is not only formal education, that is education. Look, the most brilliant people of yore were not even educated in the Western education. We have some people that were vast in Arabic studies. It's funny that sometimes we look at people that are vast in Arabic as illiterate.
No, that's formal education. Hold on, that's formal education now. Arabic studies is formal education.
Western. I said Western. I did not say formal. I said Western. We see people that are not in West, that do not Western type of education as not being literate in coach. So apprenticeship is a form of education. It is just that to package it, there is a need for the former, the one you are now talking, the former kind of education that makes you to be able to blend with people from different diverse backgrounds and the rest. But whatever you do, education, whether it is formal, it is informal, it is Western, or it is what do you call the other one? It makes a world of difference. Education matters, and that's where I want to end it. Education is not like you can be smart without being educated. I don't agree with that. There are smart people, exceptional cases, but education will make
you don't agree that you can be smart without being educated. That's an unbelievable thing to say, but yeah, thank you, Bishop.
Can I come in real quick?
Let me say something.
Bishop, I don't think you are getting what Bishop is saying. Bishop is saying that
makes sense. Can I just say something?
Let Joel come in, and then Joel, then Mike.
Yeah. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel Nashville, a one-man show. Like, share, subscribe. Look, the issue of education. I get where you're coming from. But I tend to agree with Bishop. Education makes a whole lot of difference. If Ekene, let me just talk to Ekene because I think he will relate to this thing I'm trying to say right now.
No, sorry, you carry on, but I think where Ekene is that education rationalizes you out of making a brave leap of faith. I'm
coming to that. I'm coming to that one, man. I'm coming to that. I'll just make it brief. The difference is this, one man. If you're uneducated, and you're smart, right? It takes you to a higher ground. But most times, right? These people tend to work till they die. In essence, they are in a subsistence kind of business. Those days we used to have, I don't know if any of you remember the Ekene Delichuku, most of these
the young shall grow.
The young shall grow and all that. What happened? They died with the business. The moment they died. The business died. So what education would have taught people like that was that you could have gone stock exchange, you could have gone LLC.
Warren Buffett is in his 80s, he's still working.
You say what?
Warren Buffett is in his 80s, he's still working.
No. You see, that's what I'm telling you. I said, like, in some cases, some of these guys now decide, they decide to go stock exchange, right? You at one man, see, everything you learn in life is like you meet them at the basic level, be it education, be it in the non-formal sector. If you are there and you are educated, fine. What do you do after your education? If you are not educated and you are learning a trade, what do you do after that trade? So at whether you are for education or not, we always have this basic, we always have this basic or the foundation where everybody, starts from. And the people that now makes headway are the people that actually now think out of the box. It does not matter if you're educated or not.
Does an education facilitate for that, thinking outside of the box?
See, See, it does, right?
It
But
does.
what
It doesn't.
this
It
is what it
doesn't. Is the thing now because you
it, it does.
rationalize risk.
But
Yeah.
education on
One man.
is a
It
So
helps you
one man.
rationalize better.
Say
No,
one man. Say one man.
it helps you rationalize risk out. And maybe a more Buccaneer approach, it enables that leap of faith.
One man. The issue is this, right? Some of us get this education, and what happens afterward? That's you should pay attention. What happens afterwards? Some of us continue to work and work and work and work. When you do that, then you become a slave. If you eke out some money from what you're doing and say, okay, let me go open up a business, then you have now taken it to the next level. So whatever thing, even in education or even in one man, look, let me tell you, I get where Ekene is coming from too. I take you to all this Onisha Navy, and I tell you how much these boys are controlling. The principle of money making, savings, and expenditure is the same. Make more, expend less. It's just the same. It's just as simple. Whatever theory you're going to learn in school, whatever thing you're going to learn, it still comes down to this little thing. Your expenses must not be above your income. It's just that simple. These guys you see in Onisha Navy, if I take you there one man, they have, they dwarf us that are educated. If we're talking in terms of success. But in terms of taking it to the next level, it's an individual thing. Yeah.
Joe, can I say this to you?
One more, can I comment real quick?
Sorry, can I let Mike come in?
Okay, Mike come in.
Yeah.
So basically, the key thing in everything is talent, and education is the tool to develop that talent. Now, talent without education, you only remain a local champion. That's it.
Exactly.
And also, education without in specific area without talent, you also be kind of like a local champion. That you won't go too far because you're not
It's
gifted in that
key.
area. But you're just educated. You just have knowledge. You just be a mediocre there. So the perfect equation is to have talent plus education. That's when you actually get the perfect formula to excel. So education, talent is the key, and then education is the tool to develop that talent. So the perfect example would be a footballer, a talented person. You discover that he's talented. That's why in Europe they have to put them through academy to educate them about the game. They use the education to develop them, and then they become the superstars.
Sorry, hold on, Mike. Somebody is woofing on top of you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not my area. It's someone else.
It's Joel as always. Carry on.
Yeah. So the perfect example would be a talented footballer, athlete. In Europe, when they discover their talent, they have to put them through academy. The academy process, the educational process. So they educate them, to, use the education to develop their talents, and then they push them into big teams. Without the education, they're just a mediocre. That's why African players, they never went through academy. We can see that they have the most skills in Europe, but they never win, they never really play to their potential because they never went through that educational process. So I know what Kenneth is saying. He's saying don't need education. He knows. You see people with talent, the talent, but they remain local champion. They never make it past Alaba area. Some of them, if they were educated, they would have turned their business to some big franchise. They would have taken it so far.
But a lot of those businesses are big franchises. But do you think you can teach entrepreneurship?
It's a gift, but you also need education to excel. You need education to excel. You have to have knowledge of. I mean, it's so much. I mean, there are rules. Business is beyond just your own gift. You have to know some things.
When you are talking about education, are you talking about formal education or training? Because the apprenticeship system is a form of education as well.
Oh, apprenticeship, yeah, that's a form of education, exactly. But your formal education now, you understand how to, put your business, to get it out there in the world and understand the world works. First, education to teach how the world works. You know, outside of you have to see things outside of the box, outside of what you know, and also how to apply critical thinking and other extra stuff, is to polish your 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 gift. You know, polish your entrepreneurial gift. That's what education is. It's a tool. It's a tool
Mike,
to
can I
expand
come in?
yourself.
Can I come in now? I want to balance my thoughts so that people will not misunderstand where I'm coming from. I want to balance it so that people will
Hold
not
on.
say that
Before you balance it off, take Prince Daddy's commentary and then
Okay.
close off that space. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Woman. I was going to say, Sully, was just Sully talking earlier about somebody that sells items at Alaba market that's uneducated, let's say, and one that's educated. Who's going to do better? The imagination is not restricted to the educated. Everyone has imagination, and perhaps that's the problem in Africa and many countries, that they don't have a high percentage of educated people formally, because they have imagination. They are creative, but they are not able to materialize their imagination in reality. So formal education is great. That's why it's no strange that among the Jewish people, they tend to be the most prosperous wherever they go because they're highly educated. They know how to do business. Okay, you can't say they know how to do business just like they do in Alaba. They are business people. They know about doing business, and also they are very educated. And that's why overall they are a complete package in whatever society they go to. You know, so education is a plus, no doubt. But because one is educated doesn't mean that they are necessarily smarter than someone that works in the labor market. Many people go to school; they just go through the process. They're not well endowed with education or the ways of life. They're not. So what you're talking about, it's it has to be looked at in different ways. But overall, I would agree that education gives you more skills, more tools in your toolbox to be able to experiment more, to do more with things. But again, it doesn't stop somebody that didn't go through the formal education not to be successful. So we have to distinguish between being successful and being educated. But education, good education, is a foundation in our society, in any prosperous society. Okay, but to you, one man, because Bill Gates did not graduate by finishing his, let's say, his capstone in agrarian art, doesn't mean he's not educated because he doesn't have the degree. That's not it.
Richard Branson is not educated as well.
What do you mean? He didn't go to college at all?
He spent 1 year.
What's the name of this man that owns Alibaba?
Oh no.
Man, those are exceptions. You can't.
They're not.
These are some of the richest men in the world.
But exceptions don't make the rule now. Do you know how many people tried and failed? Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands.
And you have few credits.
But that applies to both sides of the divide. But carry on, please.
If you go to school and have few credits, can you hear me?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, if you go to school and you have few credits to graduate and you didn't graduate to get your diploma, it doesn't mean you're not educated. Not at all. Some people are very focused, like Bill Gates. Now, Bill Gates we could have just put Bill Gates into a PhD program by the time he left college, because the man was way above. Just like sometimes in school, they put students like a grade or two higher than their peers because they have that brain power. They're more imaginative, they're more creative, they're just smarter overall. Bill Gates falls in that category. The man was very smart and brilliant in business and computer science and software development. It was not in the same category or same thinking faculty as many of his peers. So we can't say he's not educated because he doesn't have the degree from Harvard. Not at all. So, education, especially in today's world, it's quite interesting when we talk about education, because a lot of people are quite creative and smart, but they haven't gone through the formal process of what we call education. Thanks.
All right, brother.
Okay, one man, I want to, because this area, I think I need time to explain it very much, because this is a very big problem in our society. Unless if anybody don't want to see it, nobody is condemning education. For me, education is good, but the way we carry it in our society is one of our problem, because we tend to use it to cover a lot of things and forget the main point, that when you're educated, you need to use that educational background to solve a lot of problems. So someone can be educated and be arrogant. Someone, in fact, most people that I know that are educated, they are the most arrogant people I've seen in the world. Somebody can be educated and not have common knowledge. Somebody can be educated and still be a crook. And that's my point. So it hovers around, everything hovers around building habits, building good behavior, building characters doesn't require much of education qualification. So what we need in the society to build a good society is far more bigger than education. It's all about habit. It's all about character. And all these things, you don't need education to have it. And if you check the successful men that I'm telling you today, they only build character. They only build habits. The little education they have was just to spice their success. They use education to spice their success. But in terms of character, in terms of habits, in terms of focus, in terms of critical thinking, in terms of overcoming fear, in terms of overcoming pessimism, and being optimistic in life, those things doesn't require education. Before you can do anything in the society, both personal and in the public sector, you have to first of all be confident of yourself that you're going to survive.
All right.
Those things doesn't require education. So my point is this: education is good, but if I have the opportunity in our society today, I will tell you that Nigeria doesn't have the best education system. Our education system is built in such a way that we believe much in our certificate rather than believe in ourselves. If I have the opportunity, I will just destroy our education system and start it afresh. Because I am the kind of person that believe that I learn little in much. When you start to put much explanation in doing things, you must always find a reason why those things will not be done. So we need more critical thinkers. We need more people that have the courage to overcome a lot of challenges in our society, and that is where I stand in. Not that I condemn education. One man. Thank you.
May I contribute, please, one man?
All right. Yes, Baba, and then round up that space, Solomon, because we've been there long enough. But Baba.
Yeah, education will trounce illiteracy any day. Any day. In education, you have so many things that baked it up, so many ingredients. Whether manners, whether competence, whether we are talking about being pessimistic or being optimistic, you can learn all that. There are finished schools. There are specialized schools that teach you everything, but you have to have an education. Take, for instance, let me say yes, don't let me use an extreme word. For example, when a trader takes his money, where does he take it to? To the bank, run by an educated person. It is that person that will prepare his LC for him. It is that person that will do the bidding for his Forex for him. and so on and so forth. Bill Gates, for instance, what really build up his interest in education, in computer, is seeing the IBM machine at Harvard. It was there. And their mothers of those with whom he worked then had to even contribute to have just 1 hour time to access that computer. Zuckerberg was in the university, he dropped out. Without education, where will the world be? An educated person can make even 10 times what an uneducated person can make in 1 day, because he can put the money speculatively in a box, and by the end, the close of the business day, that money has tripled. And that is the way the world is directing itself now. So those who don't want to get an education, I don't know where they will be in the next 10 years, because everything will be based on education. Even like Mike said, even in football, you will be surprised the level of education they give them. Those African footballers, when they go there, it's like they go back to, they take them to the basics, because they know they don't know anything.
Baba, my problem is that we don't regard those things in our society. You only see those things in the West. If we, like, just as you said now, that is still my point. A bricklayer is educated. I know a lot of engineers, civil engineers today that didn't have any degree, but they're doing perfectly well. Why not create a sector in our society to build those talents instead of building universities, all that and all that? You go and acquire these degrees and all that and all that.
They are called
Yeah, I understand you, Emeka, because actually here in the US, for instance, everybody has a license. Whether you're a
that is my point.
artisan,
But you tend to give only qualification to the people that study economics and all that. Everything must have a degree in our society. Everything you learn.
It was like that in Nigeria.
One voice.
Yeah, it was like that in Nigeria. It just changed, I think, in this because they have what we call pitmans. Pitmans grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. All people who even call themselves engineer today, they all had pitman. Then even the bricklayer, the plumber, the mechanic, they all do exams. Where you are trained, you go and do pitman exam. And the pitman exam, I think you start from part 3. You have your certificate. Then you go further. It's like having an associate and a member associate and this in professional courses. But something, I don't even know where it changed. I don't know where that changed, but that's how we used to do it in those days. You don't just run up and then tell the man who brought his vehicle to your workshop for service and tell him, "Oh God, don't call me again. Anytime you want to service your car, just call me." It's not certificated. That's what the whole thing has turned into. And you see mechanic walking on the road looking for cars to break down, which has his tool. By the time you park or you're having overheating, it just turns up and says he's a mechanic. You don't even ask him, where's your license, where you trained? And it will end up damaging your car. So we have to go back to that basic, where everybody, plumber, hairdresser, artisan, bakers, everybody, cake makers, you display your certificate where you work so we can know the level of your competency. Nothing can trump education. No way. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
One man, can I put a...
Yeah, come in, Ajanle Koko. But after Ajanle Koko, then somebody must round it up. Ajanle Koko, yeah.
I think what the point Akane is making is that with all education that average Nigerian have, all education I mean, how do I say it? Most people educated in Nigeria, we value education that when you go to college, I'm talking about university, you come out with your certificate and with all that we have produced, all educated people we have produced, we have nothing to show for it in our society. We cannot build nothing with all the education. People that we regarded as educated people, that all the universities that we so much value, with the certificate, what do we have to show for it? That we are educated, like people in America, like people in Britain. Have we built anything in the areas of science, technology? What have we done for us as a country to show that, yes, we can compete with other parts of the world, that we really build in our country? Have we been able to build anything? Can we even build the road? Can we build skyscraper, 10-story building without a white man around? Can we build bridges? What have we done that we can show that, yes, with all education that we got, this is who we are as people? So I've been listening to him, trying to understand his position. And if we really want to look at it, if we want to be very, very sincere with ourselves, what can we present before the world to compete with other parts of the world? Technologically, scientifically, or any other thing that we want to say, that this is what we invented, this is what we have developed, this is what the world depend on us, that yes.
But actually, Coco, we're able to engage with the world for reasons of being educated.
No, I'm going to ask that question, that is it talking principally of Nigerian or generally, or Nigerian in Nigerian space? Because I know a lot of medical people in America here that is doing a lot of things, research and patented in the area of diabetes.
I'm not talking
and arthritis.
Baba, I'm not talking about individual Nigerians. I'm talking about the
country. Those guys he's talking, they tend to do well outside the nation because the society gives them the privilege. But they don't practice it here in Nigeria.
So what is it as a country, with all educated people that we have produced, what is it that we can present to the world to say, yes, this is who we are as people. This is what we are producing. This is
because we are not investing in our talent. That's what it is.
That is it. So we failed with all the education. That is what Ekene is talking about, that we value certificate, we read, we get certificate this, we get this certificate that. What is the purpose? What do we get that certificate? Is it not to build the society, the country? With all the certificate, it has amounted to nothing. We have nothing to present to the world. That
so
yes.
Should we abandon?
No, I think we are just being miseducated.
I'm not saying
because
that,
if I must say something, look at even footballers who are retired. Some people fritter their money away by doing some factory things. But if you look at our left full back in those days, the Chelsea, what's the title he held in Chelsea? He made even more money as in that position. I think managing director. He made more money. I've forgotten his name now. He used to play fullback for a left fullback for Nigeria. He made a lot of money. Who?
Is this Celestine Mabayano?
No. I used to call him Salamo in those days. He was any Chelsea fan here. Chelsea fan will know him. He just left. I think he's in Saudi Arabia now as managing director of this thing. What I'm trying to say here is that education, I think, is about an individual in your area of interest. People like our captain, what's his name, who married a Belgian?
Sunday Olise.
Olise has his masters. Same thing for
Baba,
Dodo
don't
Mayana,
get
the
me wrong.
goalkeeper.
Baba,
You
don't get
understand?
me. Nigeria,
Hello?
Baba, don't get me wrong. Nigerians are very educated people. But Nigeria, as a country, has not been able to use those
Yeah, Mike Eminal or somebody
Because
told
we're
you
a
now.
third
They say
world
Mike
country
Eminal.
now.
to develop that country.
We have no facilities. We're a
No,
third world country.
All right.
Don't say we don't have. What do you mean by when would we have the facility?
But that's based on government. It has nothing to
That is
do with
what we are
education.
talking. That is what Ekene is trying to tell you guys.
We have been miseducated. That's it.
Aja, thank you.
Guys,
Just
We've not been
explain.
able to use those
No.
certificates that we claim that we have. We have not been able to turn it to something valuable for the country to compete with other parts of the world.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Only 1 to 2% of people that are educated or in any society will actually contribute to that society. Okay, being educated doesn't mean you are creative or you are innovative. Not at all. Most people go to school to become managers and workers. We are workers. Let's not kid ourselves. We are workers. Most of us are. Only a handful, a small percentage, okay, that have that skills and talent to make something of it. That's why we don't have that many Facebook or Google all around. Only a handful of people. Most people, well educated, they work there. They get paid salary. Let's not kid ourselves. So we can't be educated doesn't mean that we are creative as a society. No.
Well, I see somebody on the comment section said that I said that we don't need education. That's not what I said.
No, it is.
The other person that is not what I said. I don't know why people think this way.
He has never once said that. So I don't know why people keep saying that.
Yeah, I'm surprised. So he never said, but it's just critical of we value certificates so much, and we don't invest in areas of development of the country. We don't invest in our people to develop the country. That is what I think the point is making. But education with certificate, that is only what we are after. But what have we been able to do? Have we been able to use even our university well to be have we been able to use our university well to develop our country? Because every countries that are developed today, the foundation of their development come from their university. Research and other things are conducted within the university system where talent are discovered to build the country and build in the areas of science, technology, and other things. But we have failed.
No, any society that's well organized or just organized would be a successful society. Leadership and organization is what defines a society. You can go to school or you can have all the best teachers in the world.
Hold on. Did the education not teach you that?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Did the education not teach you that?
No, it's beyond education.
You are taught that in university.
Well, to be a manager.
You are taught everything in the university.
No, not in Nigeria. Well, not everything. No,
not everything. Not just Nigeria. Even the West. Let's not put just Nigeria. All around the world. No. Yes, they teach us organization, all this stuff, but that's not it. It's beyond the four walls of the classroom, which somehow I cannot agree with Ekene in that regard. It's beyond the classroom walls. What Ekene is talking about.
Prince Daddy, in Nigeria, do they even do community service? Which is a prerequisite for high school graduation?
Yeah, I doubt it, but I don't know.
I don't know. It doesn't happen.
Can I say, Babaja? Can I say something, please?
Go ahead.
The issue we have, it's just supporting what you said, Babaja. I was saying something here, like if you go to all those Onisha and Navy, you see all those boys. They have shorts. They put on short and t-shirt. They control 300-400 million naira. You see us now, the graduates, go to market them. That is the issue. The education system in Nigeria is tailored the way it is tailored in the West, just to build the next slave, to go into the slave camp. Now, for some of us who goes in there and work, right? Yes, you get your raise and all that. You go in there and you work. But the issue there is this: if you continue working without going there, breaking off to do something on your own, then it becomes you become part of the statistics. So
Joe,
whatever
if I can interject quickly.
whatever level we are in, the research centers are already there. There are people there. If you have something, there are people that can, come in and say, you know what, as an educated person, you bring maybe open up a company and say, you know what, if you have a business, we can take you from level 1 to level 2. We can help you do this. That's what education can do for you. But most times, the movers and the shakers of this world are those ones that broke off the formal education, and we have to be factual about it. That's the truth.
What
Our
I
high
want to
school,
say is that
education.
just 1
Our
minute.
high school
What
education.
Joel is giving an example.
Let me learn, please. Let me learn.
Okay.
From our primary to high school education should be enough to make you well grounded in even managing a business. But what we see in Nigeria are theory. So what most of these guys you see, I think it was was it Sanusi was talking the other time. They say they are not employable. We have people that are graduates that are not employable.
Well,
So what happens to the resources that we waste to train those people? So I think we need to rejig
No,
the
you
way
can't
our
put Joe, you
education
can't people
system
through
is
school and
and
teach them
give
theories and say
hold
that
on.
they're not employable when you didn't give them practical knowledge. Come on.
That is what I'm saying.
Forget
Can you
that.
listen now? Just calm down. Listen. It is not a back and forth thing. We are providing solution as well. We need to start rejigging our education system, especially the technical colleges. Let these people, by the time they are finishing from high school, they should be able to build a couch. They should be able to manufacture toothpick. And from there, there are people that are going to manufacture toothpick at a subsistence level. There are people that are going to take it to the next level. But let us have levels to all of this, and make every one of us be participant in the process of production. And that is the thing. We
Okay.
don't have that in Nigeria, and that's the problem. That's the education thing. The problem
Okay,
we
we
have.
got it, just
People
Joe.
go into a blue collar job. When you go in there, you get trapped. Most of us get trapped when you get into the blue collar job because you get a little bit comfortable. You can afford your car. When you go to your normal party, you spray. You take the title. Oh, you're a banker. You're a banker. You understand what I'm saying? We go for those titles, but the real sector where the money is, most of us are not found there. Thank you.
Can I just
one second? Say we had Remy on the show talking about a few weeks ago, whatever. That I think in Finland they are deliberate with education. I think from high school they send it to technical college, and they actually learn practical stuff on how to repair stuff and build stuff. So what Joe is talking about is the foundation of our educational system. Okay. And not necessarily has to do with the student themselves. We have a lot of smart people there, but it's all about the leadership and organization in our society. Just like I said earlier, okay. So it is the quality of education depends on the curriculum and the materials that are taught to people. That's just the bottom line here, you know. So there's value in education. There's no doubt. But what kind of education we're talking about? You said something about finishing high school, primary school, and high school, and being able to do this and that. That is great because in Japan, there's more emphasis on high school or K-12 education than university. University is more like a luxury. By the time they finish high school, they are well-rounded. But that's not the case in our society. It's not. So we have to determine what we want as a society. We have to be deliberate.
That's a point you Prince. You see, just like what Ajali Coco said. If we are educated, most educated, just carry certificate. without using it to solve our problem in our country. Then what's the need of spending that
And
money?
most of us
going
are
to school?
90%.
So,
If you ask me, 90%.
so, but
We just got that
my point, just like what I said, our educational system is very bad. It's in a very bad shape. We need to start to rethink, and that is why I support this candidate. What is Showore, because he made a very clear point in that aspect. Our educational system is not what it ought to be, because we have a lot of talent scattered everywhere that we need to rebuild through technical studies and all that. But we're not looking into that. All our local government needs to have technical schools.
All right, can we must move
Sign
on?
them.
We spent
Yeah, thank you, man.
All right, back to you, Solly. Only a couple of sentences, round it up, and then we go on to Uptown, who is celebrating his birthday today.
Happy birthday, Uptown. One man, it's not a couple of sentences, so people took my time. But, you know, let me just round it up quickly. Uneducated, they can control and work in an unstructured environment. So when you're talking about all those Alaba market, and yes, it can work out. But when you are talking about government positions where things have to be structured, that is what I was talking about, education. And I was actually just joking. I just wanted to show off that Yoruba were educated. I don't really believe that it is Yorubanization of Nigeria. For example, now, if I want to sell puff puff here, do you know how many permits I have to get? If I'm uneducated, I'll just give up. But if I go to Nigeria, I can just find one corner and start selling puff puff. That's the difference. You know, so Ekene, I disagree with you some of the things that you, in fact, a majority of the things that you said, but I just want to leave that aside. So,
one man, are you going to come to me at all? I mean, I call you.
No, I was going to come to you after Solly and Mike.
I called you because I wanted to have the floor on that, the Tinubu thing.
So I was actually joking when I was saying that yes, so we deserve it because we're educated. My point was actually that the way the media plays it out, Tinubu does not have antecedents of putting only Yoruba people in power and in high places. If you look at his Lagos government, there were Igbo people there, there were people of different tribes. So he can't just start all of a sudden start putting only Yoruba people in high positions. The thing is that the way the media plays it out, if there are 10 people, they will start with the Yoruba names. They will not mention the Igbo names that are there. They will not mention the Hausa names that are there because it gets them a lot of clicks, it gets them a lot of conversation going on. So that is why they want to, another reason why they want to regulate media, because it causes a lot of fights. And these Nigerian blogs, especially the ones on Instagram, they don't care. They want Nigerians to fight. So once there's news of them assigning people, they will only show the Yoruba name. They will not show the other names. Nigerian people will now start thinking, oh, is Yoruba regime, is Yoruba regime. If you look at it, if you actually take your time to check it, there is no place that is fully Yoruba in this government. Okay? So it's just propaganda. And
but sorry, they are the head. They are the head of those departments. I think
all right. Thank you, Solly. Solly, let me move on. Let me go on to Mike. I was going to come to you after Solly. But
let me have the floor, man.
Okay, have the floor. But it's Uptown is about to leave us, and it is birthday, so I was just going to let him go.
Yeah, he can go after me now. At least stick him after.
All right. Carry on. Let's have it. What interests you the most in the conversation?
Yeah. I want to talk about that. The Tinubu appointing. People saying it's appointing all Yoruba cabinet and things like that.
Yeah. So that's Falana. That's Falana who was speaking to the appointment of the new chairman of the EFCC, who again is a Yoruba man, and the chairman of the ICPC also a Yoruba man. And in the course of justifying the appointment of this Olukoyede, who not really qualified for that post, at least not wholesomely qualified for that post, he glibly glossed over the fact that the Yoruba person is in charge. A Yoruba person is in charge of the two anti-graft agencies, And he says that, yes, the constitution might frown at that, but he just glossed over it. But that lends again to this overabundance of Yorubas at important positions in the cabinet.
Okay, this is where I look at this whole thing. First of all, there's no question that the picture doesn't look pretty when you appoint just a bunch of people from one ethnic group. There's no question about that. You know, even when Atiku did it back then, I mean, till today, people still talk about it like, you know, that, you know, we still talk about it. But, however, the way I see it is, what's more important is, if Tinubu fails, this is going to be Yoruba people failing, to be honest, because the way this election went, it went very ethnic. It's going to be Yoruba people failing. That's one thing. And two, the way Nigeria is today, like, the level of way people are so corrupt, if you become a head of state and you want to perform, competence is important, but the most important thing will be trust. If you want things to get done, you want to perform, you will have to put people that you trust that will get there and get things done, or will loyal to you, that want you to succeed. That's one thing that will be the most important. If you want to perform, you have to make sure that who you're putting there is someone you trust, not only competent. Emefiele is competent. He's competent to be the central bank governor, but he was not loyal to Buhari. He didn't care. So he pretty much just destroyed the guy. I mean, he didn't care. He almost destroyed his government. So if you're saying, oh, there are competent people all over the country, all over the place, yeah, but you need more than that. I have to be able to trust you. If you start pointing people that you don't trust because they're from somewhere else and they are competent and things like that, and they sabotage you, hey, when you fail, if Tinubu fail, I'm telling you, man, is that thing they're haunting Yoruba people. People still haunt me. People still haunt us over some things that Obasanjo did. Even though it was clear that Yorubas didn't really vote for Obasanjo, people still, when Obasanjo was the president, I mean, people would just say, see your brother, see Yoruba, and then see them. That's what we were talking to me back then. Everything was doing wrong. Oh, Yoruba people, you know, that's where Nigeria is. When that head of state is not doing well, they will go after his ethnic group. Even though Obasanjo, all the people, most people we appoint were not Yoruba people in his cabinet, but they will say it was Yoruba that ruled. They will say Yoruba ruled the country, and they didn't do anything. So to me, I'd rather have that ugly picture now and later be able to say, look what my people did. They performed. Look what Yoruba people did. If that my only thing is, the only thing I'm focusing, open on is just him performing. That's all I care about. If he has to do nepotism 100% and get that performance done, get the electricity in place, get whatever it is where we can all say, look, when Yoruba man ruled, look what he did. And in fact, to me,
what about the sense of inclusion of all the other ethnic groupings?
That's what I'm saying. It's an ugly picture. If we have to look at it from that angle, that I mean, you know, you have to, why not mix it up and things like that. But hey, if you have to at the end of the day, maybe if you put people from other ethnic groups, you put them there, it doesn't mean they will not start doing for their people.
What about the sense that it will feel like a conquest sort of a governance?
First of all, we are doing democracy now. Woman, this is what I think. I think this is even good. If you ask me from now on, I think people that come from Pattern region, it's your time. Since Nigeria want to do our turn, my region's turn, regional this thing. Hey, when it's the turn of any region, let everyone in the cabinet in that region, let our man make that region rule the country. So that way we can have regional competition. We cannot be saying, okay, Yoruba rule, see what they did. Okay, it's your turn, Hausa, show us that you can perform better than Yoruba. Oh, it's your turn, Igbo. So to me, I think since we want to be doing is the turn of this region, it's turn of that region. When that region enter, just do your thing. So that way we can't blame somebody else. Like, for example, we can't blame, okay, Mayfeli did something. Now I want to say, okay, Fulani rule, he messed up. If Fulani person can say, nah, it wasn't no a Delta man that sabotaged my Fulani brother. You know that kind of stuff. They will say Mayfeli was one that sabotaged. No, if you want to do it, do it. I mean, I know it's an ugly picture. There's no question about that. But what I'm saying is, this administration is saying already the way the election went, it went very ethnic. And even and people are going to say the Yorubas are ruling now. What did they do? Because at the end, that's what people will say. So whether he appoints 100% non-Yorubas or 100% Yorubas, they will still say when Yorubas rule, what did he do? He's a, you understand? They will say when Yorubas rule, when Obasanjo rule, people still say Yorubas ruled. Even though Obasanjo's government was not a Yoruba government, it was not really a Yoruba government. They say, oh, the Yorubas ruled. Look at it, So that's where I see it. Like I said, it's an ugly picture, but my main focus is performance. The
My
fact
brother,
that
can
I
I
have
say
to
something,
support him,
please?
I want him to perform. I just care about him performing. And I will plead to Tinubu, please focus on performing. Nothing else matters. Nothing else. No, what have they not say about you already? If you have to make sure people you pick are people you trust in every position. If the only people you know in this world that you trust are all Yorubas, put them all there. Because it would take like people that you trust to get it done. Because once you start appointing people you don't know.
Put percentages on that. What percentage would you say it could have before it tips over the edge?
You mean like there's no over the hedge, man. I don't care. Bro, as long as you follow the constitution.
You're happy with the 100% Yoruba government?
No, as long as the constitution requires, I must appoint one minister from every state. So as long as you meet that, no. To me, I don't think so. At this point, the way that election went, the way it went so ethnic, I don't even care. There's nothing you want to tell me about ethnic. Dude, you already went ethnic, man. We all took sides, We all took sides. So at this point, it doesn't even matter. There's nothing you want to tell me about. Oh, you're already saying it, which you saw that Yoruba people not received throughout this campaign.
My
It
brother,
became very tribal now, so let's go and do it tribal all the way then. If we have to be tribal to perform, then let's make it tribal to perform. Performance is what we want to do. Since there's nothing to be ashamed of anymore. We already done it.
Do you think Tinubu will be right to concentrate development on his own region?
No. That would be terrible, man. that would be terrible. You can't concentrate development on your region. You have to perform all around.
I wanted to see how far you were going.
No. You have to perform all around. That's now. If you start doing that, now I can see now you cross the line, because that's just not good. You are governing a whole country. Performance means how you perform. You are governing everyone. You are not governing your people. You understand? And in fact, I'm not saying if he has to pick them, he should pick them. Now, if he start picking incompetent Yorubas or people that just picking them not because he trusts them or they can perform, then I'll say that's foolish. That's just stupid. I'll be really forced to be against it. The only reason I'm saying I don't have a problem with it is because I just want him to perform. And I believe the only way he can perform is if he start appointing people that he trusts very well. Because it's hard to trust, it's hard to find a Nigerian you trust. You and I can know. You can never trust a strange Nigerian. You can only trust a Nigerian you know very well. Like I said, this guy, I know him very well. I know when he can steal. I know when he can lie. I know. So those are the only people. If you become president, you can say you want to abuse. Because if you start saying, "Oh, I want to mix it up," now let me go and look for somebody from this place. I don't know anybody from there, but somebody send somebody to me, and you start sending people to you. You don't know the person. You don't know when that person will lie, when that person will steal. You have, way of understanding the person, and the person sabotage your government. And at the end, whatever that person does, it's you that will follow. They will say, "Look, what did he do in that area? See, he destroyed the economy in that this thing, or he destroyed. He didn't do anything. You see the fake. So they will talk about you anyway."
Okay, let me get
from
something, please.
Yeah, come in, Joel. Yeah.
I don't know who is making these. I don't know who is making these appointments. Obasanjo government was not seen as a Yoruba government. Obasanjo's government was very, very inclusive. You might talk about the positions or the ministerial positions that people heard.
But that's what I said. I said it was inclusive, man.
Yeah, it was very, very inclusive. But no,
yeah, that's what I said. But I'm saying the fact that it was the Yoruba man, people were saying it was the Yoruba that ruled the country. That's what I'm saying.
No. So, but that is that, right? But no, I tend to agree with you to an extent. If these are the people that he trusts, that he feels like they're going to deliver, and it doesn't look good. let him go ahead with them. Now, if he is going to go ahead with them, then they watch what is going to be performance. And that performance will cut across all regions. If that does not happen, then it does not look good. Because if you're going to have a situation like this where you say, okay, if you get the presidency, people from your region should, occupy those places, then you have to make rotational presidency a must. You have to rotate it then. It cannot be just maybe the far north and maybe the southwest, or no, it has to be now pure rotational. So whenever it comes to your own region, then you can now put your own people. But the way Tinubu is going right now is not looking good. But I would now relax and wait and see how the performance goes, and that will now make us, have a debate on this, and an elaborate debate on this, whether it was a good one or it was a bad policy. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Back to you, Mike.
As far as the look, on one sense, it doesn't look pretty. On the other side, it looks very pretty because one, we know. I mean, when it comes to competence, I mean, the Southwest, no. I mean, when you talk about quality, I mean, people. I mean, region Southwest. I mean, we know. Like we can definitely, we are people known for performance. I mean, if we talk about the 6 geopolitical zones, the most best performing zone is the Southwest. I mean, historically, I mean, is it the first republic? The first republic. I mean, we saw it with the regional time. The Southwest was performing the best. So when people see that it's making a Southwestern thing, everybody's like, wow, are we about to see performance? That's the first thing that comes to my mind before nepotism. The first thing that came to my mind when I noticed that is appointing a bunch of Yorubas. I'm like, it looks like this guy really wants to perform because we know when it comes to that Southwest thing, especially when we start putting the very good, and Tinubu is known for one thing. He's known to always pick the right. He's known for that. He always pick people that are even more competent than him in positions. They're even more, we saw the way he did in Lagos. So that the first thing I thought about was, okay, he wants to perform. But then when I started looking at the picture again, like, how would the rest of the country see it? But then I'm like, okay, these same people, they will still, whether he did it or not, they will still insult him or go after him anyway. So, hey, if that's what he has to do to perform, that's good. So the look is not ugly in terms of what we'll anticipate that will come out of what he's doing. But the what's not so pretty about it is the fact that it's just the ethnic part of it. But as far as saying, this looks ugly because he's putting this region of people that are not, the region that's not known to be competent. It's kind of like, I mean, we were riding home when people were thinking, why you bring a bunch of Northerners now? Some people, I mean, felt funny because we all know that. I mean, when you talk about competence, I mean, we know that. I mean, that region is not where the most competent people reside. So when he's doing it, it may feel kind of funny to people. Why? The question why, like, why are you doing this? Is it because of competency or what? But if Tinubu is doing it, you can look at it like, Southwest, they are known for performance. But hey, Tinubu time, I didn't really care much because I saw that Tinubu Buhari time, I didn't really care too much because I saw the infrastructure project going on in Southwest. I'm like, hey, I'm okay. Hey, if you want to do nepotism, that's fine. But
excuse me, my brother. Excuse me, because we need to fact check you here. I mean, you made some claim here that was, I think that I need to, hit that. You said that the Yorubas are known for performance. How so?
The region.
In what areas? Where have we seen performance?
The Southwest has been the best performing region throughout Nigerian history.
How?
The fact is there now. I mean, what was the best performing region in the first
my brother, take away Lagos out of Southwest.
Yeah, first of all, when in the First Republic, Lagos also even part of the Southwest.
That's what I'm saying. Take away Southwest out of the because I know before the war. The Southeast was one of the fastest growing economies in the world. But I don't want. It's not a question of the Southwest, but because of what you're saying, like that.
The Southwest was still ahead. Southwest has been ahead from the beginning of Nigeria till today.
I mean, maybe the numbers does not corroborate that. It doesn't support that. But you said the Southwest are good in terms of performance. Apart from Lagos,
are they
which
bad in
other
terms of
states?
performance?
Hold on now. Let me ask you a question. Which other
Mike,
state in
let
the
me help you.
Southwest? Which
Mike,
other state in the Southwest? Is it Oyo? Is it Ogun State? Is it Ondo? Where? I mean, because sometimes you talk about Southwest.
Mike, let me. Can I
About,
answer him?
Go ahead.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Contribution of the Southwest to the GDP of Nigeria is around 45%. And if you take Lagos out of it, Lagos is carrying maybe like 22% or 25%, if I'm not wrong. So you will still see the rest of the other states with 20%. So if you want to compare that with the East contribute just only maybe 1% or 1.5% to the GDP of Nigeria. So that's the difference. Is that clear?
No, it's not clear.
Hold on. I'm not sure I'm not sure that statistic is not skewed in some way, because if you're looking at it as a region, then I'm not sure. I'm not going to query that statistic, but I don't know it to be a fact. But if you're looking at it as a people, then it reads differently. So a lot of Southeastern businesses are based outside of the Southeast. So how can you even assess how much they contribute to the Nigerian
even if you say even less than 1%.
When it comes to economic performance,
hold on. And I know that Abia and Imo State are oil producing areas. So I want to know, how is it less than 1%? How does Southeast contribute less than 1% to the GDP? I think that data should be looked at. But I mean,
are you saying your oil from there is something? Are you saying they're all producing states, so they're contributing? Is that what you're saying?
No,
do you know
I'm
that Lagos and Ondo produce more oil, like 3 times more oil than?
Some people does not produce at all. So that's my point.
No, I'm saying Lagos and Ondo produce 3 times more oil than this Southeast. Now, both of them, we can't compare them with the South.
Hello.
So if you want to look at it critically on the basis of contribution and benefit, you want to look at it on the basis of contribution and benefit. Southeast contribute less, they benefit more.
Exactly.
No, you can't say that, Angelico.
If you want to know that
I totally disagree.
To Southeast by Nigerian state, they contribute less than what they get from Nigerian state. Whereas, hold on. Now listen. If you want to look at the Southwest contribution to the GDP, what we get in return is less than what we contributed.
Exactly, than what we contribute.
Oh my goodness.
So just go and check your record.
If you look at let me say this. If you look at even what the oil production that we produce from Southwest alone, right, and the allocation that comes to the Southwest, what we produce, our oil production is even, the revenue is higher than what comes into the Southwest. I'm just talking about oil production. Talk less of the internally generated revenue from the Southwest and not go to the center. That's even way.
Mike, the second
don't look it up.
Mike, the second region that follows Southwest is South.
South.
Because of the oil, you know.
And it's only because of the oil, yeah.
Yes. So
Angelico, my point is still this. I still make that same point. If you're talking about the contribution of people of the Southeast, right? The Southeast contributes very, very, very significantly to the Nigeria economy. Very, very. You understand what I'm saying? Some of those taxes you're even talking about that you're getting in the Southwest, majority of some of them were paid by the Southeasterners too. That live among you. So your economy, no, get me.
You see when you talk like that, When you talk like this, then
You're talking. No, you're talking
listen,
about. You're talking about
Hold on. Oh, everybody,
hold on.
hold on. Everybody, hold on. Hold on. Everybody, hold on. I've got data sent in. It says how 3 regions account for 71% of the Nigerian economy. So Lagos State accounts for 34%. The South, where the oil is, 23%. The Southwest 14%. The Northwest 11%. North Central 7%. Southeast 7%, and Northeast 4%.
Okay, so one man going. Leave the graph there. Leave the graph there. So, if you look at the difference between the Northeast, Northwest, even the Southwest, it's just about 7%. Now, when you add Lagos, that's why I'm saying like Lagos. When you take away Lagos, at this percentage, what are we even doing? We're not doing much. You can see that we are not firing. Apart from Lagos that is doing good, every one of us, we are below 20%.
And really, you can discount Lagos as a southwest state because it's a melting pot. So really,
even without Lagos, we're still doing twice more than the Southeast.
Right? But I think it's to Southwest, right? I still give Lagos to Southwest. However, you see, Lagos is not a true reflection of who we are. That was why I was asking the question. If you go to Oyo, you go to Ondo, you go to all these other states. In fact, if you look at Ogun State, it is the investment, the overflow of investment in Lagos State that is even building Ogun State this time around. So if you take all of that, you say
Ogun State has the most, manufacturing in Nigeria.
Yes, but because most of them, my auntie had a factory in Ogun State, right? Emzo. So I know what I'm talking about, right? It was in Lagos State. So most people moved, like even the churches too. Most people that attend those churches are from Lagos. On those what they call it, those head office, those are their camps. Yes,
all the big factories in Nigeria are in Ogun State now.
Ogun State. You understand what I'm saying? But we all know that the owners are in Lagos State. So the issue I'm trying to put out here is that if you look at other states, they're not doing so well. If you look at the Southeast, so it's not a question of like we are doing much. We are not doing much as a country. Look at what we are producing. Look at our contribution. How can we succeed on this? So it is a question. It's not a question of who is bigger than. I think we should all have everything about the country Nigeria, because this is nonsense. It's not working.
Well, we can still agree that the Southwest is the most performing region. Yeah. So performance.
You can't really say that based on this data, though. Because if you think of the proximity of the Southwest to Lagos as well, it gives it. If you actually want to look at who is doing well, you probably want to say the Northwest.
Yes, at 11%, right? I mean, without the oil.
Without any advantage that they can leverage on.
They can leverage on.
Hold on, one man. Hold on.
Can I interject, please? One man.
Let me say this. You interject. Look, one man. If you take out Kano, out of the Northwest, we are talking about that. If you take out Kano, just as we are talking about Lagos, take out Kano, then you will see the actual result. If we want to look at it state by state,
but Kano is wholly northern now. It's more or less.
No, you are talking about Northwest, right?
No, but
Kaduna is doing fine. Kaduna is doing fine.
No, Kano is about 80%. Kano is about 80% northerners. So but Lagos, I can't think it's more than 45% Yorubas.
No. That is not what we are not basing upon that. We
are basing upon. Isn't no leadership that's making things. Come on.
We are not basing it on the residents. We are not basing it. We are talking about.
We are talking about what galvanized the economy.
No. You can't go there.
No,
it's never done.
Ajale Koko, one man is right. One man is right.
No, it's never done like that. They don't look at who is contributing. It's the performance of the state they look at.
It's the performance of the state now.
The performance, they don't look at, oh, who is contributing this, who is contributing that. They look at the different factors.
What advantage leverage that performance is the thing?
Exactly.
What do you say?
I said, what advantage leverage that performance?
Good governance, I mean, better governance now. When Awolowo was doing it, when Awolowo was performing, from the beginning, we've always been performing. And you say it was because people migrate from somewhere. South has always been a performing region. Even during the British colonialists, before they came, the Yoruba has always been the shining coast of the West Africa.
The fact that Lagos was the capital city for 3-4 decades, that didn't impact on its economy.
It did, no doubt about that. But when we talk about contribution of other states, yes, they do. No doubt about that. But the main money that Lagos State is using and leveraging upon by confidently borrowing money for development comes from the big industry. BUA, for instance, Coca-Cola, Dangote Industries, Guinness, Nigerian breweries.
There it is.
Glue. Do I go on? Those are the big sticks.
So, Baba, to get a truer reflection of the performance of the regions, you have to discount Lagos and then look at the statistics from south downwards. Actually,
I agree with you. No doubt about that.
You cannot take out Lagos out of Southwest. It's still part of Southwest.
Why don't you say you're taking the Anambra out of Southeast? I mean, what is this, man?
It's just
if you take Anambra out of down Southeast,
you know why I agree with one man? I'm looking at the two Lagos ports, Apapa and Tinkan. You understand? Things that comes in there, you pay your duty, import duty or export duty to the federal government. But there are small taxes like VAT that goes from the port straight into the Lagos purse. And that is the whole nation contributing to Lagos.
All right. So what you are saying is he wasn't God. God bless us. So it's not.
Well,
that's another thing entirely.
If God is blessing us, so what? Huh?
All right. Look at this data, Mike and others. Look at this. This gives you a clearer picture, a more detailed breakdown. List of Nigerian states by GDP. So again, of course, predictably Lagos and Rivers State for the oil, Akwa Ibom oil as well. But the best performing non-resource based state in Nigeria is Imo State.
Imo is performing better than Anambra. Whoever put this one up, I don't know.
That's the data now.
Maybe one. That's the Radio Biafran data right there.
No, Imo have oil. Imo have oil. Imo have oil.
Okay,
that is correct.
All the states in the east, apart from Enugu, have gas and oil. I think only Enugu doesn't have. They are rich in gas.
And the size of their state going is very small, so you really can, go with this GDP. I mean, look at the size is so small, so you can't go by GDP.
And one man,
which year data is that? One man.
You can take away oil.
2021.
We can take away
oil. You can take away oil from Imo State data.
Have we lost you, Joel?
Look for the recent statistics.
One month.
This 2022.
The statistics.
Yeah.
One man. Can I quickly add something?
They have oil too.
Okay.
Let us hear from this.
Well, I mean, we are number one. I don't know why it's convenient or how it's convenient that let's remove Lagos from the southwest. I mean, Lagos State is contributing. We are looking at the contribution, but we are not looking at the burden, the weight that Lagos State is carrying from all other states of the federation. We are only seeing the contribution. We are not looking at the liabilities. A lot of people come with so much liabilities. Southwest is lucky because the crowd of people that gave Southwest an edge was the introduction of free education in 1955. That makes a lot of difference. And also in 1979. The crop of people that were that benefited from the free education of Awolowo in 1979, apart from the 1955, are the people that are actually the captains of industry. They are the ones that are manning the real sector now. At least that gives them, not just give now, that gives them an edge to some extent. Unfortunately, the kind of rivalry that would have put other regions on that same pedestal, on the foothold, was destroyed, because that was a healthy rivalry that was happening in that time. So, can we do better? Absolutely. Unfortunately, that period was destroyed. So, if we're now measuring performance now, it's a combination of several things that you just start today or yesterday. Give people some options today to come and cite their industry in a number of places. Out of 10, maybe 4 people will prefer to cite their business in Lagos or Ogun State. And there are several factors that will contribute to that. Look, if you want to build some factory in some place in Nigeria today, you will know what you will go through. Just that you just put a shovel for that ground, that you want to build an industry or put up a factory, you will know what you will go through from all manner of things. They call it ease of business now.
But
so
Bishop, can you factor in that Shifawolowo cut the education period to primary 6, but in other regions, particularly in the East, they were using the federal system, which is 8 years. So they stayed 2 more years in school than the Westerners. Factor that in, please.
No, I mean, I'm not. What I'm saying is that whatever Awolowo did a lot for education in the Southwest, both to have the courage to introduce free education in 1955 gave the Southwest an edge. It is not because Lagos was the capital. Then to now double it up with free education in 1979, those 2 things gave the Southwest an edge in the education area, which eventually reflected. Unfortunately, it was truncated. It was stopped. So the fact that Awolowo brought, I mean, I don't want to go that late. If you want to talk of how many firsts in Nigeria, I don't think there's any region that can compete with the Southwest. Is it from the first?
One man, please, can I correct? Sorry, can I correct something you said? That is a misinformation. Actually, from the data available, Lagos and Ogun are at the bottom of the 36 states on ease of doing business. That's 2022 figures.
Yeah, we did that yesterday.
Yeah, so you cannot.
The northern states are at the top.
Yes, so you cannot see that's the reason why people are citing their industry there. It's really very simple. The proximities to the seaports, like the earlier person alluded, and several other things. That's the ease of doing business. So that's what I wanted to correct.
I don't know what. Go back. I have not read that report, but go and read the report of the ease of doing business so that we can have a conversation on it.
We read it yesterday.
I've read it personally. One man said they have read it too on the platform.
No, I heard what you read yesterday. That does not give us the full picture, but I cannot discuss it because ease of doing business is just, to some places maybe somebody will say, oh, you are not going to pay tax. So somebody has treated it.
No, they gave us the parameters for the assessment, and it was a government agency that published it.
That's what I'm saying. I have not. I mean, I had it yesterday. I was part of the conversation yesterday, but I couldn't contribute because I did not know the parameters that were used. So some parameters might not be in priority.
We read it out yesterday, the parameters. They used 6 parameters.
You are still not getting me. I'm saying the parameters.
My brother, do you stay in Lagos State? Do you stay in Lagos State?
Backtrack or what you said and move on.
Do you stay in Lagos State? My brother, I'm asking you. Do you stay in Lagos State?
Is it me you're asking?
I'm asking you. Yeah. Do you stay in Lagos State?
Okay. Yeah.
No, one man. There's a reason why I asked the question. Do you stay in Lagos State?
I answered you. I said yes.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I thought you wanted to say something. That's why you asked me.
No, because I know that I stay in Lagos State too, and the ease of doing business in Lagos State is neither here nor there. You know what I'm talking
there is
about.
no ease.
You know
There's
about
no
the
ease.
double taxation.
There's no
Well,
ease.
any highly populated environments, I mean, the
I
ease
don't
of
I
doing business
don't
is never going
the
to be.
ease of doing business in Lagos
It
State.
is hostile
I
too.
don't the ease of
It's quadruple taxes, not just double.
Like
I know.
and people that are taxing you are people like you don't know who you are paying to. Like apart from the one you're paying to the government to, have you tried to build a house in Lagos State? Please let me let's
I think we need to cut down the Lagos population concept. I don't know why people are still working from their villages or just, I mean, just walking straight to
No,
Lagos every day.
but seriously speaking, it's the ports in Lagos that actually has given the Southwest all
No,
the
no,
edge.
Baba, do
Because
you know
even
that every.
hold on, Aja,
Okay,
please.
yeah.
Because even before Nigeria was formed, people from the Southwest still found their way to England through vessels that called at Lagos port. Then there was even no Nigeria. That's how Nigeria, the Southwest, has succeeded in people going to Cambridge in 18 something to study medicine, to study law. So that port actually is a factor. No doubt, nobody can discount that.
Do you
Because
know
even
that?
before the Lagos port, the Marina car park where all of us park today is part of Lagos port. There was a port inside Lagos municipality itself before
Baba,
Apapa
you're
port.
right. You're right, Baba. You're right.
Do you know that?
Yeah,
Do you know
you're
that
right.
every state that borders the Atlantic Ocean in Nigeria has seaport except Ondo? Every one of them, even to the point. I mean, Port Harcourt, Calabar. I mean, they all have seaport except Ondo. So when people say, "Oh, because you have seaport," no, it's just the people. It's just that Yoruba line. It's just what it is. We know why people come there. We know why people want to come there. Everybody want to come there. We know.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
It's just the culture, the
Baba, let me tell you
people.
this.
I mean, why people come there to invest, to do everything. It's the Yoruba people. That's the main reason.
Let me say this, Baba. Baba, let me tell you this, right? If you look around Nigeria, if you go to all those areas that has water, Onisha, if you go to Onisha, they are well read. If you go to Uguta, they are well read. If you go to Okrika, they are well read. That is why they answer the white man's name, because most of they had the first contact with the white folks.
Europeans, yeah.
They're the Europeans. So that of Lagos is a blessing in disguise because
that can't be true. A lot of slaves in America bear white people's names. They're not well educated.
You say
again?
A lot of black people bear the names of their slave masters, and they were slaves. They were not educated. So having the white man or the colonial's last name doesn't make you educated.
No. See, and please, Daddy, the fact remains. Even if I'm telling you by if being factual, if you go to Onisha, Zik of Africa is from Onisha, right? If you go to Onisha, if you go to all those places, Uguta, I don't know if you've been to Uguta, if you go to Uguta, you think if in fact I was telling my dad those
European.
Days I was telling my dad that those days that you can make a Miami out of Uguta if you have been to Uguta before. The people
they have the biggest lake.
Yeah, they have the Uguta Lake. Yeah, so you go there and you see the way they even build their houses, how planned it is. It's like you think you're in Europe. That is Uguta. So most of those people had contact with the white folks first, and most of them were more educated than most of us.
When people say, I mean, people were not civilized until white people came. The Benin Kingdom and Yorubas, that our area, we've always been civilized and urban people, even before white people came. We had civilization.
I'm talking about some of us that got formal education then. I mean,
yeah, I'm talking about Western education, Westernization. But we're talking about organized, urban, and structural societies. We already like that.
And what's her name? Fela's mom, I believe, was in the UK, right? She came back from the UK. Most of those guys that did stuff in Nigeria came back from abroad.
Yes,
Let's
she
be
was the first
realistic.
woman to drive a car.
First woman to drive a car, but I know she was. I don't think she did everything in. I mean, she rose up to her status in Nigeria. She got some education, I think, in the UK. Then she now came back. And I mean, if you remember Nigerians of those days, if you see those people that came back from abroad, and you see those ones that were raised here in Nigeria, they were almost at par, because our education system here was in Nigeria. I mean, considerably today, looking at what's happening in the United States, it's still higher than what we have in the United States. But those days, our education system was much top notch than what we have today. So I mean, it's debatable, where we are as a society today, if we can do better.
No, because just thinking that pre-Nigeria, how did they find their way to England? It's just by the sea. Because there was no even aircrafts.
There was no aircraft. You're right.
It's the sea.
You're right.
The sea is the key.
Yeah. Even here in the United States, why is New York? Look at everywhere that has ocean. San Diego, California, all those places in California, New York, and New Jersey. Those and Boston. Those are the areas, because the people came in ships, and immediately they came in ships. Those were the towns that they had there. Then by the time you start going to the hinterland, no. Most people, the town they built, the business they built, were just off the shores.
Yeah, so, sorry, let me answer Ola. This granite and cotton, they bring them by train to Lagos to be shipped to Europe. So Lagos still was a factor during that era economically. Yes, the granite pyramid and the cotton really helped. But don't forget, the Nigerian Railway has to transport all those things to the Lagos port to be exported. Thank you. Sorry about that. Carry on.
All right, back to you, Mike.
Yeah. So, so Tinubu, I mean, he needs to focus on performance. That's what he needs to focus on, because however I perform his presidency, that would really determines how his legacy will be, will be seen. That will really shape his legacy, So that's he has nothing else to focus on but performance, And like I said, whatever it takes, if it takes, making it all people from your place, hey, do that. Let people cry. As long as at the end of the day they can laugh later and they can cry now, like sit there, yeah, Yoruba people, yeah, whatever. Like I said, never talk about before. When you perform, we can all look and say, yeah, we did this, yeah, it was all Yoruba. So it's even better, because somebody cannot come back and say, if it wasn't that my brother, I was there, they wouldn't have done it.
Mike,
yeah,
how are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. One man, how are you? Good evening, everyone. Yeah, Mike, can you work with somebody you don't know? Why do
especially not in Nigeria. Yeah.
Yes. Why do I ask that about Tinubu? I am not happy with the Yorubanization of Nigeria, but if you don't know people, how will you work with them? That's my question to you. Thank you.
You saw what Emefiele did now to Buhari. The guy almost collapsed. Some people are wicked. Me, I won't even go near some places to go and pick people from there. Some people are saying he's marginalizing them. I won't even go near that area. The way people from that region talk about him on the internet. I was watching Dr. Damages, and one guy was like, he wants Tinubu to just buy. That kind of hatred coming from that kind of place, and you want me to go there and be looking for somebody to come and work in my government? What if I end up picking somebody like that? Someone that wish me to buy. Now, put him in my cabinet.
Mike,
you destroy everything now.
Mike, can I interject?
Yeah.
Okay, Mike, you see, when you say Emefiele was like ruined Buhari's government, or whatever you said about Emefiele and Buhari.
I say he almost ruined his government.
I don't understand. I don't know if you understand the power of the presidency. Because one, anything Emefiele did, anything he has done he did in that government, Buhari actually knew about it or Buhari directed him to do it. If, like, for example, CBN does not want
that's not
CBN,
correct.
Buhari directed him to go and destroy.
That's not correct. That's not correct. Hold on. No. That's not correct. Central Bank is a separate entity that
It's
controls.
independent.
It's an independent body. That's why they
on
have
paper,
the
on
governor.
paper, Angelico,
Hold
on
on,
paper,
hold
on
on,
paper.
hold
It's
on,
independent
hold
on
on.
paper.
Hold on now. When it comes to monetary policy, federal government doesn't have any input. It's driven by central bank, and that's why you have the governor, just like a governor of state of
Of a
the
state, yeah.
state of the federation, and that they have their deputies that control that bank, that system. So it is when it comes to change of currency that the president must approve. Change of
Angelico,
currency, change of note, redesigning, something like that. Then the president, not on how to manage the economy, to manage the monetary system. No, they don't.
Angelico, I want to ask you.
And the fact that the president is not even an expert in that area.
Angelico,
Emefiele is the expert. So the president have to go, hey, hold on. Emefiele is the expert in that area. So the president really have to go by his advice. He has to advise the president on what he wants to do and show the president so he can easily manipulate. So
my brother,
if you go and put somebody you don't trust, you can't tell me that. Wait, hold on, bros.
Mike, I
You
don't
can't
agree
tell me
with
that
what you're saying.
Tinubu. You can't tell me that. Give me. Let me. Can you cool down? Cool down. Let me land my statement before you come in now. You can't tell me that Buhari will know that this guy is about to do that crazy thing. And we all know why he did it. He stole. I mean, we all know the crime. The evil he did. So you can't tell me Buhari will know exactly that this is what he's about to do and this is why he's doing it, and he will allow him. So Buhari put him there. He's not someone he trusted. So I wonder if Buhari can take a step back. One hand, he will make sure he would have got rid of the guy and put someone he trusted because he someone bet someone else because now he trusted the advice the guy was giving him. Telling him because Buhari is not an expert in when it comes to monetary finance and things like that. So he put someone he didn't trust. The guy just trying to destroy him. So are you telling me to? Advising Tinubu to do the same thing and bring somebody from especially a region where they hate him because he wants to please. He wants to say, "Oh, I don't want to look like they don't say I'm only using my people." Now, rather have him use. In fact, if it's not the constitution that say he must pick somebody from each state,
Nigeria has
I would have
institutions.
told him not to pick all those 5 people he pick from that area. I would have told him not to pick themselves. Don't even go near that area at all.
Okay, Mike, I want to ask you a
There's 6
question.
regions in Nigeria.
I want to ask you a question, Mike. Mike, you're saying something about Emefiole and Buhari. I want to ask you now, if the CBN wants to make a policy, if they make a policy about the federation or about the monetary policy, do they relay the policies to the executive so that the executive can endorse the policy? Or why does a president have all these special advisors? There should be special advisors on monetary policies too, so that when Emefiele cannot single-handedly on his own changing policies and doing things rascally like
No,
that.
the question you should be asking yourself is, what was the reason why he did what he did? You saw the audio tape that came out now. The guy was trying to cover up something. He's trying to cover up something. People didn't know about what he was trying to cover up. So he's the one in charge of that place. So he's the one that knows the in and out. So even advisors, they may miss things. If you listen, corruption happens in Nigeria every day, right? So the president cannot really see everything. You understand? You can't notice so people can escape, with corruption. So don't come here and say you want to blame the president for his corrupt act.
Excuse me, Mike. That is why.
So if that's the way, we have to blame the president for every corruption that happened in every agency in Nigeria. Then, so listen, the man was a bros. That's not even the main argument. That's not the point I'm making here. What I'm saying is, Tinubu not to make the same mistake. He needs to make sure he puts somebody I really trust there because you can't micromanage people. You have to, when you appoint people, they're gonna be the one doing the work. So if they're gonna be corrupt, you're not gonna easily detect it. It's not that easy to detect. You can't be right there. You can't micromanage them. So you have to leave them to work to perform. Now, if you go and take that risk of putting people that you're not sure about, then you are risking the chance of your presidency being sabotaged. And
Excuse me,
at the end of the day, they will say, see, Yoruba people rule them, they don't rule well.
Hold on. Let Mike line because I want to go on to Uptown.
Yeah, they will say, see the Yoruba people say, Agbado people, they rule Nigeria, so they don't do well. Even though it was their people that came to sabotage the government too, they won't say that. So I'd rather have Tinubu not even appoint anybody from that other area, where they are doing and they are especially with any obedient populated place. Don't bring anybody from there to come out. Don't even trust anybody from there. Don't bring it even I don't just make it people you trust. Focus on that because at the end it's not performance. Thank you, Mama. Yeah.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Always excellently delivered by Mike, of course. I mean, ever since he's been here, he's never held any punches. It's going on. It's 2 and a bit years. We've been at this thing for quite a while now. Up next are Uptown, and then after Uptown, I'll go to Prince Daddy because somebody sent in a clip that they want Prince Daddy to react to. But first, the birthday boy, Uptown, 18 at last. Can you believe it? Uptown turns 18 today. What does it feel like to be an adult?
One mom up, I mean,
well, happy birthday.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. I appreciate. I thank God for life. I thank God for the last 1 year was a brutal one. I mean, it was a lecture.
Uptown, my fellow readers, happy birthday to you.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much.
I wish you long life and more good health.
Amen.
Yeah,
happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday.
Thank you all my brothers. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I appreciate. So one more. What am I speaking to? Or maybe I should.
Well, we have a rich mix of stuff. You can speak to anything, but Atiku's much vaunted affidavit, which he claims he used to change his name. That affidavit was signed on a Saturday when the courts don't open. So it looks as though he has forged an affidavit to try and legalize a forged school cert. So we were looking at that. We were also looking at Senator Elisha Abo, the sex shop senator, who is now a senator no more because the appeal court has kicked him out. He is blaming Akpabio for that. Tinubu goes are borrowing, even though he told us the administration would not be borrowing. $1.5 billion zero interest loan secured from the World Bank. So we're speaking to that as well. And then we went to the United States to speak about the emasculation of Will Smith. JADA Pinkett Smith, all her Will Smith revelations. So she's now published a book to completely chop off the testicular of this guy, if he ever had any testicles in the first place. So we were speaking to that as well. And we were also speaking to the prospects of Mustafa, Hamza al-Mustafa, the CSO to Abacha, getting a senior security post within the Nigerian state. Tinubu reflecting on appointing him as the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corporation lead person. So we're looking at that. And we were also looking at this. Nigeria's inflation hits 26.72% as food prices rise. And we're speculating as to where the respite is for the average Nigerian person. But a lot of the conversation gravitated around Will Smith and JADA and how the guy has been completely emasculated.
Okay, one more. I'm just gonna pick a few and talk on them because some other ones I don't have so much interest in them. Starting with Will. Will is my guy. He has always been my guy. I've never been a fan of his wife. I lost all of them completely some years back. The family was too weird. They were too.
You know, it's always stunned me how he transitioned from sitcom to a movie star. You don't often see that transition. Often instances, all these are on the tube. Stars, they stay on the tube. They don't go on the big screen. But he made that transition and he went to the top.
Will is an extraordinarily
I don't like him though as an actor because I feel he's too one dimension. I feel he's too one dimensional.
There's some bit of truth to that, but he's really very talented. He's very talented. But that is him and his career. For the family he has put together, good. But I have a lot of reservations about the family. I feel they are way too unorthodox. Well, they probably chose what works best for them. There's a couple of conspiracy theories I won't want to delve into. So I'll rather just leave them. I've never been a fan of the wife anyway. So I mean, this topic is about her, and she's just, well, man, just let these guys. But newsflash, they're not going to divorce. That's just what I can probably say for certain. They won't divorce.
All right.
Let me just speak to a couple of things that you guys were talking about the past hour. Or maybe we'll probably just pick up from where my brother stopped, where he was talking about. I think he was talking about the nepotism here. Yeah. God forbid the day I will defend and I'll use Igbo because I am Igbo. An Igbo man appointing something that looks like all Igbos in all strategic position. And my line of arguments is Igbos are the most competent tribe in Nigeria. God will not allow that day to come. And it goes with every other tribe.
What about the trust argument? Because I think what Mike was pushing was that just by virtue of being Tinubu, his closest associates and his most trusted lieutenants are almost likely to be from his stock. So if he's going to place his administration, the success of it, in the hands of anyone, he has to place it in the hands of people he trusts, and the abundance of them are people of his type.
Yeah, one man. He argued on two grounds. One was the one I found the most ridiculous, the one where he says Yorubas are the most competent people in Nigeria. So that justifies putting all Yorubas. So, and that was the one I spoke to earlier. The second one, you can argue on that, which is the trust issue. While I was rooting for Buhari 2015 and 2016, I rooted for him for 2 years before I found out that there was no destination. I used that line. I used that logic to defend his nepotism.
After there is no argument on that.
On what?
That trust issue.
No. Let me land so you see what I'm doing. Yeah. So it is not a viable argument, and I also want to even use myself as an example. That's why I brought in myself and Buhari in 2015. It wasn't a viable argument, but I'm saying that it is a league way better than the first very ridiculous one that shouldn't even be uttered in a public platform, saying a particular tribe is the most competent tribe in Nigeria, and then if you want competence, then you should fill the entire government with the tribe. That's really very unfortunate. But the second one is the one I can speak to. Because you can make the argument for somebody, and the only person that can make this argument is somebody that really wants to defend the indefensible. The argument of trust. When I listened to Obasanjo in one of his interviews, when he was speaking to his appointments, and he was speaking to the fact that he never met most of his appointees before he became president. And most of them, he sourced them both from within the country, outside the country, and both using mercenaries that he trusts their abilities to select people that can do the job. People that are barely interested in even playing Nigeria's politics of tribes or religion or whatever it is. People that are core professionals and people that are tested and trusted. He never met Soludo before he made Soludo his advisor before proceeding to becoming the central bank governor. A lot of people that came into the administration, his star players, like he called them, most of them, he never met them. So they came from a different tribes, yeah? So somebody saying that what you need is trust. You could argue, you could tell me about the brigade commander of your guard of brigade in Aso Rock. You could tell me trust there. You could tell me about the chief of staff, the guy at the gates of the presidential office. We could pass for that. You could tell me about people just within the office. But heading establishments and heading agencies that demand the best hands, and also leading a country that demands the optics. You may not even be working to unite the country, but at least let the optics look like you are even trying to. It may not be in your mind. Maybe you really want to divide the country. You really don't want this country to be united. That's your personal, that's in your heart. At least let the optics look like it, because believing in a government, trusting and building trust in people is not necessarily about what they truly have in their hearts, but what they show to you to make them trust you, get your trust. Yeah, and that's what is really important. Now, for me, the trust issue is dead on arrival, because apparently, even when I used it some years back,
No, I would like to interject on that.
Told myself eventually that was dead on arrival, because the argument I made for Buhari in 2015, I had all the flowery words talking about him. I mean, I knew a lot about Buhari because I asked a lot of questions, the kind of personality he had, and he didn't have a lot of friends because a lot of people. He doesn't trust people easily. He has a trust issue. I was the first person that said Buhari had PTSD on a public platform, and years later, Aisha, Buhari's wife, confirmed that he had PTSD. He clearly had PTSD, and so he had a lot of trust issues.
So you remotely diagnosed him, did you? What's this guy?
No, I asked a lot of questions from competent people that were there back then in the military with him, that I had access to. Because I always ask a lot of questions. I behave like an undercover journalist most of the times when I have the opportunity to. But that was one of the reasons why I supported him heading to the elections in 2015 against the choice of the PDP to retain Goodluck Jonathan. Even though I thought he was doing well with economy, but I thought he failed with the corruption part, which is where Buhari came in. And then, so, well, that's story for another day. So I felt as a man that had PTSD, he needed, the trust factor was a big deal for him, for someone that didn't have a lot of friends, even in the military, even his days at the military government. So you would expect that finding trust outside. He's not an Obasanjo. An Obasanjo is far leagues away from him in terms of exposure, in terms of human management. Buhari doesn't have those, and I recognize that even as a supporter. So I created a loophole. I was like, you know what? This guy, I know this guy is going to probably be nepotistic because he has a lot of trust issue, and apparently he did that. But that is not a reason to be nepotistic, because at the end of the day, we saw where he ended his government. All the people he trusted, literally, he appointed every single person that has been a Buhari person from the day Buhari was born. Those are people that came to his government. How did he end? How did the issue and the argument of nepotism is allowed because of trust? We clearly experimented it with Buhari, and it failed fantastically. And anybody that will come and say Hausas or Fulanis do not have educated people there are a lot of educated people there across the globe. You find them. Go to Europe, you find them. US, you find them. They might
you know, somebody was just saying, I caught a comment in the comment section that if you go to Oxford and places like that,
Exactly.
you
Oxford.
probably see more Northerners
yes.
than because
my cousin is in Oxford, so I can say that categorically. A lot of them, really very brilliant young chaps. You can't. I mean, if you see them, you want to become a Northerner. Like you go the hungry, you make you convert to Islam. Be a nonna. I mean, they are so smooth. They are so visionary.
Sorry, Uptown. I asked that question on this platform once before, that if you were not of your ethnic stock, which ethnic stock would you like to be in Nigeria? And everybody said Fulani.
I think I'll be Hausa. But at the end of that, I think that
You see, no Igbo man wanted to be a Yoruba man, and no Yoruba man wanted to be an Igbo man. Everybody wanted to be a Northerner.
There is something, one man that unless
I'm an exception.
Yeah, there's something.
Okay. So sorry, one moment. Answer that question then. If you were not of your ethnic stock, but you were a Nigerian, which ethnic stock would you like to be, Baba?
Igbo, of course.
Igbo? Really?
Sure. Yeah.
Are you sure, Baba? I'm not convinced, Baba.
Please do. What I mean, I don't like this idea. It came from the military era, where if you don't speak Hausa language or you don't have Hausa friends, you cannot get on in Nigeria's corporate corridor. Every bank letterhead, in fact, your letterhead has to bear one northern name to be promotable. I never liked that. And I don't believe in that. So I didn't bother to even learn how to speak Hausa language. Because some people consciously learn how to speak Hausa language. Never. I will not do that.
I would like to interject, Uptown. Hello?
Uptown, the first person that asked for interjection.
I mean, you guys can, one man, you can moderate that.
Yeah, no, is that your discretion, Uptown?
Yeah, sure. Maybe,
yes.
Yeah.
Because Uptown fired shots at me first.
Uptown, my argument in that issue of trust is this.
Okay.
A lot of our presidents and all that, those issue of trust, how do you define it? Is it trust in corruption or trust in delivering good governance? Because for me, the way I see it is, when you put people that you know that cannot prosecute you or cannot come to you boldly and tell you, Mr. President, what you have done is very wrong. Is that what you mean by trust? Is that what they mean by trust?
Okay,
Mr. President, this thing just like what is happening in the registration now, that the Senate President has been accused of signing a lot of things that nobody can question him. The president supported him so much; he trusted him, so therefore nobody can question him in that aspect. So whatever he does there is okay with the president. Is that the trust we're talking about?
All right. All right. So you have your interjection, and then we get quickly back to Uptown.
I have two interjections. Let me just start with the trust interjection first. First of all, when I came here, I broadly remember you always complaining about the nepotism with Buhari. So this sanctimonious brand new era that you are talking about, that you thought it had PTSD, is very brand new to me. I was the one that spoke about his military regime and how he was removed, and that's the reason why he was doing his nepotism. I was the first person to talk about that. When I came here, almost everybody, especially you Uptown, was bashing the nepotism. So this PTSD something is very brand new, and I don't know where it came from. Then secondly, you fired direct shots at me when I was talking about Yoruba people are the most competent. I said I was just trying to flaunt our education, and I was just joking. but you found a way to just make it direct short and intentionally did not listen to that part of what I said. So you have not changed. That's just what I'll say. You have not changed. You selectively listen.
No, you don't have to attack me personally. No,
No, you found direct
listen
shot
to
and you continue to repeat it. You are doing selective listening.
You see now why I pulled back the interjection. So now you will now go on a 20-minute back and forth on that. But back to you.
I've said what I want to say.
All right, back to your turn.
One man. Today is my birthday, so you should be rest assured that I cannot drag anything as I would do on a normal day. I will just speak exactly to the issue he raised. Ekene raised a issue of the trust issue. Ekene, yeah. We're actually saying the same thing. With the argument I made about trust issue in those beginning days of Buhari, like I always say, is because it's a tailor-made argument to the personality of Buhari. And I try to.
Opta? What happened?
Oh man, let me come here. You see this uptown there? I've seen him on obvious platform. I was saying that he goes at the money clinic of Nigeria. That is Igbo money that used to build Lagos. That they are the best tribe. Now he's coming here today doing hypocrisy. Like, oh, somebody is saying they can't believe that somebody. See, some of these people, you gotta be careful with them, man. They will come here trying to be preaching one thing, but somewhere else they are doing something. They are doing worse too.
No, we get that a lot. We get it with people like Pansat as well, who will come here and do nice guy and then go everywhere else and slag us off. But we can only really account for what goes on here. But let me go down to Prince Daddy, who has been waiting for a good while. Prince, you're up next. Prince, are you there? Prince?
Hello, woman. Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, good to have you. You get to go through the talking points, but somebody sent this in. They especially wanted you to see it and then react to it. I have not seen it myself, so we'll be watching it together.
All right.
Oh.
The computer I'm investing in is called SCMP, which takes the egg of a young, perfect woman specimen, takes the egg and takes out the nucleus and puts our DNA in the nucleus. They just go in and take it out. Egg fluoride? Huh? Yeah, a little bit. And this is part of this genetic breakers that we don't see in any other race on the planet. These curvy, sexy black women from Africa. You girls have a kind of a monopoly on this genetic perfection, and we want some of that. So, girls, for $100, we will pay you for your egg.
I pay you. $100?
So how much do you want for it? Let's bid. I bid $500 for you. Whatever I bid, he's going to outbid me. That's about $60,000 of eggs. Yeah. If you have abortion, that's very valuable. Umbilical cord, and placenta, in your period blood is so rich with stem cells. When we regard it as waste, then it actually should be. It should be captured as recycled, and it should go to waste. It's life for somebody else. It's life for mankind.
So I'm not sure how much of that you could make out, Prince, but the roughly is. It's a billionaire called Peter Nagard, who offers money to black women for their DNA, stem cells, eggs, and embryos. So somebody sent that in, and they especially wanted you to comment on that.
Nah, wow.
Yeah, quite interesting. Okay, hello everyone again. Like, share, and subscribe. So subscribe and love the One Man Show. What to make about that? So the billionaire is just like isolating black women, or in this case, and trying to cajole them to do something. I guess no one is really asking the critical question: what is it for? Just to get the eggs and do well with it. let's not forget, I think in the 50s or 60s, there was a black woman that was pretty much, um, she was taken against a will, I would say. And the medical institution or the government of the United States did a series of tests on her. The lady's name was Henrietta Lacks. You can Google it. They found in her mutation of a DNA or part of her cells to be like greatly, can we say, unique or very. They couldn't explain it, but a genes or a DNA was so unique in its composition, in everything they found about her, and it was a black woman. They did a lot of experiment on her, and you could have, I guess we can call her, or she was a guinea pig of some sort back then. So, and this is not the first time. I guess the world is becoming maybe a little bit more civilized, but the experimentation or medical experimentation on black people or people of dark pigmentation around the world is nothing new. They do it all. I mean, why do you think Bill Gates is so interested in Africa? Is it because he loves black people that much? I don't think so. There's so many things going on black people. Experimentation.
It's a form of harvesting. Well, it is actually harvesting. She's offering for their DNA stem cell, their eggs and their embryos. She's asking them to get pregnant, get rid of it, so that I can harvest.
One man,
Yeah.
Priest Daddy, you remember the war against abortion and the liberal and the Democrat, and you remember when we were talking about what the hospitals were doing with the stem cells, of those aborted kids.
Yeah.
One man, you see, right over here, right, around the white areas, you see fertility areas, fertility facilities, and around the black areas you see abortion areas, abortion facilities, as it were. So it tells you, when they talk about abortion, and there's a reason for all of that. It has been speculated. There's certain ingredients that they get from these, especially the placentas and all that, or even from the kid, from the kid in the embryo, and these things happens, and they use it to get like younger, and so this thing is going to continue happening. This guy, my problem is that he's a white dude, and he's doing this, and we ask ourselves, why is the senator still in jail in the UK? That is like you're soliciting, but it is what it is. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, there are other ulterior motive for what they're doing. Do you think? Listen, they could offer the ladies $100,000 or more, but they have an agenda. What they need those their eggs or DNA for? The DNA for? They know what they're doing. How can they then go after maybe Asian or white women? So there's this, if you can say, potency of a black woman or man's DNA or genes that we ourselves have not discovered. We don't know the value.
Yes. Thank you very much. I was just about to say exactly that to you. That is there something within us that we don't even know that we have, that they know, but they are keeping it away. Is there some, do you get what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I get what you mean. Just like I said, we don't know the value. We don't know, because trust me, they know. These people, they spend billions of dollars on experiments, and when it comes to medical, what Joe was talking about, these abortion clinics, they are raw materials for this cosmetic industry and also the medical industry in general. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry whereby they harness all these vital parts of this baby, be it from the placentas,
placentas,
the placentas, and not just the placentas, the other parts also. There are medical terms or names for that I don't know, but every part of it, that baby embryo growth to certain stage, and that's why in this abortion industry, there's always a push for abortion at certain stage or weeks into the abortion, because there they can harness the best part of the baby. It's an industry, and it's you can say it's a dark industry somewhat, because what we see on the outside, it's really veiled on the inside, to those people, like this couple of people, cajoling this black women to do what he's trying to get them to do. They know what they're doing, and they see, we have to be careful. The sinister part of it, these people, who knows, they can get us women pregnant, have them, somewhat, get to a certain stage in their pregnancy, and evacuate this baby from the womb, and go grow the babies elsewhere, and start doing some crazy things with these children. I'm telling you, these people are warped in their mind.
There's a lot going on in this world that I don't think we even know a good, maybe 40% of what's going on around us.
We don't know to 5%. We don't know 5%.
I believe you.
We just plod on. You go to your supermarket, pick up your baguette, and then you trot on, and then go and drink your drink, and then you come and talk nonsense online. You don't know
one man. Look, I mean, I'm talking from the African part. Let's look at it this way. You don't even know how you made the clothes you're wearing, down to the road you're driving, even the food that you bought. You didn't even know how the processing came to be. So what do we know? What do we know? What companies do we have? What research centers do we have?
We don't know, and that's why we are a city without walls, just like it says in the Bible, and that's the most dangerous thing. Anything goes. We black people, black leaders, we have a mentality of a raw material mentality in everything that we do. These people, do you think they're stupid in the Western world? And even the Asians that come into it, that is the Chinese specifically, they're spending billions of dollars, in R&D, and doing all kinds of experiments, dominating the world.
But it's not only the Europeans that are harvesting us. The Chinese are now in Africa harvesting us as well. And I'm not talking raw materials. I'm talking about our composition as beings.
We too we are doing it back home, aren't we? I mean, I heard all the time about this factory babies.
Sorry, what do you mean by composition as beings?
Yeah, well, they are harvesting these people's placenta, they are harvesting their embryo, they are harvesting their DNA. Did you not see the clip? They are harvesting
one man. Do you know that those people they're harvesting the black penis as well.
Human sacrifice in Nigeria. This is what they do.
What's that?
No. I'm telling you that they caught these Chinese guys with this Chinese guy. I don't know. I think, if not in Nigeria, one of the African countries, he was harvesting black penises. That was what they caught him with, because they believe that in China, if you eat it, that is you're gonna. It's a lot of things that happen. Like, it's a lot of belief. Yeah, and you have to look at the cultural angle, to most of these Chinese, if they eat the penis of a pig or something, it's something else. So they come
do you remember this guy, Mohammed Al Fayed, the guy that used to it was the father of Dodi Al Fayed, the one that used to date Princess Diana. Diana, do you remember the Diana story?
Dead.
Who?
Al Fayed is dead.
Yeah, yes. So he used to own Harrods, which is one of the most prestigious.
Yes.
There was this thing that he had like a black man's penis in some jar with what's it called, that liquid that they used to hold it, that he was looking to transplant it to himself.
Oh yeah, and one man, it happens.
I'm not sure if that's an urban myth, though, but it's circulated around the UK for a long time.
One man, you know that even like we have a lot of people that travels, right? Some of our people that travels to like Indonesia, Most of them are on one kidneys. They've sold their other kidneys. It is real. You know, they sell them, probably give them like 60, 70,000, you know, and probably if they have a business they want to go into, people are doing stuff and they are harvesting the black man like we are just like guinea pig.
The black man is really raw material in this world that we're living in.
Exactly. Even if you look at Africa itself and how raw, you know, everything about Africa is raw. The fruits, everything, you know. So the composition of Africa, you know, yeah. So I don't know, but it's real.
One man, do you know of this guy called Alex Jones? He used to say all these things.
No, Alex Jones is a nutcase now. Well, let's not go that
one man, this guy has been correct.
When has he ever been correct? That guy is a lunatic.
All these things you're talking about, he used to talk
Bohemian
about
Grove and all of that. Is he not the Bohemian Grove guy?
The guy said Sandy Hook didn't happen. The shooting is on one school like that.
No,
so the parents of the children took him. They sued him for 1 billion. They sued for 1 billion.
He got that thing.
We have one of them in the UK. It's called David Icke. He told us that the royal family, they are reptilian shapeshifters, you know. So
one man, he gets
we
a
have a lot of
things
lunatics.
He gets a lot of things wrong, but he gets a lot of things right too.
Just like Malcolm X.
This thing that you're talking about, he was talking about it in American hospitals, and it came out and it was true.
One man, please. I would like to leave, please. Let me just say hi to Solly. Solly, how you doing?
I'm fine. I was asking when you are coming to Holland again.
I know.
Did you pay for the Igbo the last time? Did you pay for the Igbo the last time?
I don't remember.
You see? If you pay for the Igbo the last time, then they will let you come back.
I'm sure people want meet again. People want meet again.
Look at that.
No, it was a fun time. It was a fun time.
Yeah, I promised I was going to be back. I think that's what he's referring to.
Yeah.
So I'm working on it.
But you only had a stopover, then it wasn't like you went.
But
it was a long stopover.
It was a long stop. It was about 9 hours.
Did he take you to that red light space where you look at women in windows?
No. We didn't do all of that. But I mean, we went to some places and it was fun.
Yeah, I think most of the places were closed. I think it was a weekend. I can't even really remember.
Yeah, it was at the weekend.
Places were closed.
It was closed, yeah, and it was early in the morning.
Yeah,
it was early in the morning. So, well, I mean, so nice hearing from you. Okay, man, one man, take care, man. You guys have fun.
All right. Thank you, Joel. Next time I'll move it around quicker so we get to hear the fullness of it.
No, I enjoyed it.
All right, back to you, Prince.
Did you hear what is happening in Belgium?
Let Prince take the floor back. Prince, back to you.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. I guess on that topic. But again, but what these people are doing to us, you know, we ourselves do to ourselves. I mean, and we've been doing it for a very long time. Human harvesting, you know, child baby factory, people parts for juju and all those things. We do all those things, but again, we don't take it to the high level. You know, when it comes to like real experimentation and doing some other medical work, you know, to benefit our community or society, we don't do that. But you know, again, we have this raw material society in Africa in our thinking, now doing everything that we do is so raw material like. You know, we have our leaders, you know, they take billions of dollars and go and buy properties in France, Paris, and all these places. We don't value ourselves. So why is it so surprising that, you know, a couple of white people talking to young black ladies to harvest their DNA? Who cares? I mean, who cares? What are we doing? Nothing.
Do you think the black man protects the black woman enough or at all?
The black man, well, you got to put it in what context or cultural context you're talking about. They always talk about that here in America, no, the black man.
Culturally, like that, using this scenario as a test case.
Well, that's a thing of the past. The black woman is so emancipated right now, it's impossible. They actually have a upper hand and more say in a lot of things that happens in the black home or in the black society in general. If you haven't paid attention, I'm not sure about UK, well, man,
In
but the
Africa,
black. Let's talk
in
about America.
Africa,
In America, I'm talking about.
I don't think
And,
woman was asking you specifically America. You're saying, and you say black. I mean, I don't think, I don't think
well,
what you're asking me is saying
well,
America.
that's what I was trying to get at, saying what cultural context. But even in Africa, it's getting there. It's getting there. The
It's
women
not
are
gonna
so
get there.
the women are so empowered in so many ways, and the man, it's a global phenomenon if you want to think about it, because the boys are lacking behind, and the women are moving up and progressing in education and in corporate world, in science and technology. So the women are moving up, and that is a shift going on in our society, and
But
the boys are.
I that shit. I mean, women. I mean, moving up. I mean, in terms of education, finance, and things. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. That's always been the case in Yoruba land. Like before, Yoruba women have always been very, in our culture, the women have always been entrepreneurs. I mean, they run the market, so therefore, that thing has always been in Yoruba land, where the women are very independent.
But Mike, sorry, Roman, go ahead.
No, you go first.
I was going to say, but Mike, it doesn't extend to leadership position. Yes, we have strong women. I read about them, heard about them in our history. But when it comes to the societal, cultural organization, the men take prominent role, and things that defer to the men. Even the women are strong, they defer to the men. But things are changing. You must agree on that.
I don't think you know the West African Yoruba culture and even Igbo culture. Do you know that they have leadership position? They have many women leadership position. Literally, in fact, the position of power is equally shared between men and women. We have the you know that the what do you call the Yaloja. Those are the most powerful people in society. Next to even in the Ogboni, the head of the Ogboni is typically usually a woman. Ajibola.
Well,
I don't think you understand.
Prince, where I was pointing the question is in that clip right there, those guys were speaking confidently without any fear of consequences. So if the women were Chinese, if they were Arabs or white or any other racial inflection, there will be an element of a fear of consequences there. But there is no fear of consequences to speak to a black woman in that manner.
I see what you're saying, but things are actually shifting. Actually, I'm not sure when this video came out or the story behind this video. Usually today in today's society, the black woman is a thing, quote unquote. So if this video gets out there, trust me, if you go on Twitter and this other platform, they're going to talk about it. It's going to be blown out of proportion. But if the case was that an Asian woman, a white woman, or any other woman for that matter, nobody's going to talk about it. Things are changing. So I'm not sure about this video. How long it's been there, or what has been the popular culture talk about this video. I don't know, but yeah, if they're not doing anything illegal, I would say, I guess that is fine. If they're not,
But woman, to your question, that is a black man protecting black woman. If the EU and the Chinese are the one funding the African Union, so which black man is going to to lead? Because the most powerful body of black leadership in this world is supposed to be the African Union. And if the African Union is organization is a umbrella organization under the EU and the Chinese, so who's going to speak up to any issue of a black woman anywhere in the world being, so I mean, those are where we should address. Those are the areas we have to address. So which body of black organization, black men leadership can speak up in this global this thing? The only area in life where we still have black leadership is in the tribal area. In tribal village where we have the king still being the voice. But in political area, I mean, we've lost it, man. What we have as far as in terms of global politics is just a bunch of white men in black skin leading the black race. That's what we have going on.
Are you saying are you saying that the black women are protecting the black men instead? Is that what you're saying?
No,
He's
what I'm
saying
saying is
there is no protection, is what he's saying.
Well,
there is no protection.
I agree with him, but
There's no black protection in general. The only thing protecting us is our gods, our deities. They are the only thing. They are the force between us and complete annihilation of us. That's what I think. That's what I believe. Because the Europeans, from day one, when they everywhere they went, when they want to people they don't like, they usually wipe them out with disease or some form of genocide. Somehow, and even those people they wiped out, those people were people that even put in force. Like I'm talking about put a fight. But the blacks just happen to be a people where Europeans can't figure a way to wipe. I mean, they've the kind of disease they used to use to wipe out the Native Americans, the Aborigines, all those people. The disease they later created are even
well,
20, 100 times more deadlier, and the black man still remains. And you can't say it's because of the white black man's
well, the
stand
Spanish,
up or
the,
defend that kept him alive. We have to say something supernatural, which some of us we understand. We know people like me. I know what's keeping us alive. It's really not our effort. It's just
No,
our gods are the ones keeping us
Mike,
alive.
no,
because
Mike.
by
That's
weaponry, Mike, it's I know it's there, but keep in mind the bubonic plague in Europe wiped out white people. The Spanish flu back 100 years ago wiped out white people also, and
Exactly.
Native Americans. So
And they use smallpox, and that's what I'm saying. The kind of disease that's wiped out other populations. The Europeans are actually trying to weaponize those same diseases and even went to the lab to create diseases that 20 times more, 100 times worse, and still couldn't succeed. You can't compare the smallpox and the Spanish flu to Ebola that they dump in Africa or AIDS that they dump in Africa. All those things, and Africans are still standing. In the 80s, they were projecting like about 2020, Africa will be less than 1% population.
So
That
are you
HIV
saying,
AIDS was going to wipe us out.
Mike? I say Ebola is a bioweapon from the white man. Is that what you're saying? Or
I didn't say that though. Now you didn't talk from my mouth.
There's that conspiracy theory. Do you remember during C19 that Bill Gates came out to say that Africa would not be able to survive it? Do you remember he said that?
They've always said that now.
About COVID-19 or what?
Yeah, C19.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. You know that was kind of interesting. You know,
It's the wife that said it. The ex-wife.
Well, they're together. What does she know? I mean, if it's not Bill Gates, is she the one doing experiments? They're together, but they have so much great confidence. You know, of course, they sent her to Africa, and she was saying it like they knew what was going to happen. Like this disease came out for black people. I mean, it just shows somehow the underlining sinister plot that they may have that kind of that was thwarted, if I can say that, because it didn't happen the way they planned. See, you know. This thing that happened is called taking advantage of natural occurring events, and that's what black people have no knowledge about. See, things sometimes, keep in mind, they happen naturally, okay? And these people, they take advantage of these things and try to displace people, try to send people into poverty and all sort of ways to marginalize people. They do that all the time. So they were trying to capitalize on the C19, and it didn't turn out the way they had planned, I would say.
See, woman, the theory of me saying it's our African gods have been protecting us, it actually didn't come from me. It came from people from the South Americas and those Caribbean. When I sat with them, and they say, some of those people say, man, if say during slavery that the Europeans they wanted to wipe all of them out. Like after they were saying they wiped the Native Americans out, that after they were done using it, they say it was the African gods that was helping them. That's what they told me. I'm like, They say yes. They even said even those islands. You know that those islands, Jamaica, Haiti, all those islands. You know that used to be Native Americans that were there before, the Red Indians. You know, when the Europeans came, they wiped them out, and then they brought the African slaves to come and work there. And then the plan was after they don't use it, they're going to wipe them out too. But those ones were like, see, man, it's the African gods that was saving them. I kept them alive. You know? So, hey, that's where the theory came from. It's not, they were the one telling me that. Like, So
yeah, but that's an urban myth now. I'm not sure about that. But, and I'm not sure that anybody is setting out to wipe out anybody either. But,
but they've done it before now. When you said they didn't wipe out the Red Indians, those islands and even the North America.
I'm not sure that they set out to.
So how did they disappear?
You know what usually happens is they come into a lot of these spaces with a lot of their diseases, and those spaces they may not have the adaptation to overcome those diseases. You know, in those, you know those people, those Europeans from back in those days, they could go a year two without even having a bath.
No, Woman is that the Prince Daddy grew up in
Yes,
America. It's actually in there.
one man is
Wait,
correct.
Woman. Well, let me say one
One man,
second.
I've read the history.
Hold on.
I've
Let's
read
start talking.
history. That's exactly what happened. They came with their diseases when they came to come and do their Spanish conquest. Yes, and one man, they knew they had.
So yeah, but it wasn't as though they were setting out to.
Woman is in. We are learning it in school here in America. Here, Prince Daddy. Wait, now give me a second now. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
They did use it to their advantage. Eventually, they did use it to their advantage. At first, when they came, it wasn't intentional, but they did use it to their advantage. I've read their history. It's just
we went to school. They are teaching us in school here.
South America.
Hold on now.
Terrible.
Solly. Let the people that live in America tell you. They are in a history book here in school. They teach us when they came, they put the disease in the blankets and they gave it to the Native Americans. They're giving it to them. They're telling us it's not something they're hiding from us now. It's not so. This is not theory. Am I lying, Prince Daddy? Is that what they teach history? We take American history. They said it. They were carrying at Jerusalem. The tactics they were using. They put the disease in the blanket. The Native America welcomed them, and they were putting it in the blanket and giving it to them. They were deliberately putting it just to kill them. And those ones were, by the time those ones were realizing they're already dying. They are tens of millions. You know. It's something they're teaching us now. It's not something that I'm just making up.
Yes, that one is true. But I was talking about South America. But this one is for North America. In North America,
it's not the same people that came there.
No, it's not the same people. In South America, it was Spanish conquest. In North America, it was the English.
The Spanish, they all did it. They did it. It's the book. They all did it. Spanish.
The Spanish didn't do it intentionally. It's later on they
okay.
did it.
Well,
it wasn't intentional, but later on it was intentional.
All right. I'm not sure about that. So let's stick to what we know as being factual. But let's get back to Prince Daddy quickly. But Prince Daddy, rescue us.
well, so much. Stories and narrative about all these things. I don't know. All I know is like it's in the books. The Spanish flu, the bubonic plague, it happened, and some maybe they were not deliberate in spreading the disease, but eventually they saw it as a weapon. And many what we call the Native Americans were wiped out in their different communities. So it did happen for real.
All right. Take us back.
One man, sometimes I question if these people can start slavery again. And sometimes I believe they can.
What do you mean they can start slavery again? Have they stopped it?
If they have reason to do anything, they will start doing it. That's just the way. When they handed it, they had reason to hand it, and that's why they handed it. They had to move on to the next phase. That's when industrialization began. They realized machine and industry is no longer agriculture, so they moved to the next phase. There's nothing changed, man. It's the same nature. You look at what's going on in Israel, and it's still going on. People will say, apartheid is no longer, it's still going on. If they have reason to come there now and start doing something where you are, they will come and do it. As long as the money, what they need to progress to do what they want to achieve, they will do it. There's nothing changed. Like I said, it's just we blacks. We just lucky. Somehow I don't know why. We are the most people that has never stood up to defend anything, but somehow we're just standing. We are and I always wonder. We leave our land open. When we both come, we come there right in. I mean, I was watching this guy, Anthony Bourdain. The guy, he was doing one show on CNN. They call it Anthony Bourdain Travel. You guys travel to different places.
It's dead now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's dead. Yeah. So the guy went to the Congo now. He went there, and then the moment he went to Middle Street, they ran to him to shake his hand and everything. So the guy now said, he's making the same mistake of his ancestors. Like the way I'm coming in was the same way Leopold came right there. They came right to shake his hand, and Leopold turned around and chopped their hands. So Africans don't learn from history. We don't care. We are only people that don't learn from anything that's happened. I guarantee that 90% of people on the continent don't even know that transatlantic slave trade happened.
Well, yeah. That's true.
All right, back to your Prince.
Yeah. At the end of the day, everything points to leadership and organization. That's one thing we like as Black people. You got to keep in mind, though, the white man gets a lot of credit, but if you go back to their own civilization or how they came about, there's been so much killing, pine, and wars that happen in Europe that they fight themselves for many years. These people were barbarians. These people were they were animalistic in the way they lived. So they've come a long way. The Europeans or the white people, they've come a long way.
We've actually been civilized for longer than they have. Do you know?
I would agree with you, but there came a point, a pivotal point, a shift in human civilization or existence that they somehow took a quantum leap and just left us behind. So I agree with you, but they left us way behind.
Yes. But anyway, we're getting into deep territories now. But I still feel that there's still going to be a Black Renaissance. I feel that maybe for reasons of a self-consolation or whatever. But I feel there's going to be a Black Renaissance.
You're right, one man. It's been estimated in 2100. Lagos City is going to be the city with the highest population. As a matter of fact, there will be 4 cities that will be where they will have the highest population in the world: Lagos, Kinshasa, a city in Sudan, South Sudan.
No, we're talking about dominance. We're talking about global dominance. We're talking about innovation and creativity, not just population.
Yeah, with that, right, comes areas where you need to focus on. So Africa is going to be the new plateau.
If you ask me, I say
civilization.
It comes to a point in time whereby
Africa is
if the white man self-destroy himself, I would say.
Hold on.
That's what's going on. They're a dying breed, right? They are not reproducing like we used to, regardless of what's going on, except they want to start doing tests to babies. They aren't reproducing like we're reproducing. So our population is increasing. We don't know if it's intentional spiritually. We don't know, but Africa is the place that we're having more population explosion.
It's a consequence of poverty, isn't it? That our mass ballooning.
If it's poverty, we shouldn't be producing. It's those who have not eaten that would. It's those who have eaten that should be given.
No, it's not poverty in lack of food. It's lack of wealth. The people are not sufficiently constructively engaged. So any girl that passes by, they just
because we've always been doing that. Our healthcare is much more better. Our areas are becoming much more safer, so it's easier for us to reproduce and survive longer.
Not true. I don't know. Not true.
Our sperm cells are stronger, more viral than that. No, it's true.
More than the Chinese, more than the Japanese.
No, it's true. No, it's true. You understand? It doesn't. Even in cold temperature, we still perform very short. It is when we are in colder temperature that we give birth the most. You understand? You understand? I'm being serious. Our sperm cells are stronger than.
There are more Indians, more Chinese than and Asians altogether than Black people in this world. So
exactly.
I mean, we just have. Listen, if the Chinese had just gone on a natural progression of their society when it comes to birth or giving birth to children, these people have like 2.4 billion people by now. So I don't know what Black man is doing now. We're not making any real progress. Yes, we having children, and that's why it's human beings. We don't know everything. We know a mission, right? The white people, the Western world, okay, they get so advanced now. They're careful about having children, more concerned about their vacation or whatever. And that's what happened. We get to a point in human understanding. We get too smart for ourselves. But these people, I mean, they're still leading in this world. They're the leaders, no doubt about it. Yes, we may be having exponential birth growth, population, but it doesn't mean we are dominating society. Now we can kind of delineate the cultures or the societies that are leading the world. Now the Western world is kind of taking a backseat to the Asians, that is the Chinese specifically, and the Chinese are coming ruthlessly to the forefront, and they're not backing down. So they are going to be the next leaders of the world. When would the black man come about? I don't know.
For the black man to lead the world, it cannot be technology led. It has to be something outside of it has to be something not technology led. If the world gets to that space,
like what do you have in mind?
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe some concession, or I don't know. But like you said, we're so far behind in all of the metrics that leverages power that and you have to have the potency to take over the world. So we don't have any potency apart from just giving birth.
One man, can I come in? You please just a second.
Yeah, come
okay?
in. Yeah, just a second. Yeah, let's say from you.
Like from your last statement where you said we don't have the whatever to take over the world in technology. It's not true. The thing is that we have not, our leaders have not been able to invest more on technology, invest a huge sum of money in technology. Why China? You see, 20 years ago, China didn't have any phone flagship. They didn't have. They only had all here. It was only Samsung.
China has always had technology, by the way. China has always had technology.
No. Yeah. Yes, you can say they built. They were building rail lines then. Yeah, but when I mean flagship, like what they have now compared to what they have now, because the government here knew the importance of technology and they invested so much. I live here. Back, you see, Huawei is pushing Apple out of the way now in China. It's actually pushing and a lot of
you know the Chinese invented the paper and probably writing as well. So they've always been technologically inclined.
One man, when they say writing,
they invented the gunpowder too.
Yes.
Excuse me. Let me. I want to come here. You see, most of the stories, most of the history they put out there for us as Africans. Sometimes I look at those stories as 80% of them are lies. They are not telling the true history of Africa. You understand? This history of Africa has to come from us. Because if you say Africans, we are not writing. I don't, because according to what I heard, the first written language was, or the written language or spoken language was in CBD, followed by one other language, African language. So, if you go to Kemet, they wrote things down in Kemet, and that is
So where are the manuscripts? Where are the manuscripts now?
They took. You see, they said when Alexander conquered Egypt, they took virtually everything down to Greek, to the Greeks or whatever. So we did a lot in Africa. Even the Benin Empire wrote a lot of things, but they just kept on telling us that Africans did not write. It was
so why didn't they write some more? Why didn't they write some more after the ones that were taken?
Because they obstructed our civilization.
Or why haven't we discovered anything in a cave, on something? I mean, why haven't we discovered something about ourselves?
Let me say something. Right? Let me say something real quick. Very important. You see, in the couples of Ifa, right? There are about 20,000, about 25,000, even more than that. That I'm aware of stories in it, and many of it has to do with things that happened in the past. Things that literally when I'm learning these things, I'll be hearing about things that were happening back then. I'm like, what? Even white people were, and that's why I'm pretty sure that white people, maybe that's where they get the idea of how to do some things. Literally, when they used to come and learn from what they used to say, this is not possible. We learned, I heard some of the story. I'm like, what are they talking about? The things, our ancestors back then were doing, different stories. I'm like, this story doesn't make sense. Until white man come up with the technology, like, okay, it makes sense. There's some stories about how the father will communicate with his son from far distance and things like that with something. He pick up something. That thing that they mentioned doesn't exist today. But those words exist in the stories, you understand? When you're telling all those stories, I'm like, when you're learning, you'll be learning so many stories, and some of those stories will not make sense because what they are saying that they did It didn't make sense. And then the one about picking up a device to communicate with his son, like pick up this thing, he called his son and talk to him when his son was in another town. 200 years ago, that's what it would make sense. But today, when white man has invented cell phone, I'm like, okay, maybe back then they had cell phone. So we had stories. You understand? I'm telling you, like our ancient forefathers were some far advanced, even during
Mike,
war.
you're right.
Like
Mike, you're right.
even during the even Oromiyan story, like during when he went to Benin, when he went to Oyo, how he was telling the people there that okay, when the war comes, they should call him and this, and they will just appear and there's things he does that just crush the enemies. I'm like, dude, what kind of technology they have back then? But today, we when we hear the story, we just say, oh, Juju, but maybe it was the technology, you know. So when you actually go and in Ifa, we have history stories about the kind of things they were doing back then. Even some of those stories today still don't make sense. I'm like, because of technology, a lot of them are making some sense, and there's still some that even still doesn't make any sense. But I'm but they give me an idea that Africans were once very advanced people. I'm telling you.
Africans were extremely advanced spiritually in a spiritual sense, but they were not able to convert their knowledge from the spirit world into material. That was a challenge.
Were you
Yes.
there? Were you there back then to know whether they were
Well,
or were not?
no. What proof do you have? What proof? No, you're talking about that. What proof do you have as a means of communication that they had? Did they have a
I'm
cell?
not saying
A
I
cell?
have proof. No, I'm not saying I
Well,
have
that's what I'm
proof. I'm
telling
just
you.
saying. But what proof do you have that it's just spiritual? It's not physical. Neither of us have proof, so we can't conclude. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say
Well,
I'm
that's why I
getting to
said
any conclusion.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
There is nothing physical to show that it was physical.
Exactly.
There's nothing physical for me to show you, and also there's nothing you also have to prove that it was just spiritual. It's
Mike,
not physical.
it's called
Listen to
deductive.
me. Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you, but what I'm telling you is neither of us have a proof of what was going on back then. We just have an idea that something was going on. So you can't jump to conclusion and say it was just spiritual because today all we do was spiritual. But back then, I mean, we don't know. So today, because we don't have it, doesn't mean back then they didn't have it. So neither of us have a fact. We can just say, hey, this is an idea that is possible. So you can't jump to conclusion saying it's just spiritual, and I can't jump to conclusion saying it's physical. I don't know. We don't know, but we have an idea that something was going on.
I'm simply using deductive reasoning. That's all I'm doing. I agree with you. That's why I said we are extremely powerful. And I've heard it also. I said it before on the show. I heard this Yoruba guy that practices Ifa is actually an educated guy that practices the Ifa religion, and he said the concept of computer science came from Ifa.
The algorithm.
The algorithm, yeah. So when I heard it, I kind of shocked.
Professor Sophie.
Even quantum physics. I mean, what we do is most of it is
don't-
quantum physics now. What you guys are calling juju is not really juju, it's just quantum physics.
I disagree with it. So when I heard it first time, I was like, I kind of chuckled a little bit, and I thought about it. It took me time and meditated on it, and like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense because we understand the spiritual realm a lot. We do, but we could not transition. We could not, bring it.
Let me tell you what this thing is. This thing you guys are calling. Okay,
Mike,
go ahead. Okay, no problem. Let's go ahead.
Go on, Prince.
Yeah, I was saying no. Yeah, I believe we're way advanced. We're way advanced, but we could not, convert that knowledge that we have into the physical form. And if you ask me, quite frankly, I think it was as a result of maybe greed and selfishness. Because why? If you propagate such knowledge, then other people are going to learn it, and they become more endowed, powerful, whatever you want to say, and begin to use it. And I think that's why we didn't spend a lot of time in doing that, because to learn all these things, you have to be a practitioner of those religion or that culture to understand what they're doing. I think that was a shortcoming of the black man or the black people. I once heard also, you guys probably heard it before, but I didn't end up watching that clip. Somebody said a white guy, I think it was a European or whatever, American, went to, I think it was the Congo or Uganda, and when they went to the farm, he heard about how these people they levitate and how they transport physical things like in a miraculous way, in a spiritual way. So he went to that village and he went to watch these people do their farming and whatever they do. And after they finished cutting down the trees or the sticks or whatever, they bundled them and they commanded this bundle of sticks or wood to levitate and be transported to whatever they sent him to be transported to. I mean, stuff like that. I mean, what do you call that? I mean, these people were unique people. By the way, things like that I do believe. But again, is that such knowledge that can be propagated amongst people or society? Imagine if you have imagine if you have a technology or a way to transport a physical material from one point A to B. You'll be the richest person in the world. Forget about Amazon. You're gonna take over Amazon packaging. You're gonna take over FedEx and UPS. It's done. Game over. Because now the challenge we have in this world now is the movement of physical goods from one point to another, because everything is becoming so digital right now that software and everything else that's the next thing, but
sorry, Landed. I wanted to show you something, but Landed.
No, yeah, that's it. That's it pretty much.
Have you heard of this Zangbeto thing that goes on in Benin Republic? Have you heard of it?
No, it's a Badagry. Sangbeto.
Yeah, but I think it cascades into Benin Republic. There's this
that's right.
There's this masquerade that is able to levitate without anything inside it. Everybody on the planet have been to that space to try and they've poked and prodded, but they cannot find anything inside it. You see this thing happening now. It's not mechanically orchestrated. There is no man inside that thing, as you can see.
It's not only this, one man. There's one they call Ebu Wonder. Ebu, I think, is somewhere within Delta and Edo State. They have this thing like Igunuko, very tall. They will invent that it will jump into what we call Potmoto today, and it will go down, and they lock it up. Something that's been dancing and doing everything. A lot of wonders, but we don't appreciate what we have. Because even in CIA, as in the this thing, they have extraterrestrial units. What we would laugh at, they are practicing it. They are practicing it. Or how do you explain a police department consulting a medium to help them solve crime? In Africa, we will laugh at that. Don't they do it here? They do it. Yeah, a series of documentation.
I'm surprised you guys are Yoruba. You are surprised about all these things. One man, you guys know your man. I'm talking like this. Have you not heard of?
You know that your friend searched for Uhuru.
And I'm the one that's showing you how to take all these places now. Go behind one lawyer.
You know, he's also been to this Zangwete thing to try to poke his camera under the.
No, you need to ask the one you have seen in Yoruba. And the thing in Yoruba, we don't display our own. Like the one I told him to go to a place in Oshinde to go and see Osoni. The guy was shocked. Osoni, I'm sorry. Osoni will talk to you now. I communicate with you.
This thing you are saying dancing around. There is nobody inside it, and it's not mechanically.
I've been to.
Oh, well, man, it's these things are not. Yeah, there's nothing. This levitation or levitating is nothing new. Even in the Bible, in the Book of Acts, it happened.
There in the Bible. Yeah.
What you call it? What you call it? Also, what we do. Incantation or
the Bibles are just telling African stories.
Please don't bring your Bible here. Don't bring your Bible here. This is African.
Okay. How do you explain it? How do you rationalize something like
that? Maybe I will take you to Nigeria.
This is nothing more than spiritual power at play. There's nothing to it. If you understand the realm of the spirit, this is not. I'm not impressed. What are they doing with it? You have somebody
in Europe. Can they do it in Europe?
You have something. Yes, you have something going around in circle.
Where?
You have something going around in circle. And what is the value of that to? Okay, is it tourism? Is that it? Come on, these people are backwards. Yes.
So
they're backwards.
You saying 1,000? Wait. I asked you, are they doing it in Europe? You say yes, and you're giving me 1,000. Those are movies.
Why do you need to do it in Europe when they have planes flying from one part of the world to another?
No,
mean,
but
that
we can
value.
explain that now. But I'm saying this one you can explain it, but you are telling us that it's just this thing rubbish. And
Well,
unfortunately, one
there's
man, that's the
nothing to
problem.
explain in
Hold on,
it.
cool down now. Wait, you have to be able to explain things. White man, the difference between you, I see, when you educated Nigerians and the whites, the difference is they always want to explain things, right? Well, if they can't explain it, they don't call it rubbish. They will still try to figure it out. But you, the white men in black skin, your own, I don't know if you guys can be like white men in white skin, it'll be better, you know. You just dismiss everything, just like you want to design African curriculum. You don't put all this
No,
knowledge in the curriculum for your children to try to learn, but you
Mike.
dismiss everything African and start teaching
No, Mike. It's called
Africans
command.
European theories in school. So now the knowledge of Africa is not in our curriculum. Like this thing now should be in a curriculum where children should be trying to figure it out. And that's where they can expand their thoughts and begin to advance technologically. Because scientists, what makes them advance is they're trying to figure the phenomena, the unknown phenomena, you know, unknown things. And that's how they start discovering things. But we Africans, the unknown things that we have, that's the reason why we have it, is for you to search. Ifa means to search. That's why Ifa, all these traditions, they present wonders for us to try to figure it out. And then in the process of figuring it out, we start discovering things. That's the reason why our tradition shows us phenomena. During
Mike.
festivals, the deities
Okay,
come, they
Mike.
show us
All
magical
right,
things.
land, but let other people come in. So
Yeah,
land.
they present magical things to give you reason to start thinking, trying to figure things out. In the process, when you're thinking and begin to advance, that's the purpose of all these things. It's not because they're just dancing to tell you that, hey, look. Okay, anyhow, shall continue.
Yeah,
you know the mystery. It goes back to what you were saying, Prince, that these things exist in mysticism and spirituality, but for all of the marvel of this thing, it doesn't actually translate into something practical, something functional, as something of use.
Exactly.
What about the ninja warrior? How do you explain that?
What's the ninja warrior?
In Japan, you mean? Listen, see, let me tell you, see, the spiritual things that we experience, that we see around us, they are a great source of imagination and things we do in our physical world. See, trust me, all these white people, all these Europeans that created airplanes and all these things, they got that idea from somewhere. How they get it, I don't know. But they were able to. Now, what do you call this? Something going around in circles is called centrifugal force, I believe, in physics. Now, something go around in a circle. Did somebody think about, hey, we have something go around in a circle. Can we attach a pulley or a rod to it to create a vehicle? We don't get that from Africa. So why am I so excited about something going around in a circle? To me, that's like nothing. That's almost trash. Translate that thing into something that's valuable to society, and let's move on. Okay, so the people that actually make something out of it are the people creating something in their society. We don't do that. And by the way, in the realm of the spirit, okay, it's all about commanding words. If you want to communicate with the realm of the spirit, that's what they do in all spirituality. You communicate with the spirit through an altar. If you have an altar, you communicate with spirits if you want to. And if you're not careful, you'll be interacting with spirit that you should not be interacting with. It's just spiritual word, Mike. It's not that fanciful. It's not that fanciful.
Okay, it's not okay. Can you do one? Can you do one for us?
Who tells you I can't do it? How you know I can do it?
Okay, do it. Show us that you can do one, and then we'll take it seriously.
No. I'm not into that.
You can't do something, but someone can do something you cannot do, and you're calling them trash. Are you kidding me?
I'm telling you that if they can translate that knowledge into something
forget
valuable.
what they can translate. No, they can do something. Doesn't matter whether they translate, didn't translate. You haven't translated anything either. So all you guys are learning to speak English.
How would you know?
What have you translated? Show us what you have invented. The thing about Africa is we have all these people go to get degrees and they just think they are better than everybody, even though they themselves are not inventing anything. All these Nigerians we so-called, I'm an Englishman now. I'm better than these people. These people can show you wonder. No, sorry, I'm sorry. I don't want to insult you, but these people can show you something, but you can't show us anything besides just grammar. But then you call them trash.
No. We're trying to analyze, Mike. If you calm down, you can follow things logically and make sense out of it. You don't have to get emotional about it. I'm telling you that we've seen something here that's called so-called spiritual stuff, and they've not been able to translate it to better the society. Look at their society. What is so impressive about it?
What makes you think they're not? What makes you think? Okay, they have medicines. They have things. They do things. What makes you they don't do? Do you know them? Do you know what they do to better? They are bettering themselves. I better myself. If it wasn't spirituality,
No,
I would need it.
it's a backward society. That's
It's a backward society. If you accept it or not, doesn't matter. It's backward. It is backward society.
Explain how they are backward. Explain how they are backwards to me.
Well,
I think the drawback about us is that we never had any form of writing.
Any form of what?
Of writing.
Well, this is part of what I'm talking
Like
about. What we can make out of it.
Cuneiform and things like that. We never have.
Can I come in, please?
Yeah, you can come in, but just to what Mike was saying, the backwardness is a lower life expectancy. It's not being able to treat some of the most rudimentary things that the world has already gone past. And really, the most important thing is, for all of these things, this thing that we're looking at is ancient and long-standing, but it has not evolved beyond being mythical and magical.
Exactly. It's nothing new. It's been around for thousands of years. Thousands of years.
It's not translated into anything. Go on, Joseph.
Okay, the thing is this. Our ancestors really gave us a lot to work on, but we did not work on it. I'm telling you, if you look at our ancestors, I support everything Mike has said, and I agree a little of what the last speaker said. You know, that we have
Prince
to
Daddy.
Prince Daddy into something at least that could, like a commodity, like that we could sell to the world. But apart from that, when you look at it, the technology the Europeans are using today, the West are using today, was introduced by us, our ancestors. I remember reading in a book that the Moors were from West Africa. They went to Spain and brought all the knowledge you can think of, biology, chemistry, physics, everything. And they got these things from, you ask yourself, where did they get all these things from? Part of it were from our spirituality too. But the thing is that the slavery, when we had slavery and colonization, disrupted our development as a people. And the leaders we have today have not invested more in technology, in agriculture, in a lot of things that will have propelled our growth. Because Africans have pool of talent. We are very talented people. We are very educated people in Africa. I wouldn't say it's being educated, but at least we have a good knowledge of what to do if we're given the smallest of the support. But the thing is that our leaders have failed to invest. Just look at what happened during COVID. COVID, we were begging people to come and give us medicine vaccine to inject on our body. You understand? Even till today, we don't have any research center on diseases where we could start researching diseases, bringing up ideas or formulas to create medicine. We don't even produce medicine for ourselves. So we are not protecting ourselves in any form. So our ancestors, they've done their best. Without our ancestors, the world will be in dark age today. Without our ancestors. And Mike was saying about it. The thing is that we don't do research. If you research, because I actually watched a young man, a young Yoruba boy. The guy just maybe from the university or whatever. He's this Ifa boy, you know. He was doing this and he was saying a lot of things that I was saying, wow. You understand? So we have not done research on that. If we start doing research on the things we have, we might get the solutions to our problem. And that is the simplest truth in that. But when we come here, we'll say what our people have, like somebody was saying, what the problem that we didn't write anything. No. We wrote things down. They were destroyed. Look at Benin. When they conquered Benin, they did not only conquer Benin, they burnt down Benin. They burnt down everything. And they took the artifacts. If you go to European museums, your ancestors didn't do anything, but they had something that the world will come and see. They had something that the world came to steal. So let's not say our ancestors did not do anything. They did a lot for us. We, this generation that has failed our ancestors, we have failed them. We have refused to build on what they produced for us. We refuse to build on what they built. That's why we are where we are today. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. I wanted to bail out. I have an appointment. Yeah, I have an. Yeah.
I'm trying to steal your thunder. I want to say what you usually do. All right, let's move on. Prince Daddy, wrap that space up and let's move to the next topic.
Yes, there you are. So you build. In fact, I'm going to line you up as one of the moderators. But gentlemen, let me bail out.
Hold on, I got something to say about that, but give me 1 minute.
Tonight. I'm not with my computer.
No, I got something important to counter on the ignorance you guys just feel just now. Well, give me 1 minute. Say something. I need to finish something real quick for 1 minute. Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, let me bail out. So thank you for he came in first. That's a Nigerian prince right there. Alexander Gomez.
Before you bail out, I got to correct your point you made. You said they don't. It's backward. Those people have low life expectancy. That's a lie. Those people actually people that live the longest in Africa. Those traditional people, they have traditional medicines. They live long. The people that they have low life expectancy are those, not me. I'm no longer in your way. Those westernized Africans are the ones dying young. Those people in a traditional environment, they have medicine for everything. In fact, they are more advanced than Europe. They have medicine that Europeans don't even have. I'm telling you, show me any disease, anything, I'll take you where you can cure it. In Yoruba land there, I'll take you there. I'm saying this for categorically. They are more advanced when it comes to medicine than anyone. Now, you guys are saying that why wouldn't it translate that into material creation or something tough? First of all, the system you have, this colonial system you have, only focus on the westernized everything, and the people controlling that system are westernized people. So their investment, their focus is on Western way and direction, which they don't understand. When in fact every society they started their societies based on their own indigenous things first, and from there they build up. Now you're talking about why haven't they? Europeans, when they want to advance in technology, they take billions and invest in those that will do the research. How much money have you invested in these people for them to transfer anything into physical something for you? How much money have you put there? No one wants to associate with them. Even the government see them. The government associate with them. The Nigerian government doesn't associate with traditional people. They only associate with the churches and mosques. They don't. Traditional religion even recognized in the constitution. It's only Christian and Islam. So if you, the Christian and Muslim, are the one running society, you are the one controlling the money, and you are blaming the people in the tradition that why aren't they building anything? You you've excluded them from your system because you are practicing a colonial system. That's why I call people that rule Africa white men in black skin, because they don't want Africa to grow. They are back. They just want to keep Africa stagnant. So they practice using a system that's not for them.
All right, that's the first time anybody has stopped me from acknowledging the sponsors of this show, but only Mike can do that. So thank you, fourth of many. Nigerian Prince, I see you. Alexander Gomez, of course, and you know already that we land on Ayo at some point. Nigerian Prince comes in again. Kulata, whenever it's not on the screen, there he is right there. Zach, a new name in that space. And of course, a name that holds the official sponsor of the platform, Ayo. There he is right there doing the necessary. Prince Daddy joins him in that space. Kulata continues to labor whatever it is that is laboring. And as he continues to try to impress Chioma, he continues to supercharge and he's still trying to impress. And that's Kulata right there. So here is Chioma joining that space. Is she yielding to the dollar rain from Kulata? It's a question. It's on the man from the creeks. That's a bit of sapele water right there. And Ayo, the last installation. So that's all of that. Let me shuffle myself to bring on Thomas. So Thomas, Prince Daddy is still speaking, but Uptown was speaking before he dropped and Prince Daddy took the floor. So when after Prince Daddy, please go back to Uptown and then.
What about me? My one man.
Yes, it will come to you, but Uptown was he dropped and then Prince Daddy took the floor. So Mike, just Thomas, rather, just shuffle it so that people are not kept waiting for too long. Often instances, people end up waiting for quite a long time. But thank you, gentlemen. We reconvene for tomorrow. Back to over to you, Thomas. Thomas, should I bring you in the traditional manner?
No, come on now. You have to do that now. Come on.
Yes, so that's over to General Thomas.
Oh, good day, ladies and gentlemen. I got my koboko ready on my side here because we military man, we all we know is koboko and handguns. So everybody should behave. I was just joking. Yeah, we speaking. Yeah, I think Prince Daddy. Yeah, go on. Then we go to Uptown.
All right, thank you, General Thomas. Yeah. Well, one minute. I don't know. Is another topic to speak on? Well, Mike's still there. Mike.
Yeah, Mike is here.
Yeah, Mike was
Yeah.
talking about the people, those people they have the longer lifespan, and only the people in the cities that die. Or what were you saying, Mike?
You sure Thomas wants to hear this? Thomas hate this kind of
Okay. Okay, Thomas. What is next topic? Or what else are we talking on?
Well, yes, to answer your question, yes, those people live longer than you guys. Yes.
But Mike, the white man arrival to the shores of Africa didn't start like 50, 100 years ago, right? I mean, and my point here is that these people, they've always had this advancement in their spirituality for a very, very long time. Just like the crude oil and all the bauxite and the chromium, whatever we have under the ground, didn't show up when the white man showed up. We had these things. So how come those spirituality not telling that, hey, you guys dig the ground as far as you can with this technology and extract all these raw materials and do this and that with them? How come we didn't do that? I have to wait for the white man.
How come
That's the wrong form
but the
of
white man
energy, right?
came
What the white men are using, as you are calling technology, that's not good technology. Those are bad technology. Digging the ground, or digging the earth, the core of the earth to draw out the liquid in the earth to use for your machinery is not good energy.
What is
You are
good? What is
destroying
good?
the
What, then
earth.
what is good? What is the alternative?
But Emeka, just give me 1 second. Let me answer his question real
There's
quick.
energy around us. There is a man in Bronu that is using water to cook. Put it in that converts water to fire to cook. Those are good forms of energy. You can use the electricity. Tesla was actually trying to use what form of electricity before he was being murdered and claimed that he committed suicide. The way we are conducting electricity is bad way of electricity. It's not even advanced. When we were in Africa, we were doing things the right way. Don't look at it like the white man would do. I'm being honest. You might laugh about it.
I'm not laughing. What are we doing that we
When you
don't?
destroy the earth, when you
Hold
destroy
on,
the earth,
Prince Daddy.
the earth cannot. We need to keep nature for nature to continue to provide for us. What the white man is doing is destroying nature to provide for us.
See, the white man is not perfect. We all learn from somewhere as babies, as from
But Prince
kindergarten.
Daddy, can I
Somehow,
give my own answer to your question?
go ahead, Mike.
You said why the time they came, at that time they came, right? Why were we not digging? Were the white men digging during that time? They were not. This industrialization that just started, just that we are doing, we are expressing today, it just started not so long ago. You guys always describe Europeans as if they've been industrialized for hundreds or thousands of years. It's just started, just like a little over 100 years ago.
That's my
So
point, Mike. I'm saying
wait, hold on. You're making it look like when the white man came, the white man was already industrialized, and we were just backward and everything. No, they were not. They were not. This modern technology just started not so long ago. In fact, 80% or 90% of the invention today, this technology today, was just created 50 years ago. And now, if you want to look at Africa, like why are we not moving like the rest? I just told you, neocolonialism that's going on is the problem. They came to they keep us stagnant with this new system that we have, where you just came, you dump, isolate people's ways where they can evolve from. We're supposed to be evolving from thousands of years of knowledge that we accumulate and start from there.
Let me say,
You
Prince Dada,
cut
do you
all
know
that
you
up.
can drive your car with water? Are you aware that you can drive your car with just water? The guy who invented that technology was actually murdered. You can drive your car
Emeka,
with water.
you notice that our institutions, we've isolated everything African knowledge that we've evolved. I mean, we're supposed to be evolving from where we are, right? But we cut everything off and just replace everything with European stuff. And we are starting from where we don't understand. You understand? So that's the factor that's been keeping us kind of stagnant. You have to start for a school system where language of instruction is not even your traditional language. Language of instruction is a foreign language. You have to learn English to begin to start to learn what his book is talking about. The terms is not your language. The knowledge, it's like you are not. You have to start from where you are and move from there. Start a race from where you are. So you can't stop saying the white man came as the white man was already advanced like that. This whole technological advancement just started not so long ago. Come on, man. Even the Chinese, they
Okay.
have to start from. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I mean, well, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but again, I'm not convinced that if we knew all these things, if we have all this technology and the know-how, how come we're not doing it? See, the doing is you
But
know,
I just told you now. There's no investment. No one is investing in it. Are the Europeans just doing it without investment? Look at our United States government. They put billions into research. Where in
so,
Africa
so
is anyone putting
who do we
billions into
blame
any
for that?
research?
Who do we blame for that? The white man, or who do we blame?
I'm not blaming the white man. I'm just telling you I'm giving you the answer. You're telling me that why don't those Africans in the rural side not advancing? And I'm telling you, and you're comparing it to Europeans, and I'm telling you that the European government are investing billions in their people to find out, to do taking their people to whatever knowledge they already have, investing billions in research. Our government are not doing it because they're a bunch of white men in the black skin. They don't believe in
Okay.
their people. They don't believe in their people. They just think they have what they call colonial mentality. They believe that the white man is God and everything. So everything we need just go to the white man. That's why when in Nigeria today, we call Oyinbos to come and do everything, do the road, do everything, when they could start saying, okay, these things that we are calling Oyinbo to do, let's start investing in our people to figure out how to make it themselves. So we don't have to keep going to Chinese or whites to come and do things for us. They're not doing that.
Yeah. Okay.
And those people are people that think like you, kind of, they see white man as God and everything. So they discard
No,
it, they push their people aside. They think that people don't have sense. They just like you say, look at those people, you say it's rubbish. Someone like me, if I'm the head of state of Nigeria, I would say, okay, this is unexplainable. These people, you need to bring them in and create some kind of institution and put them there and say, okay, this is your
So
knowledge.
out of almost 1 billion people, only you and Mike have that way of thinking that you
I
think we
didn't
should
say
make
only
something.
me. I'm just saying someone like me. That's where I would think.
Exactly to the point. How come nobody else is doing it?
No. The people in charge. Okay, please name one head of state in Africa that believe in traditional people. No one. Every head of state in Africa is either a pastor, he calls it a Christian or a Muslim, and when he sees something like that, he call it demonic. So he doesn't want to have anything to do with that. You understand? He sees something like that, he thinks just like you, say, oh, these demonic things. When Africans do some kind of things they don't understand, they call it juju, demonic. If you do in front of him, you tell soldier to beat you up or arrest you. You won't see it as, okay, this thing might be science. Let's take this. Let's put some kind of create one institution, put money there, and put these people to go and put some scientists to work with these people and start figuring what we can get out of this. They won't think like that. No African head of state today would think like that because they were raised in a church or in a mosque, and everything like that they see as demonic because their white master told them that it's
Right.
demonic. That anything outside of Jesus Christ is don't do with it. And
Well,
we told you earlier that the same Oyinbo people, they use the IFA system. They saw it in Africa and they went to Europe and start studying it and trying to figure out what they could do with it and use it to eventually they discovered to use it to create computer. The Oyinbo that told you to run away from it, they are coming to study it and you need to advance themselves. But you came here telling us it's rubbish.
Well, I'm not rubbish. Rubbish in the sense that they're not making use of their knowledge. And if you look from automobile to computers and all this thing, if you look at their antecedents or the beginning of this technology, they were to this extent and they were backward and crude, and it's something we're going to laugh at today. But they started from somewhere. They just didn't make the best cars that we drive today over 100 years ago. If you saw the car they made, the Benz car or the manufacturer of the first vehicle, you see, it almost like a bicycle. But it started from somewhere.
But
They
that's
started
what
from somewhere.
exactly. But you're making okay. You're looking at where these Africans are, right? Is that not where we're supposed to start? But you're already kicking in. You don't want nothing to do with it. And now where are we going to start from? We all think we're just going to start from where white man is. That's where we think. We all want to start from where white man is. We're not even starting. We're just following them. All we're doing is
But you said they took the fat technology or know-how to their country and did something with it. Is that what you just said earlier?
no. They listen. Their leadership are investing in knowledge, in
Okay.
research. They took it, but their leadership, their people in charge of their society, they are investing in studying these things, studying nature, and using it to advance. But our leadership, unfortunately, are people like you, the Christian, mostly this religious mentality, Western Abrahamic religion thinking people that think everything outside of the holy book is evil. So don't mess with it. So they don't want to take that and create an institution and use it to advance, to start from. That's what
No,
the basis
see,
of our argument is. Hold on. Let's establish where we're arguing. The basis of our argument is, I believe, if we want to advance, we have to start from our primitive or so-called primitive points. You believe, no, that's rubbish. Don't even look at that. Am I wrong?
yeah, you're wrong. That's
No,
not what I
but
said.
that's what you said, man. Come on now. That's what you said.
Mike is
Well, it
actually
is
right. Look
rubbish
at what Mike is
because
saying.
what they're not doing with it. So, Mike, tell me. You tell me.
It's rubbish.
Okay, Mike. Answer me. What is that value of that thing that looked like a masquerade going around in circles and people laughing and clapping? What is the value of that? For the past 1,000 years, they've been doing it. Tell me what the value of that.
You see what your problem is?
I have a problem.
Okay. Let me ask you one question. Have you visited those people and have you talked to them and have you asked them questions about what they're doing?
Okay, Mike, you that you visited.
No. It's a simple question I ask you.
I have not, but you that you have.
So you're coming from a position of ignorance. You're talking about something from a position of ignorance. Like to you, it's just rubbish.
No, because I've seen many of such things. This is not the first time I've encountered.
Okay, let me tell you what they're doing.
Okay,
they're doing festival. They're doing festival.
Okay.
Right, and that festival they are connecting with their ancestor. It's something they must do. So it's not like every day they come out, that's what they do. They just dance around every day. These people, some of them are doctors, some are lawyers, they have jobs, they have things they do. But on this festival, I go to Nigeria every year to do my festival because I practice traditional and I must go because it's a covenant I have. You understand? With my deities, with my ancestors, I have to do festival once a year. So that's what it is. So you can look at me and say, "What's Mike doing?" That's what Mike should be thinking. He's supposed to be. I'm an educated person. When you see me during my festival, you think I'm just a bush guy. Well, I'm not. I put on the traditional stuff and I'm there doing like there's certain dance I do, the things I do, but it won't make sense to you because you don't understand it. And a lot of these things I do, there's so much benefit in my life. Literally, so much protection I get. I've had occasions where people trying to hurt me and they couldn't. Because I have protections, So you don't know anything about it. You just come speaking from places of ignorance.
Mike, he keeps saying that, but you don't know. I wish Babati was around. You don't know that. Don't be talking about what you don't know. You think you don't want to have a tradition?
You don't know people, but you're already calling them.
Do you Do you think you're the only one that has tradition? Do you know our backgrounds too? Don't kid yourself. You don't know
You
the
already
family.
told us you're Christian. I know your background.
Well, yeah. They converted to Christianity, but if you want to go down to the family line of Ajebo Risha, it's
Do you
more than
still
what you
follow
know.
that? Do you still follow that?
I don't follow that. I don't follow
Exactly. So
that.
what is your point? You don't know. Do you even know anything about it? No, obviously.
But my point is that it's not reserved. Don't think tradition is reserved from your ancestry. No, we all have tradition one way or another.
But you follow
But
European tradition, though. European ancestry, aren't you?
okay, and you're living in the white man's land. Okay, I get it.
To
What's
do
your point?
business and make money. Same way white man come to my land to do business and make money.
Okay.
I'm
Then
not worshiping
what are you
white man
complaining about?
or wake up every day and I know I'm me. I'm a Yoruba man, complete, 100%. Everything, my religion, my everything is Yoruba, complete. I don't worship Oyibo man. I don't bow down to one thing someone else's ancestor. I bow to my own ancestor. So I don't know how make you superior because
Well,
you're
Mike,
closer to
but Mike, you live in a white man's land. You spend white man's money.
the white
Right?
man. So those white men that live in Nigeria, do you go and approach them and say, "Yeah, you live in a black man's land, you spend black man's money"? Do you go and tell them that?
No. They're calling the shot.
They're
They're
not.
ruling
They're
you.
not
They're telling what
denying
you
Okay,
that
do.
they
they're
are
ruling
there
who?
to.
Those white
They
men
are,
doing business in Nigeria. They're ruling Nigeria. Is that what you're telling me? They're the one calling shots.
but they are not. They are not denying that they are not there for the wealth of that nation or to
Uh-huh.
steal the
The same thing
artifacts
now. So am
or
I
to
denying that I'm
steal
not here for the
anything
wealth?
that to steal the identity and to steal everything that they could. But you are in a white man's land. Enjoy everything that has to do with the white man. So why would
So
you
what?
cast it and
What
say
is your
you don't
point?
worship the white?
I mean, somewhere in the
No,
world.
I heard you saying that you don't worship black man. I mean white man. Whatever has to do with white man, you dissociate with the
No, I didn't
religious.
say I dissociate myself with relating with other people. That's not what I said. I said
So
I don't
that means
worship.
you imbibe some of their culture as well because you live in their land. You live among them.
No, your logic is off. So because I live around white people, I have to worship them
You are
and
in their
worship their
land.
ancestor.
So you are
So
in
I
their
have
land.
to. Wait. So see, that's the problem. See, okay, the Chinese man, the Japanese man, the Indian living in white man's land do they say, okay, now that I'm here, I have to worship white man's ancestor?
You don't have to
Or does
watch. You don't have to
the
toe
white
the
man that
line
goes to
of their
China, the white
religion.
that goes to China, did they say, oh, now I live in China, I'm making money, so now I
You
have to
don't
worship the
have to
Chinese
toe
ancestor?
their line of religion, but for the fact that you live among them, that means you are going to assimilate some of their culture. That means you are going to be imbibing their culture as well. You'll be absorbing it, right? So that means you are still with the white
No,
people.
there's
You're
difference
still
between culture, meaning a rule, obeying rule of law,
you
or eating
what you
food.
said
What do you
So
mean by
Mike,
culture? Define culture.
what you were
Define
saying
culture.
to
Mike trying to establish culture
I jumped
superiority.
in
That's why.
based on what
No,
you were telling
there's difference between culture and connecting with your ancestral spirits.
Mike, I
That's two
jumped
different
in
things.
based on what you were telling Prince Daddy. You said you don't worship white man. Anything that has to do with the white man, that you don't bow down to them and all that. And I said, you
And I
live
don't, and that's a
among
statement
them.
of fact.
Well, the fact that you live in their midst, you live
That
on
means
their
I'm
land.
buying to them.
I mean, you have to abide by some rules, won't you?
But that's not buying to them. It's just obeying the law of a land. If I go to Igbo land, I have to respect their law. If I go to anywhere, if I come to your house, I have to respect the rule of your house. So it doesn't mean I'm buying to you.
So,
Come on now.
Mike, what do you say to the white people that go to learn about the Ifa religion and they become practitioners? What do you say about those people?
That's their business.
Are they inferior white people or to black people then?
No, well, hey,
Oh,
it's not up to me to judge.
but I am inferior because I'm worshiping Jesus Christ, right? It's a white man's religion, according to you.
I didn't say you're inferior. I just find it weird that you worship someone else's ancestor.
You find it weird, okay?
And second of all,
no worries.
You worship another man's ancestor. That's not only any other man, a man that really. We just talked about how they did some barbaric things to some people in the past. They enslave you. They want to conquer you. You are worshiping the ancestor.
Number one, Jesus Christ.
I mean, that to me, that looks like Stockholm syndrome. I mean,
No,
honestly,
Jesus Christ
that's the
is
classic
not white.
definition of
Is not
Stockholm
white in
syndrome.
the first place. He's not a white man in the first place. So I don't know where that came
What
from.
is he? You want to tell me he's a Palestinian, right?
Well, it was a Jew. I mean, what else do you want to say?
That's even worse. At least a Palestinian is getting their ass kicked, and you're worshiping the ancestors. So that's even worse, man. Come on now. Yeah, you have to worship your own ancestor, man. You can't be saying someone else's ancestor lived some time ago and that's who your God
Mike,
is.
on this, Mike, Mike, on this ground, I support you 100%. You have to worship your ancestors. If you worship other people's ancestors, you are a slave to them. Period. That is mental slavery.
And that's why, if you know, most of the leaders in Africa, every one of them is either a Christian or Muslim. They worship Arab ancestor, European ancestor. And then you wonder why Africa is a slave to those countries. You made a good point there, Jaffrey. You know, that's what they think. They go, I mean, like, yo, I saw the president of Ghana. He went to Rome. See the way he was bowing down to the Pope, man. The guy, like, he's in front of God. Like, I'm like, yo, are you kidding me? Like, that's the only continent that does that. So, I mean, I don't know. It's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate. You know, like someone told me, say we should
Mike,
traditional people.
you have to learn to love everyone. We should love all
No,
people.
it's
No,
not
we
hate.
don't.
I'm not saying anything about hate. This is not hate. I don't hate anybody. I don't hate white or hate anyone. I love you. Doesn't mean I have to worship your ancestors.
Do you know
I have white
how many
friends.
Europeans spend like thousands, even in the millions, every year to go to Tibet and go to the monastery to go worship whatever they worship, the Dalai Lama and their
So because they
religion?
do it, you too, you have to do it, right?
No. Of course, I don't worship that. I'm just telling you. You make it sound like it's only black people that worship other religions, so to speak. But the religion that I worship is not a religion of color or culture. That's
It
not it at
is.
all.
It is. The person you are worshiping is not your ancestor.
We don't worship a person. So that's a part you
Come
don't
on, man.
understand.
You tell me
We
story
don't
of
worship
Jesus Christ. And if you told me the story of Jesus Christ, and he's not from where you're from, he's not related to you, ancestry wise. He's not. But there's no deity that I worship in my tradition that's not related to me. They're all from Yoruba land. Is he
And
Oshun?
Mike,
I can tell you where
let
they
me
are
say
from.
something here. Mike, let me say something here. You see, our ancestors told us of Eshu. Our ancestors told us of Ogun. Our ancestors told us of Amadioha. They told us all this. Our ancestors never told us of Jesus Christ. They never said it. We only knew of Jesus Christ during
Well,
colonization.
maybe they missed the mark.
Oh, they missed it. Okay, they did. Oh, oh my brother.
They missed it. Go ahead.
So since your ancestors never told you about that, then why did you believe it from a white man that came and told you Jesus Christ died for you? He did this, he did that. So these are the things we should be paying at. See, I told somebody, I was talking with someone, a friend of mine one time. I said, look at Israel, the present day Israel now. It's very close to Egypt. And if you look deep into Egypt, Egypt is a black civilization, was built by Africans. Yorubas were part of that civilization. The Benis were part of that civilization. So you look at, it's so close to us. Why then did the Europeans have to tell us about Jesus Christ? Why our ancestors they weren't dumb that they didn't know that a man like that came into being. So you understand that all these things is just your stand. I don't even believe in all those stories. That is why, you see, the stories in the Bible are actually African spirituality that was repackaged into a religion. It wasn't even most of the things that happened, most of the things they wrote about in the Bible.
But Jesus said he came for the Israelites.
In a critical way, none of those things happened.
This person told Jesus said he came for the Israelites. Have you not read it? When he was telling the Samaritan, he was telling that Samaritan woman, why do you expect me to
Came
give
for the
you
Israelites
the
only? I mean.
Excuse
Daddy, did you hear that? Are you
am I still audible?
He came for his people.
No.
He came for his
It said it came first. The salvation is of the Jew. It came first for the Jewish people. It didn't say that was that.
He came first for them before you, Abi. That's the same thing. My ancestors will come. You talk about those people that come to.
It's there in the Bible. Praise that. Go and read it. It's there.
That what?
He said, I will not give the food. I will not give the food for the children. Then I will not cast it to the dogs to eat. It's there now.
My bro.
I know I know, but did it not eventually acquiesce to the lady's request? But the point here is that it wasn't.
The lady was persistent. It's just like your dog was your dog is disturbing you too much. You just say, I beg, keep quiet, take this bone and go and eat.
Right? No, but you just
the food is not for the dog. The food
No,
is not for the dog.
Things
And that's
are
the
in
same way they
order.
treat African countries in the UN.
Christ made it known. It came first for the Jews, okay, And after the Jews, that's the way it was set up.
Then
Okay,
you came for the Chinese and you came for the black man
there's
last.
no way to be preaching to other people and your own people don't believe you. Which eventually, anyway, many of them didn't believe him. Actually, just like up to today, there are many Jews that don't believe in Jesus Christ, and some do. And keep in
And why are we
mind, those
believing? Why do we now believe in Jesus Christ? Why do we believe in it?
Even the Jews that Jesus came for don't even follow him anymore. So you like didn't come for. He came for you last, and you're the ones still.
Mike, Mike is not the first and last thing.
Yeah,
Trust me, it's
our
not.
ancestors are
Because
not
if
happy
you go
with us.
back to the
Our,
scripture,
our our ancestors are not happy with us. Let's be very realistic. We have turned our backs on our ancestors. We've disobeyed our ancestors. Our ancestors who brought us up. It's not fair.
what
And
instruction did they give
we are
us to
going
do?
now. We are
What
now
was the
going after
instructions?
we are going after the ancestors of the Israelites. We are worshiping another people's ancestors. That's very funny. We need
That's
to get our
madness,
head
man.
examined.
It's
Too.
madness.
We need to get our head examined. We left our own ancestors, the ones that has been taking care of us. We now started going to chase after the gods of other people. Oh God, what do they do, black people?
Well, do you Mike, do you not believe do you not believe in something that actually works? Do you not believe in it?
Who
Yeah,
told
it
you?
does
Who
work.
told you our ancestors don't work?
Exactly. So
It's like it's the
I'm not
luck they
saying it
went to the
doesn't work.
village.
So who tells you that me believing in Jesus Christ doesn't work? Because maybe it doesn't work for you if you say so.
My brother, it's in the Bible. That Bible you are reading that belong to other people. That's what the Israelites were doing, and they went to stay in Babylon for a very long time. That's why we are in Babylon. We are in our own Babylon. We have abandoned our ancestors. Honestly speaking,
Except it's Babylon, unlike the Jewish
that's
people that were hold on, they were
slavery.
enslaved. We have our own people
Slavery is a punishment
dying
of
in the high seas, going to
slavery is a
Europe.
punishment. Slavery is a punishment for turning our backs on our ancestors. Our ancestors told us about the Europeans, but we refuse. They told us, but we refuse. Now
Maybe
we are suffering.
maybe
Look at the Chinese. Look at the Chinese. The Europeans were unable to colonize the Chinese. The Chinese are still
they did.
strong.
They colonized them. They did. Like, what do you mean? They
Which part?
colonized
It's
them.
not
No,
all
no,
part.
they did. They didn't. They didn't. They just took part
Which
of the
part?
place. They didn't.
Just a few
They
parts. They
Well,
stopped them.
did the British took part? Were the British in every nook and cranny of Nigeria or Africa too?
Yes,
No,
they
they were
bombed
no.
not.
us.
The
They
excuse
were
me.
They
not.
To
bombed
get the
us.
history, Prince Daddy, to get the history straight, the British took Hong Kong. Hong Kong
Yeah.
then. The
Mm-hmm.
mainland. Do you know how big China is?
Was
The
Hong
Yes.
Kong
mainland
part?
Yes.
China.
Was it part of China then? No.
Hong
It
Kong was
was.
an
I'm not
island.
saying that it
The
was, but
Chinese did not allow them to come to
when
mainland.
you're talking of
They didn't. It
Africa,
was such a vast mainland. They didn't need to conquer the whole mainland. What do you mean? For what?
okay, but they
They, they,
conquered. They conquered the whole of Nigeria. They conquered the whole of Nigeria.
oh,
Conquered the whole of Africa.
I don't know about that. Ask Mike.
Yeah,
Mike would
they
tell you
did.
otherwise because Mike said they didn't come to his village.
Then
Ask
the
him. He's there.
villages.
He will tell you. He didn't come to Mike's village. Mike said they never met him. They don't know him.
That's funny. There's a church in this village.
Today they have
So
conquered the whole.
they came there.
Mike,
Everybody have
Mike,
volunteered. They
There's a church.
volunteered to be conquered.
There's a church in this village.
Mike,
They
Mike
volunteered
said,
life.
Mike said, my father was conquered. His father was not conquered because they live in the village. So, so there you
No,
go.
no, they
There's a
conquered those that
bigger.
gave up. Those of us that are still full of ancestors, they didn't conquer us.
There's a big ass church. There's a big ass church in this village, so they were there live.
Oh
But
Uh,
my God! Oh my God!
the fact of the matter is that we have turned our backs on our ancestors. It is not fair. We need to go back to our roots. We need to go back to our ancestral situation.
Definitely, my brother.
Yeah,
Definitely, we
we
need
need
to
to
go
go
back.
back.
We need to go back.
Let's call spade a spade. Let's be honest. Regardless of the religion we worship, we need to go back to our ancestors, and they are waiting for us.
You see, I want to say something here. I want to say something. There's something I watch on YouTube. You see, for example, I'm an Igbo boy. In Igbo land, if we are building houses in ancient, like in the olden, not even ancient time, this happened maybe in this thing. They kill a goat when they are laying the foundation. They kill a goat and they spill the blood on the foundation they spill the blood on the foundation and they start covering and the building there. So, but now I was watching something on YouTube and the Europeans were doing the same thing. You see, they were doing the same thing. They killed a cow. They were building a high-rise building, and they were spilling the blood on the pillars of the high-rise. I said, so these people are doing this same thing too. But the religion in our place will tell you that thing is demonic. It's against this. It's against, you will not go to heaven. I asked them, who has gone to that heaven? If you know the address to heaven, tell me.
Sorry. What year were you talking about this ritual you're talking about that the European did?
When I was a kid, when my father built a house, they did it. This one, when I was a kid, they did it. It's there in Igbo land, you know. I don't know if other places they do it, but it's a ritual we do. It's appeasing the land. You understand? We have to go back to our ancestors. And you just look at
you don't need to go far now. Just open one of the scripture, go to Deuteronomy. You will see them spilling ships and spilling the blood on the land. You don't need to go far. Tell the Prince Daddy, open Deuteronomy, any chapter there. You see it. You will see them spilling the blood of animals. It's there. They are worshiping the ancestor. The ancestor was telling them what to do. The ancestor, even their own ancestor told them, go to this land and go and kill those people and collect their wives. It's there in the Bible you are holding. It's there. It was telling them, and if they disobey the ancestor say, oh, I told you to go and kill those people and collect their wife. You refuse, there'll be no problem. Some other people will come and flog you people. It's there in the Bible. The Bible is about the ancestors of the Israelites and their ancestor, the relationship between the Israelites and their own ancestor. And yet you want to go and collect the ancestor of the Israelites. What is wrong with black men? What is wrong with us?
We have a problem.
What is wrong with us?
People. We have a problem. Seriously.
Yes, I agree. I agree we were colonized, but at some point we'll look at it and say, this is not for us now. Let's go back to our ancestors. Let's pick up our ancestors.
We should make a U-turn, and that's it. That is what even see.
Read the Bible. If you read the Bible very well, even you yourself, I think President Dandy has said it. Even Jesus came and he said, I came for the Jews. And he looked at the Samaritan woman and said, why are you disturbing me? I didn't come for you. I came for the Jews. And the Jews and the Samaritan, they are just neighbors. They talk less of we that is 6,000 meters away from them. And we are chasing Jesus left, right, and center. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
No, they've destroyed us. I'm telling you, one of the biggest problems we have in that country or in the continent of Africa is religion. You can just spin it anyhow they want. No, after all, the Europeans are also really religious. No, they are not as religious as we are. We've been brainwashed that everything good that comes into play, like everything that comes to us that is good is from God. Everything that is bad that comes to us is from the devil. And you said they've even demonized our deities like Ishu, the god of, when I was growing up, I didn't know Ishu was even god of war. I didn't know that if Africans want to go and prepare for war, they consult the issue. And it's not like it's a bad deity. It's actually a good deity. But
when David wants to go for war, who was he consulting? David, the king of Israel, is in the Bible. That one that day is holding. I threw away the Bible a long time ago.
No, I don't even read that bullshit again, man.
Is there? You understand? Somebody is busy discussing with his own ancestors, and we've forgotten our own ancestor. And our ancestors are just looking at us and saying, look at what are we doing? What are we doing?
Ancestor Bible, ancestor that are already asleep.
You are calling their ancestors
No, why would they be asleep when we are forgot? If you forget your father, won't your father just go to bed? If you forget, your father will leave you and go to bed. We forgot. We turned our backs on them. We need to go back. We need to go back and beg for their forgiveness. We are in our own Babylon. At least the Israelites, they're out of their Babylon. We are in our own Babylon, in the wilderness. We need to go back to our ancestors and beg them for forgiveness. We have offended them seriously. And it's not nice. They've been protecting us since before the white man came. And the white man came and deceived us. Let's go back to our ancestors and beg them so that they can guide us out of our poverty. The reason why we are poor is not try everything. We are shouting bad leadership. Tomorrow now we'll start another bad leadership discussion again. Next tomorrow we'll start bad leadership discussion. Go to other platforms, they are crying. Everybody crying, bad leadership, bad governance. It's because we have offended our ancestors. That's why we are giving those bad leaders.
Yeah, and again, you see,
bad leaders.
Let me just add to what you just said now. You see, like in Nigeria now, assuming I said to stamp away corruption from Nigeria or from our political whatever is let's start bringing out our deities for them to swear. You are taking an oath of office. Swear with your deity. Then you see
God
what
no
will
go
happen.
born them, make them try and they try and they go
If they
die
do and
once.
every corruption go die
One
natural death.
time, they go die
You know,
once.
they cannot do it because they know those books they used to swear. They use those books. Those books also have effect. It doesn't have anything on
see
you.
my yam. I
So
go
when they
village,
swear
go
with
call
those
your name.
deity, when they swear with those deity, don't people, all those priests of those deity, don't they go back and change this course?
No, you
I'm
don't
scared
joke.
of wait
No,
now,
you
No,
don't
wait,
no,
joke
no,
wait.
with
no,
that.
I'm
no,
ready.
no, no,
No,
my
No,
brother,
no, no,
no.
no, no,
look, I'm
no.
gonna step out.
No,
You don't allow
you don't
somebody.
joke with. You don't. It's been
No,
long.
no,
You
no,
went
no, no,
today.
no, no.
It's been
Now,
long. You
I've been
don't try
listening in
it.
the background. I've been
You
listening in
don't
the
try it.
background. Now
You don't.
somebody is trying to
See, it's
put
a
a different
personal.
opinion. You are not even
Is
allowing me to talk.
it's personal. Once you do it,
My brother,
nobody is
let me
changing
talk
it.
now. Let me talk
It's you and your
first.
covenant. No, I'm
Let
correcting
me
you.
talk first.
I am correcting you now. Let me
Okay,
correct you, then you will
okay,
talk
I've
now.
heard the correction.
You
Let me continue. This is what I'm saying. That it is not the fact that they are swearing with the Bible or anything that is causing the problem. The problem of African man is not religion. You say you have been you should go and consult a deity. In your own private family, have you been consulting it? Start there. Start by consulting your deity in your private family with your children. In the evening, put
yes,
them
sir.
together and say, let us pray to our own deity, our grandfather, or our do it. Start with that.
I pray
And
to
let
my
us know.
ancestors now. I pray to my ancestors.
No, gather your children together and be doing it. The point is, I think we don't understand things. Some things when we don't understand, we should talk. We should say we don't understand. One thing I used to tell people, I say, if you want to study a car, you want to look at a good car, you don't go to the junkyard and start examining that. You want to see a Toyota Land Cruiser that is what's the condition of a standard Toyota Land Cruiser. Then you go to junkyard and start looking at Land Cruiser. No. If you are going to judge religion, maybe Christianity, for example, by actions of people like Sulaiman, by all those things that those pastors are doing in Nigeria, you are not good. You are not doing the right
But
thing.
nobody is saying anything about pastors in Nigeria now. And no one
You
even
do
judging
the right
religion. I
thing.
just keep speaking
So
the
when you are saying religion does not say that people should not develop now. Religion
But
does not say that people should be killing. Religion does not say you should steal. In short,
Nobody is talking
not
about
seeing
you're
religion here.
arguing
religion.
something nobody ever said.
You're arguing a different thing.
I'm
Nobody is
not seeing a
arguing
religion
religion
that
here.
said thou shalt steal.
Nobody is
So
arguing
how
religion
is
here.
religion the problem of Africa?
Nobody is arguing religion here. You
No,
are
you
the
are
one
saying that
bringing up religion.
Religion stops
is
an African
religion.
man from thinking out of the box. It
Nobody
stops
called
an African man
religion
from
here.
So
thinking
you
out
go
of
We
the
and just
said,
box.
said that now. I'm calling you
listen
back
now,
to
you
it
are the
now.
one screaming. You don't want
No,
us to
you have
talk.
said so many things now that you have failed to remember.
You are the one coming here to talk another thing. We are talking A, you are talking B.
You people were not listening to yourself. That's why.
No,
Somebody is speaking
we
back
know
to
the
you
cover.
what you have.
We know
You
the
see,
you
that
are the
means what
one.
you
You
have said
just came. See,
that means
what you
what
are
you have
doing is
said is
very wrong.
so
Do you know
faulty.
what you are doing is very wrong? It's like we are discussing about our father. You came and start discussing about the neighbor. And
No,
you are telling
I'm
us to keep
discussing
quiet.
what
When
you
did
have
we talk
done.
about pastors here? We didn't
I'm
And
say
you are
anything
telling
about
us to
pastors.
keep quiet. Let's
I'm
discuss
just
about the
discussing
neighbor.
what you have
Nobody is
said.
discussing about religion here. Nobody called pastor. We
Religion
only
is what
said,
you have just
let's
said.
go.
You said religion is the problem of Africa.
Oga, can you listen? You're a bad conversationalist. We're discussing
Call me
something else,
anything
and you
call me
come.
anything you
And you
like.
then
Call
Paposki,
me
carry
anything
can you
you
continue
like.
with the
relax?
conversation.
Just
Discuss with
Paposki, don't be
yourself.
emotional. Just relax, man. Go one.
Discuss with yourself now. Discuss with yourself now. We are discussing something and you came in and you don't want you are not a good listener.
And that's another
You came to
second
defend
thing.
yourself.
That's a mighty to say about me. I'm counting it 1, 2. Continue, say whatever you like to say. But I'm speaking back to you what you have said. And now you are not ready to take it. Because you were not listening
But
to
that's not
yourself.
what we
You were
said now.
just
You said
trying
we
to
said you the pastor. When did we say
somebody
anything about
said
pastor?
right there. Somebody said right there that religion is the problem of Africa.
Who said that?
That is not true. One
Who
of
said
you
that?
guys were catching cruise, you see. If there's a way you can play back this thing,
But who said it now? We're asking you.
Yeah. I said it. I said religion is our problem in Africa, and it's true.
Okay,
defend
somebody
it.
has just told me he said that. He said that.
Okay, that's what I ask you. Who said it? Let us know who said it. Because you argue
I
with
don't know the name of the person. I just said somebody right there said it, and somebody just told you
They
he
address the
said so.
person now. That's why we say address the person that said what.
I'm
But
not
not
addressing
address
the
someone
person. I'm
different.
addressing the floor. I'm addressing the panel.
You're
I don't
addressing
want to.
everybody over what one person
No,
said.
my brother, listen. When we come to panel, I don't want to push issue at individuals. I don't want to
No, no,
accuse
no, no, no. You
individuals
can't.
of
You can't.
saying
No, 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 no,
I
no,
am
no, no.
this, I am that. But I can address the panel. I
No,
can
no. You,
address the
you,
panel.
you can't
That's one
address
of the
the
ways.
entire panel what
That's
one
one of
person
the
said.
ways for. That's one of the ways to take it not personal. If I address people, it can go personal. But when I address the panel, it cannot go personal.
No, no, you can't say the, someone said pastor
Let me
religion
just excuse
something.
myself.
Then you're addressing all of
I
us.
think you are just
You have to
can
address the
you are
one
not
person.
you are not debating. You are not
No, you are the one
intellectualizing.
not
You are not.
debating. You are
Mike,
debating the entire panel
Mike,
on one
allow him to
person's
say
You are
something.
just
point.
Allow him
facing
to
one side.
conclude, okay?
You are just facing one side. Nothing intellectual is coming again from this discussion. Let me just exit. Thank you for today.
It didn't even make any sense.
That's how you talk to people like that. When you are discussing about your landlord or you are discussing A and somebody is coming to discuss C, you just keep quiet. Once the person is done, the person will leave. Nobody is talking about religion here. And I think the who was it? Who said religion? He just said it in passing. Nobody called pastor. Nobody said religion. We just said let's go back to our roots. That's just what we are saying. And that we need to go and appease our ancestors. And because why I'm saying this is that I've thought about this. Like we have tried so far. In short, let's be honest. Nigeria from the get-go has never worked. It has never worked. And I've looked at it in all of Africa. Where is working? Even South Africa is not working. Where is working in Africa? I said this thing must be a spiritual situation. It's no longer a physical thing because if you try, you are twisting the economy. So far, so good. Everything is going down here. I said maybe there's a spiritual situation with this, and probably we've annoyed our ancestors. If we go back to go and appease our ancestors, maybe things may begin to work. And then we looked at it and said, okay, even with the corruption, tell politicians to swear with their ancestors. Once they swear, let them go and steal. They know what will happen to them. But if you tell them to swear with the Bible, they have no connection with that. They can do it and go and steal money.
They've been swearing with Bible for the past 60 years, and there's corruption.
Yes, and they are stealing money. But tell them, go and swear. Is he not the one that they told, what's this man? The former governor of Anambra State to go to Okija to go and swear he ran away. He
I wish
ran away now.
Patoski can address that one.
He ran away. But that's the truth. If you tell everybody, oh yeah, swear with your ancestor, look, oh yeah, take that pot, eat that kola nut, and swear on the gods of the land that you will be upright and you will not steal. Let him go and steal. Let the gods not take him away. The gods will kill you straight away because you have sworn you have a personal covenant with them. And that's the way we need to do. And that's what people were doing in the past. Like you say, oh, you will not take another man's wife, and you have sworn, then you go and take that man's wife. In the process of you doing it, you go die there now.
Exactly,
You go
my
die there,
brother.
put.
Exactly. You see,
So
can I come in, please? Let me just come in a little. You see, back there in my village those days, if somebody commits an abomination, you understand, they take him to the shrine or take him to the deity. And the person, you see, the person will confess immediately that, oh, I did this. And this is a person that has been denying the crime, but immediately goes to the deity because he knows the consequences. Why Nigeria is not working is because there is no consequences. One, we've destroyed all our institutions. Now, the only thing that can hold us, to be accountable is our deities. Let's go back to it. If these guys swear with our deities, we'll go to sleep. You see what will happen to them if they mess up. But we'll keep on saying, oh, religion is not the problem of Africa.
this one mess up, it will
Religion is
even
the
affect your
problem. Let's tell
children. Let them
ourselves the
try it.
truth.
Tell politicians or somebody like Tinubu, who is a very strong man, they know what they are doing. Tell them to go and swear with their deity that they will not steal money. They know what will happen to them and their generation. It will straight. It will wipe your fourth generation off. It will wipe you off because you have a personal covenant with them. You are swearing with them and say you will not do this, and you now go to do it. It will wipe you off. These men will not do it because they know. But that's the way Africa needs to move. It needs to move that way. or you are telling the House of Representatives as you are entering into that house, or you start swearing, or pass this broom. Once you pass this broom, you know you have a covenant with you and your deity. Go and steal, or go and lie, or go and misappropriate funds. Nobody will try it. That's the way to go with us, because nobody is holding us accountable. If we swear with our deity, no boy you wear. Go and do it. You will see the gods of your ancestor coming to meet you in the middle of the night to tell you that you will die by this time because of what you have done. Not only will you die, your children too will follow you. Africa will turn to a good place. In short, even the bad people will not near there. The bad people will not become politicians. They will leave it for good people.
Exactly.
It's true. Yeah, it's true. The bad people will not, because what they say, if you have killed someone, you cannot become a governor. If you have murdered blood, if you have spilled blood, you can't become a governor. And you have gone to spill blood. Go now, the deity will take you. To take you away. Will you go? You don't go. You have spilled blood now. You won't go. You will leave it for good people, only innocent people.
Nigeria is gone, man.
For the past 60 years, every president we've had has been either a Christian or a Muslim, and they've all taken oaths with the Quran and the Bible.
They are just bullying us, man.
All the governors, all the presidents, and look where we are, man. The corruption hasn't gone away. It's not going anywhere. And Patoski here will come.
Actually, the corruption starts from the church. If you don't know, it starts from all these religious places.
Even the pastor really want to encourage they are spiritual leaders. They'll be the ones to encourage.
Problem because they say that judgment is after you die now. That's why people say, "Oh, is that how this one is?" Okay, let me commit all the sins here. This one, if you are out dirty, if you do it, you die immediately, or your consequences come to you, or madness run through your family. You will not try it now. We know. Each and every one of us know these things. We know if we swear
another thing
that is what they do. That is what politicians do. Let's be very honest. That's what they do, especially if they are trying to sponsor your career. They will not tell you to swear with the Bible. They will take you and go to the shrine and tell you to swear.
Exactly.
That is what they do. They'll tell you to swear. That's what they did to what's this man who became Minister of Labour? Ngige. Ngige refused to swear. Ngige refused. He ran away. They started chasing him. They now kidnapped him. He refused to swear. He knows what will happen to him. Carry you, or you swear that you will pay us our money and everything. It's not about signing. They don't do. You will still sign legal agreement so that they can still take you to court. But they will tell you come and swear in the shrine. They know. And when they swear, they like, okay, that's why they are supporting. They will be supporting their godfather, carrying the funds that be given to their God, because they cannot break that covenant. Break the covenant, and you know what will happen to you.
You know the Europeans. They know they have to collude with African leaders to loot Africa. Maybe that's why they have to make sure they make sure the Christians and the Muslims are the ones ruling Africa, because they know the traditional ones, their ancestors might strike them if they collude with them, So
even the politicians are in the same bed with the politicians, and the religious leaders are in bed together. This is a mastermind.
And with the colonial masters.
Exactly. This is like they've messed us up. They don't finish up for Africa. We don't know. They will tell you that they saw, and Mike, the one that really annoys me with all these spiritual leaders is this. They keep on telling you about heaven, a place that has been well prepared for you, a place like there are so many mansions in my father's house, all this is. And do you know what effect that has on a typical Nigerian or a typical African? He refuses. Now, that African refused to build a civilization for himself, or to refuse to build a heaven for himself here, thinking he will go to heaven. You see, that is brainwashing. And that is why you see a lot of poor people. When you see poor people, you see, even in the Bible says it's very difficult for a rich man to go to heaven, but it's easier for a poor man to go to heaven. You see how now, if somebody will now, you understand,
They're
kind of,
encouraging you from thinking about being rich. You know, they want you to remain in
exactly, you
poverty.
will just forget about being rich and say, oh, let me condition myself as, let me just put myself here as a poor man. I will see heaven. I will start praying.
The white man, the Igbo man, I read Bible, man. The guy came to scam people, man.
It's
So
scam, man. It's
them
scam, my brother.
that
It's
brought
scam.
the religion to you. They are doing everything to keep their countries rich. They are bombing everybody to become rich. But then they gave you a religion to tell you that, hey, you go to hellfire, you become rich. So stay poor.
And you see
Hey,
a
oh,
bunch of
I
people,
don't hustle us for Africa, man.
my brother, I don't know who does this kind of thing, man. I don't know.
Yeah, don't hustle Africa, man.
They've messed up. You see, for us to get out of this brainwashing, they've done to us, what they've done to us, is going to take us another 50 years or even 100 years if we don't take time. Because it's glaring now that all these things are myth. They don't exist. Heaven is a mirage. Hell is a mirage. You know, all these things are not real. The real thing is this earth where you see yourself here, fight and build a civilization or develop your place. Look at the Chinese have done it. Singaporeans have done it. Koreans have done it. Japanese have done it. Americans have done it. UK, Africa, they wait for God. They wait for heaven. Man, I never see Kolowe be like that. Oh. I don't know which kind of medicine.
They are waiting for Jesus. Can you imagine? They are waiting for Igbo man.
Waiting for a man to come and take you. Oh my God.
Oh boy. They're waiting for Igbo man. If you go to Nigeria, man, you go inside church. We 1,000 people, all of them black. The picture of the white God.
Exactly, my brother.
The white man. And they say that's going to save them. The white man who did this world is not willing to save you. The one who no there and you gonna save you. America, England, see how France they rob them for that francophone countries.
You see, trillions of dollars when France they collect from Africa.
500 billion a year. 90 France they collect from those francophone countries.
Mike, it's like 400 or 500 billion a year. Then, when the thing goes to their bank, they go run business. When they run the business, they enter like trillions of dollars. And they are telling, these are people that are building their own heaven here. And they are telling you that you should wait for your own heaven in the sky. Not, oh my God. This one are heavy Badwell.
Prince Daddy, no. Prince Daddy, no, we call. Oh boy.
Mike, what you say? I didn't hear you now.
I hope you are waking up, guys. You are waking up, man.
Mike, another thing, you see, that pastor telling you that there is heaven, he's not even preparing himself for heaven. Because he's
They're waiting for Jesus that is not coming back again.
I remember in Lagos those days. The way they go preach that rapture, rapture is coming. Jesus is coming every day.
I was so scared of that thing.
They said they will blow trumpets.
In the 80s now, you remember one time they said Jesus was coming in the 80s. Everybody gathered, they look sky.
They said they will blow trumpets. That is scary. They said they will blow trumpets. They say if you haven't given your life, if they blow that trumpet, it's too late.
And that was
everybody's
when these Pentecostal churches were just coming out to. Then they used
good
those
morning.
back
Can I interject, please?
Who are the interjectors?
Can I interject, please?
Yeah, Remy interjected. I got a supporter right here. Go ahead, Remy. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It has been a very sensitive topic. Sorry, Prince Daddy, I might disappoint you a little bit. First and foremost, I look at things in 2 or 3 perspectives. I ask myself a lot of questions. The religion introduced to Africa from the Western world, I'm talking about, and the Middle East, I'm talking about Islam and Christianity. How come most of their population do not believe in this religion? How come most of these people in this Western world are not going to churches like we go in Africa? How come they are not doing night vigil in America, in Europe? How come they are not going to church every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, every other day? Why are we doing that in Africa? How come when you go to Dubai or you go to Qatar or you go to Doha, any of these countries, you don't see them flaunting that, oh, I'm going to mosque to pray at a particular time. They don't really care. And their country are prospering. How come that we are so close to God, we worship God, we go to mosque, we go to church, if we want to say 3 or 4 statements, we put the name of God in front, but we are the most devilish and evilish in the world.
Sorry,
How come?
Remy, we are not worshiping
No, no,
God. We are
let me
worshiping the
finish.
God. We are
Let me
worshiping the
finish.
God of other people.
Please let me just finish. So I asked myself these questions. Then I've been in a society where the population is over 1 billion. And I can tell you categorically that almost 1.2 billion of the populace, they don't believe in nothing. They just believe in their hard work. And their country is developing. And before you can say Jack, everybody is importing from them. And today, they are superpower. I know that we have our own traditional belief given from our forefathers. But I've seen where a lot of people drawn to Islam and Christian because they see those ones are very simple and easy to worship. But if you want to follow our traditional religion, there's so many things you have to obey. And because of Western civilization, well, I give it to the white people, they are more smarter. Let's be objective here. Because of Western civilization, nobody want to sit down, pour this water over there, pour that oil over there. Don't do this. If your left foot is this, if your right, it's so cumbersome for most people in this new generation. That is the reason why a lot of people find it very easy to go in Christian way or Islamic way, because it's more easy. You can do it at your comfort of your home. And look at what Mike said. Mike said, no matter what happened, you always go back to Nigeria once in a year to do the annual festival, which is good. But what I'm trying to say here is that it's not easy for us, as if we want to follow our traditional something, it's not easy to worship. You have to obey a lot of stuff. And I must also I will disappoint you also if you are also like worshiping tradition. Things have changed. Look at our Obas now. They mix it a lot. They are not following the old tradition anymore. So if you are looking at, okay, let's swear with our traditional, they will swear nothing will happen because they are not using the real one. They will swear to, if you want them to swear to Ogun, they will swear to Ogun, but they are not using the real Ogun. That is the problem. What I'm trying to tell you is that what do you call it? The custodian of all these kind of deities, they have also been compromised. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So even if you resort to that also, this kind of thing, you'll be surprised that they will swear with anything you ask them to swear, and nothing will happen because it has already been compromised.
Have you swear and nothing happened before?
What did you say?
Have you swear and nothing happened before?
Me, I do not worship traditional something, so why should I?
How do you know what you are telling us now?
Okay, I will tell you why. Because you can see that from our Obaship. I mean, when we crown our Oba, they will tell you that he is not supposed to be the Oba, and that is why he's behaving like that. Then who forced him there? How did they compromise?
Those Obas are not following the
Mike, you know this is true. How did they compromise that at the end of the day they choose the person they really like, or the person maybe the governor like, or they have preference to? So there's so many of these stories outside there, and when you cannot tell me that all stories are lies. Some of these stories.
No, I'm not disagreeing that maybe some. In fact, most people that are in Yoruba land now, that are even in our tradition, Obashi, and in our traditional institution, they've mixed it with Christianity and Islam. That's the problem.
Okay, so when we now talk about innovation,
wait now. Let me tell you. Let me explain something to you. We have the priesthood, and we have a traditional ruling house, right? In a traditional ruling house, many of them, the children have converted. With time, people are converting to, children went to Western schools and everything. They don't know anything about traditional things. So those ones, many of the children have converted to Islam and, what do you call it? Mostly Islam and Christianity. So when it's time for them to pick the next king, they go to the ruling house. And what they often find is, in that ruling house, some of those children have converted to this religion. But however, well, They are the ruling house. They make them a king. But it doesn't mean now when the priest call them to come and swear to the deities and they go and swear and they lie, they all those things, it won't wipe them. They will catch them. That's a fact.
Okay, let me continue. In terms of the religion taking over Africa, I've seen that most of our pastors and our fasts and the rest, they turn into transactional, I mean business. Because when you look at it
The
from the
tradition
I mean,
oh,
they turn into business entirely. It's totally business oriented. Because when you look at, let's look at these great prophets like Jesus Christ, Muhammad, and the rest. When they were in this world, they preached love and peace, and they preached some equality among themselves. They are interested in elevating human beings. They are interested in people that are suffering from disease, that disease should go away. They are not interested in accumulating wealth. They're not interested in buying 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 private jets. They're not interested in building churches so big that it's like a stadium all over the world. They're not interested in that. They're just interested, how can we help ourselves? If you are poor, if you are rich, help the poor. And if you are average, everybody should just work together so that we can elevate ourselves together. That is what they preach. But nowadays, what they preach is totally different. It's all about what I can get, what you can donate to the church, and what the pastor can. It's like a show off. It's like which church have more private jet, which church have more private university, which church have this and have that. It's just like it's when you look at it and sit down, you will see that these people are not really there to really help the human cause. And unfortunately for Africa, because of ignorance and lack of enough education, literacy, and so many other factors, and so many educated illiterate, so many things have just jumped up together that at the end of the day, these people have a leeway to do whatever they want to do. I ask myself, if your salary is 100,000, it's not enough for you in Nigeria to even spend for 1 month. And when you collect the money, you go and donate 50% of the money to church in so many ways. You donate your tithe. You go
Let
to
me
church
tell you,
yeah.
Christianity is not for the black man.
What did you say?
Christianity was not for the black man. Never for the black man. Was never meant for the black man. Right from when it started. We have nothing to do with Christianity. It's not for us. It's for the Europeans. It came out from the Middle East, right? And the Europeans accepted it. It's for the Europeans. Christianity.
But
I
when
don't
you
know.
are talking about the Europeans
I'm not a Muslim.
The Europeans
But
too are not practicing it like before. So you can see how many of them go to church.
Let's forget about what they are practicing. And at some point they were doing it. Let's forget whether they are practicing it now or they were practicing it previously. But at some point it was a religion that was for them. That religion has
I
nothing
just
to do
want
with
to
us.
let me quickly conclude. When we talk about innovation and development, although maybe our great grandfather have a way of living their life in the older generation, but they did not pass it well from generation to generation. And then there's a break in it because of the slave trade and also the white people coming to the African continent to bamboozle them. How can you just show a mirror and then your Oba or whatever will just fall in flat like that and give them whatever they like? Our people, black people, we must say the truth. We are also very docile and lazy. Because if we are not lazy, we should have think out of the box by ourselves. That, oh, we have a gold in our land. We have oil. We have so many mineral resources in our land. How come that our people are nowadays, we have so many people all over the world why we can tap from diaspora? I don't see any reason why Nigerian cannot bring all of us together and say, okay, fine, we have crude oil. We don't want the white people to exploit for it. Can we find an engineer that can do for us in Africa? You can buy the technology in terms of machines and equipment from Europe or Asia or whatever. The people must also be able to sacrifice for their continent or for their country. The Europeans, no matter what happened, they always go back to their country to help one another. Here, I live in the Nordic country. I can tell you about 80% of the population here, they live in their country. They don't care about going to America or go and starve themselves everywhere. They stay here because the people love themselves. They don't have resources like Africa, but they have technology and they love one another that let's spread the wealth. If you hand more money, we tax you more so that we can pay those ones that do not have a work. And they give equal opportunity to everybody. So but in our context, it's totally different. We are so selfish. We always think about me, and self alone. All of these things, guys, you have been talking about today. Even when you the so-called our traditional worshippers too, they don't pass that knowledge. They feel like semi-god that everybody must kowtow or bow down to them. They don't use it to even develop their human race there. They also use it for evil sometimes. Let's be objective. They will use it for evil, just like the Christian and Islam also use that their power also for evil sometimes. Because if all of them have been using the power for good cause, that continent will have developed and improved for in the long time, for a long time ago. But they will still continue to subject you at the same so-called of your leader, religious leader, traditional Muslim. They will be worshiped. They will be saying, "Oh, we are holy." But when you see everything at the end of the day, they are the one that is also disturbing the peace of the country. So at the end of in conclusion, I would just say that we live in a new world, which is we live in a more global world now where we share resources. I think we just have to find our way to also sit down and develop our whole model that will suit us very well. And then we can now launch ourselves, just like what these Asian tigers have done. They have done a wonderful job. And today,
Remy,
yeah.
Remy, can I interject?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, Remy, what you said is you're 100% right, on what you said, because if you've lived in Asia or you lived in China or Japan and all those places, you know that these people have done tremendously well. The problem we have in Nigeria is there, especially in Nigeria, because it's still the giant of Africa. No matter how we look at it, Africa is still hoping that Nigeria will get it right. The problem we have is that our leaders are not thinking properly. They are not thinking properly at all. You see, our leaders are not thinking because our leaders are not thinking towards technology. Our leaders are not thinking towards making us food sufficient. Our leaders are not thinking a lot of things because one, they still have this colonization mentality that everything is about the West and all those stuff. So what did Chinese do? Chinese locked up themselves and figured out how to fix themselves. And that is why they have been, because this is a country that locked themselves for many years. And they could, when they opened up, already they've done the groundwork, they now opened up and now look at how where they are today. So this is what Nigeria should do. Nigeria should think inwards first. Let's start building on what we have. We should set up processing plants all over Nigeria to process our raw materials. We don't sell them raw. We sell them as processed commodities. You understand? We should change our educational system. Our educational system is the problem of Nigeria. One, we have paid so much attention and so much emphasis on acquiring degrees. Even the courses, everybody now is fixed. How would I put it? Everybody is now after degrees. Meanwhile, we should have vocational schools where when you finish your secondary school, you just go to get a vocational job for maybe, or even from, if you finish your class 3 as in middle school or your junior middle, you just go to senior middle and acquire that knowledge, vocational school. So when you are 16 or 17 or 18, you have a skill. And with that skill, you see, I was asking myself today, if Tinubu now gives Nigeria 40% of power, do you know that 80% of Nigeria wouldn't know what to do with that power?
Of course, they won't know what to do with it because they don't have the technical skills. You know what I discovered here? What I discovered here? What I discovered here is very funny. I discovered that even most of their men here, they don't care about working in the offices. They like to work outside. They have skills like mechanic, technical officer, something like that. That's what they do like. They want to work outside. They don't want to sit down in the air conditioning room and then just do your 8 hours. They don't love it. They don't like it. And even if you have acquired that skill, you can even get paid more than people that go to the office and stay there for 8 hours. So look at our university. They are not a research institution. Tell me how many researches UI, OAU, and the rest are doing every year. Even the government and they continue to receive allocation year in, year out. Forget whether the allocation is high or low. I don't want to care about that. They continue to receive money. Tell me, what have they done for the last 20 years that, okay, this is our research. This is what comes out from my university. None of them can say that. And they are still using the same curriculum of 20 years to teach our students today. Come on, things have changed. And when you study in abroad, you know that we are still backward. How
we
come
are,
that
we are.
so many of our lecturers, they don't even improve themselves? Here, when you finish a semester, then you have to write a feedback to the university about how your teacher taught you. And if the university find the lecturer wanting, they will fire him or demote him or change him that you should not take that course again. So, but in Nigeria, it's almighty. And all what they are interested about are just two things: strike and get more money, and do not deliver. I don't understand the system. So this democracy we copy from the rest of the world, from America and the rest. It's not really, it does not suit Nigeria per se, to be frank. When you look at
it's not working. It's
it
not
doesn't
working.
suit us. It's not working.
Not working
Look
for
at
us.
our recurrent expedition. It's too high. We don't need 2 hours of assembly for God's sake. So at the end of the day, how can that country develop when you have about more than 500 people? You have to cater for their allowances, buy new vehicle for them every 4 years. You have to buy new furniture for them. You have to give them consistent allowance. All this money is a lot of billions, and if you don't do it, it's too the president or their hands are too tied. So these are money that we're supposed to channel toward different development. I think it's high time that Nigerian people should own their country. Don't forget about any president. If Nigerian people should come together and say, okay, fine, we don't care about our president. We want anybody that want to be legislator to be part-time legislator. You are part-time. It is if you sit for 2 days, that's the money you will get. And all those things, you cut it down. The people must come together at this time, particular moment. It's not really like protesting or this is my guy, this is the president I support. We must come together and say we must channel a new course for our country. So if people come together, we are not saying we want to remove Tinubu as president or whoever is going to be there, but we are saying fine, we don't need to have an House of Assembly. That is the revolution we should be talking about, not revolution about changing government or changing that. That is nonsense.
You see, Remy, I quite agree with you. But the thing is that, you see, the only thing that can change anything in Nigeria now is a revolution. Because these people have captured Nigeria.
No. I am not talking about revolution, about fighting. No, my own. Maybe I should not use revolution.
It's not about.
I'm talking about people coming together and demanding that this is what we want, not change of government or change of government in the state. I don't care about all those ones.
Remy, I'm not saying we should go and fight them and say the change of government. See, if Nigeria wants a revolution, we should tell them what actually do we want. There are two things that can save Nigeria. One, I keep on saying it. Let the states control their resources, a little of their resources, and all this monthly sharing of this thing from the center is making us elect stupid leaders. And two, let's have a state police. At least reduce the killing and make security at least okay in Nigeria. And another thing, this National Assembly, oh boy, this National Assembly are a bunch of criminals. They should at least, if we are going to do with the lower house, let's do with the lower house. Upper house, let's do with the upper house. And let's remove one. Other countries, they've done it. You understand? And if these people are going to be there, let's do it part-time. If anytime they sit, they get their money. You understand? If you sit once, you get one-time money. Twice, you get... But these people are robbing it up. Look, just recently, you have 45 billion to buy cars while Nigerians are hungry. Look at the kind of money they and when you talk to them, they say, okay, Nigerian legislatures, they are just earning a little. They now compare you, Americans earn more. When our economy peak like American economy. Man, these people, I don't know. These people are just, man.
We should just stop talking about these people. I hate it when they blame leaders, because to me, I see leaders come from followership. Everybody, Tinubu was a part of the community before. The state governor was part of the community before he will became a governor. I say that when you look at the followership, if the followers they are terrible or they are confused, that is the same set of leaders you will produce. But luckily for us, Nigeria, we are so lucky that we have people all over the world. We just need to people should just come together. People are not doing the right thing. All those things are okay, certificate or no certificate, it's my guy, it's my tribe. That one is inconsequential. It's nonsensical. It's nothing. The first thing we should do as people coming together, and if we can find some of our leaders that can gather this kind of people together and channel their point, okay, this has 2 hours of representative. We can't afford it anymore. We have to cut it down. Then when we go to the state, as state national assembly, it should be part-time. You will see that people will sit tight. People will not be interested again because there's no money to eat from it again. Ask yourself, what are the state assembly doing every 4 years? Nothing. I used to work in Ibadan for one small telecommunication company. I sell to Raya phone. I sell Motorola V70, about 70,000 naira for girlfriend of these solar makers. It's easy. I just have to sweet talk them. They will buy it for their girlfriend. And 70,000 at that time, if I equivalent it to today, now it's about 600 or 700,000 naira. And they will buy every month. They are buying for different girls. So they don't do nothing. They just show off unnecessary. What did they debate there? The state assembly are even worse. They don't do nothing. They just kowtow to whatever the governor tells them. So the system we are practicing, yeah.
Remy, what you just said now just remind me of something. Like I just thought of something now. See, why the government is paying this? Why we have to this legislative arm, like the lower house and the upper house? Why we have 2 of them is because of the government feels it can take care of them. Imagine they have resource control where states now pay something to a little to the. Do you think government can? If the executive can take all this nonsense of 2 houses, they wouldn't, because they're having money coming into their coffers. That's why I say if we want to eliminate most of the corruptions in Nigeria, most of these abnormalities in Nigeria, we have to go down and give the states a little of their money. Okay, control your resources a little. Even if it's just 60-40, the states take 40 and the federal takes 60. You see that they will start streamlining. They will start breaking down. You're dismantling all these rubbish things they have in Nigeria. All these houses. Maybe by now we'll have got rid of one house.
So the problem, I totally agree with you. There must be devolution of power and resource control to the state. I totally agree. But you forgot one thing. There's going to be a law should be passed. And what about those senators and reps? They won't pass the law you want. They will never do that. And when they go to state assembly, they also vote against it. So unless Nigerian people, all of us, come together and say, these 2 houses we don't want again. We only want one. If we force, and then they will force them to go and do what we call, what do you call this? Referendum. Yes or no? Do you want 2 houses or 1 house of assembly? They will be forced to do that. And once you clear that one, that will already solve one of our problems. We cannot have one house of assembly, maybe the rep alone, and then we scrape away the Senate, or we scrape away the rep, or maybe put both of them together and reduce their number. Maybe instead of each state having like 6 or 7 hours of rep, maybe you can only have 3. And at the end of the day, we only have 100. It's manageable. And we don't need to spoil them. We don't need to spoil them with buying expensive vehicle for them, something like that. If you are going there, you are going there for national service, not a place where you are going to get yourself rich. Because we are poor now. We must tell ourselves the truth. It's a poor country now. The money, no matter what you said, we don't have the money to continue to live in like we used to live. So we must cut our coat according to our size.
Remy, another thing. I don't think these leaders know we are poor. I don't think they do, because I was watching a program on YouTube or Facebook, and I saw that when Tinubu, the president, went to the United Nations General Assembly meeting, he went with almost 80 delegates, like 80 people. I don't know how true that is. And they
no, I don't think so. They said
he spent $400 and something million, $400 and something $1,000 on that trip.
Who said that?
It was coming from I said it for maybe 400 and something.
I think what happened is that when he went to India, there's so many businessmen with their private jet from Nigeria that they travel along with him. They will have arrived before him. But for him, to any president that is traveling to another country, remember you have embassy and you also have a consulate. The people at that country already awaiting him. And if he's going from Nigeria, sometimes they go with 3 or 4 or 5 governors and some business. It depends on what kind of business they are doing. And inside that plane, you will see security officials are there. You also see heads, maybe media head and the rest, they are there. That is normal for every country. So we shouldn't shy away from that one. We should know.
But the thing is that spending that much, because yes.
No, I don't totally believe they spend that much like that.
Because it was I've
discovered one thing about Nigeria. I've discovered one thing about Nigeria, like sensationalizing the news. And there's a lot of lies.
If it were coming from social media, I would have not even agreed with that.
Do you believe in what Arai said? Is it not that the same Hussein? That Hussein that said that the CSU University totally disowned, that Tinubu did not go to that university at all. Is it not that man? So don't let us talk about Nigerian media. Some of them are just
on Tinubu's certificate. On Tinubu's certificate, we could just leave that one and put them.
I'm just saying that they are rights we are talking about. Some of them are full of lies and they are biased already. The only person that I give credence to here is that Sheung what's his name? It's fair in his dealing. When he take you on, ask you a question, he doesn't care whether you are from PDP or APC. He doesn't care. It's fair in his analysis. Those people in Arise, they are too biased.
You might not like the way Arise present their news or this, but I don't think they can carry fake news on that.
No. What I'm trying to tell you is that Arise is biased already, and when you are biased already, people will tend not to believe you. But if you're objective in your analysis, people will also try to okay, fine. But when you are ready to along a political party line, what you expect the other people to think about is that I want to play football with you. And I know that the referee comes from your village. Do you think I have a chance? No matter what happens, it will support you. So that's what I'm trying to say. So people will look at their home from their bias angle, but leave them alone. But what we are just trying to say here is that the three religions, whether Christian, Islam, or religious, at the end of the day, all of them are being compromised. As a good country, people should sit down. We should sit down that this American system is not working for us. And 2, we should find a way to limit religion. How would I use this? I don't know how to say it, but we should find a way. I think the only way is that, to me, we should force our people to work. Even if you're a graduate, that's what Chinese did. They force their people. They don't care whether you have 7 PhD. Go and farm. We don't want to know whether you are the vice chancellor of UI. Everybody go and farm. And me as president, I also go and farm. So everybody go and farm. Because when you have enough food in your system, and
Remy, I understand.
You think well.
Remy, the thing is this: our leaders are not leading by example. They are not leading by example. You see, they tell the people to cut their coat according to their cloth, but they are not doing okay. Tighten your belt, but they are not doing all those things. So the thing is this: what I feel Nigeria should do at this moment is that we have to change our educational system so that our educational system can be more productive. We should just all this degree we parade around. Some of them doesn't even. You see somebody that has graduated like 6 years, 7 years. He doesn't have anything. He doesn't have anything to show for it because he can't even work, because he can't even create any job for him. He can't create anything for himself. He's not creative. So we should just try and focus more on vocational job. And in vocational schooling, we can actually pull a lot of people, a lot of children out of the streets and teach them a trade, teach them something to do. So even when finally the country could even generate like 20 or 30,000 megawatts of power, at least these children will know what to do with it, or this youth will know what to do with it.
And luckily for us, Nigeria already have infrastructures. We have a lot of technical colleges. We have a lot of state.
We need more. Let's see.
And they should let people understand. Look now, You can see they say a lot of people that are doing construction job in Nigeria, some of them are coming from Benin Republic for
Imagine.
housing decoration. And our youth, they believe that they can just eat it big. They call it a one blow overnight. It's just a pipe dream to majority. I know some of them are doing great things, but a lot of them believe that, oh, I can just eat it. Life has moved on. I mean, like what you said, is a lot of work to be done. Orientation is terrible.
Yeah.
We must fix a lot of things in Nigeria if we really want to make an headway.
Because our educational system has to change so that it will reflect on what the government see. If the government changes their educational system now, say, okay, immediately you get to, after your junior
That was how
middle
it was
school.
before. Your junior middle
Yeah,
school,
exactly. Then
not
when you get to
necessarily you
like
go to high school, you can go to vocational college 3 years.
exactly
What they
like
should do is this, like what Europe do, America, I don't know. Once you go to vocational college, they make sure that their income when they start working is even more higher if they have more work to do than people that is going to office. Like everybody will rush it.
because I know I know Nigerians. I trust Nigerians. If you make it that way, that even a vocation a guy that did like maybe technical or mechanical whatever in the vocational school, when he goes out there, he's earning more than a BSc holder. You think people will start rushing this BSc?
Don't you think, don't you think they already
vocational
started
school.
making it like that? For example, a bricklayer, if you do 1 day job, I don't know how much, but there was a time I know about it. They collect about 2,500 naira per day, and it still depends. Maybe they lay like 500 blocks. So maybe now it's about 5,000 or 7,000 per day. I don't even know. So when you cultivate it like you work like 5 or 6 days in a week, at the end of the month, it can make more money than the people that go to office and get 150,000 a month.
You know why most people are not doing this bricklaying job. The people just think it's a menial, like it's a menial job, like it's
Thank
just.
you.
But
They think it's a menial job. It's
if you start putting
terrible.
it into vocational schools and giving them certificate for it, like in China here, if you do this thing, if you do anything, they just give you a certificate for it, so that when you're going for an employment or you're going to get a contract, maybe anything like even fixing
And
cabinets and
then
all this, you present it and say this. You write an application. I want to
you will
apply for this
see
university.
you will see the quality of their work also. Their finishing
Yes.
is fantastic
Ah,
compared to somebody who learn it at the roadside. The people
exactly,
that
because
went
they
to
will
the they
teach
will
you
do a
every
wonderful job
steps.
for you. Yeah.
So it is.
So
You're right. You're right. You're right. Something because all these certificates all they carry no make sense again to us. I'm telling you, no make sense again. Carry them,
I'm not
go.
discouraging people.
I'm
They can
not
go for
saying
their
BS.
PhD
I'm
or
not saying.
whatever you want
I'm
to
not
go for.
saying
You
going to
can
the
go for it.
Remy.
But the word has
I'm not
changed.
saying
It's
going.
about skills now. It's about skill. I was reading an advert recently from Google. They are looking for people who they can train. If you are just good about any kind of cyber marketing or whatever, they don't care. You go to university. So far that you are interested, they will train you. They will, so far you can at least you can read and write in English is good enough. That means that if you have a WAEC, it's enough, and they can train you and they can bring you on board remotely, and they pay them good salary. So that's
You
what
know
we are
what?
talking about.
You know
So
what
if you are in
Chinese?
a particular village,
You know what
mm,
Chinese is? What Chinese? What their new educational policy now? They want what they want. The ones they want to go to, like they want super smart people, like super, not even super smart, super intelligent people to go to the university to go and acquire. They want to now. If you're just an average student, or you're like you're an average student, they want you to go and do vocational job, and then they can teach you like AI, all those all those internet whatever and all those stuff. They teach you a lot of skills and all these things, so that in your field, and according to the Chinese government, this is what is going to create the next industry. The next industrialization is going to come from these people. The next pool of employment is going to come from these people they are training, because most of them are going to employ like 10 people, 20 people like that. At least they will reduce, because most big companies
Well,
now are
say
relocating.
quickly. You see, in China, for example, and European nations, see, you're talking about a society that thinks that people have them as the country doing them a favor. But as I say this to ask a question about our Nigerian or African society, whereby we live in an oppressive society, because everything we do for the poor or the people that are less privileged is that we're doing them a favor. We don't have that kind of thinking from our leadership. That's not the way we see things. That's not the way we see things. And that's a big challenge for us, to come up to that level that you guys are talking about. It sounds like you guys are talking about something so abstract. Of course, it's not so, because it's something mostly common in these places that you're talking about. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, yeah. So I don't know if you heard what I said. I said Nigeria or Africa is an oppressive society. What you guys are talking about seems kind of abstract, because that's not the way we think. We think we're doing our poor people a favor. You talking about China, looking at some of their students like below average, but guess what? They still find value in them to put them somewhere to benefit themselves and society. We don't think like that in Africa. I don't think we think like that. We look for the people that are so-called brilliant and send them to university. We don't invest, just like Remy said, in vocational schools or technical schools. We don't think like that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That has been the problem, though, because you cannot build a society like the way we're doing right now. The country is. Oh man, I just don't know. Sometimes I think of Nigeria, I get so emotional, because we're doing nothing there. We're doing nothing there. We're just there, just spending, squandering money, and wasting resources. Wasting. That's what we're doing. Because I don't see why a country at 63 cannot think out of the box to say, see, we have a problem here in this sector. We have a problem in this sector. We have a problem in this sector. Let's clean up this sector. Let's
I think
restructure this sector.
we have known African black men problem. It's just about me, greedy. We are selfish and greedy. Actually, it's an easy thing to do if truly, but I think nowadays, because some of those people that are followers, once they see themselves as leaders, the first thing that will come to their mind is, it's my turn. I want to eat my own. Most of them never really think, because, and the reason why they're getting it away is that the people, ordinary people of Nigeria, they are not focusing their energy on changing the system together. They are just focusing their energies on, oh, it's my tribal that is there now. It's our time to.
That is it. That's the problem. That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem.
If an average Nigerian, that politician is a politician, every politician, and if I'm also a politician, I will sweet talk you so that you can vote for me and I'll get there. But once the people come together and say, okay, fine, these 2 hours of assembly, they are just too big. We don't want it anymore. You, as the president, you cannot, maybe each state, only one minister, we don't care. You can have other special aids to support or something like that. So we have to streamline the system, because the government itself is too bogus that sometimes you have to pacify so many interests, because it's a democracy. If you don't pacify them, how do you get the vote in the next 4 years? So that is what we are talking about. But if the Nigerian people come together, that's okay, fine. Like the so-called China we are making an example of. But remember, China too was from a dictatorial society before they become, even to today, it's still dictatorial to some extent.
But the system is working, Remy.
Yeah, it will work. It will work because they use iron hand in the beginning. Tell me any country that developed in this world that did not use iron hand. Even the so-called Australia, Canada, America, and the stuff. It's iron hand from the beginning. It's not that we just start with democracy and everything is El Dorado. So many world fought among themselves. So many, they have to make a lot of law that they build that institution over years and years and years.
I'm sounding so stupid. Sometimes I said something one time. I said, why can't we just borrow this system of government from the Chinese?
No,
And that
no,
is it
even,
for
no,
some
I'm
time.
not totally supporting that we should borrow everything from China. At least there are some we can borrow from America, which we have borrowed. But unfortunately, we don't have the resources to practice the same democracy in America like Nigeria. We don't have it. That's why we're having problems.
Remy,
Even
do
the
you know why? Remy,
we
do you
don't
know
have
why I
it.
said? Remy, do you know why I said it? Like now, in China now, they do local elections there. Local elections are being done here, like local councils, chairmen, and all
I
this
know.
stuff. Then when they come to the state level, the state assembly, because these are representatives of the people, the state assembly now elect the governor. The governors,
No. This is how it's been done because I lived there for a long time too. I think what they do is simple. First, their lawmaker is part time. There is nothing like we give you money every month for 4 years. Forget it. So what they do is that from their local community, like their unit or council, they have set of party leaders, and this set of party leaders will come together like a shadow election and just select one out of them to be their leader there. Or sometimes, if they cannot do that, the federal government, because it's a territorial society, they will choose another person. Maybe if you are from Enugu, they can choose person from what do you call it? Maybe from Oyo or from Kano or whatever they like, because they all study standard Mandarin. It's not like Nigeria that I'm Igbo, I cannot speak English, or I'm Yoruba, I cannot. No, everybody can speak that standard Mandarin.
Exactly.
So Potonkwa. So they will choose a leader for you, and what they do is that every year for 2 weeks, you will select some of your leader from your local council to come to their capital city, which is Beijing, and then the government have 5 years plan. Most times they have their own 5 years plan. They plan for the next year. Everybody will deliberate it. There's a lot of paperwork in China. If you want to be a lawmaker,
there are.
You must be ready to read,
absolutely,
read a lot of policy paper. Your time is consumed. You will work for it. Not like Nigeria, you just be showing around in your agbada. You don't even know the constitution. You that is even a lawmaker, you don't know.
Because Remy, do you know why I said? Remy, do you know why I brought this Chinese whatever up? Is because one, don't you think this Western democracy is dividing us the more? It's dividing us the more.
So my own is that we take some from them, we take some from the East, and then we now fashion our own with ourselves. Because when we come together to referendum, then we can now say this is the kind of democracy we want. And I know that a lot of Nigeria will not vote for this bogus House of Assembly. It is we people, when we talk about revolution, we are not this revolution. Look at what happened in Egypt. They changed their government, and the man has been there for 20 something years, and I think we will rule until he die. We don't want that kind of revolution in Nigeria. What we want is to change the constitutional system. We don't need a lot of people in governance. That money can be channeled towards providing. Why can't we just, like before when I was growing up, I know we have a lot of industrial park, like Oluyole Estate. They have a lot of factories there producing so many things. But now, where are they? They are gone. And if you go there, they will turn them to churches and the rest. I just laugh. See these people, you are deceiving yourself. You are killing your factory.
Somebody tells you that God will give you a job. You should come pray for God. And he's in that place that the job is, and he's praying for God. My brother, we know the thing for Africa. Somebody is sitting on an industry, on a factory.
Now, if you say something like this to them, they will think that you don't believe in God, you are not a believer. They are being they are being brainwashed one way or the other. So the
system needs to change for us to move forward, man. Yeah. Because even for me, I believe even with Tinubu, even with 3 Tinubu'S, if we do not change this, a lot of things have to be changed in the constitution, and we have a lot of this. At least if we don't change the structure completely, let's change it a little, so that at least this thing can be working. At least people start experiencing good governance. You can't sit there and say it's indefeasible. Is this? You will not change. You act. Even in a factory, in a company, like a big company like maybe Coca-Cola, all this, at the end of the month, they check stock. If they check stock, if there's changes, they have to do the changes. Why is it that we don't want to do changes in our country and you expect it to work? It's just we're us moving in a circle. And that is why I don't understand these our leaders. I don't know if they even have brain at all.
So either is it
I don't know.
Joe and Remy?
They lack anything to develop. I keep on saying it that The present, I wish the military did not come in. I wish we didn't have the first military coup. I wish we didn't have Buhari's coup. You understand? At least, do you know the problem with Nigeria at this moment is this? You know, Awo, Zik, Ahmadu Bello, we are able to create a kind of good leaders like that will take over from them. They had people like Jack Conde, people like Michael Ajashi, people like what's this other guy's name in Yoruba land. They listen. We had people like that in the east. We have people like that in the north. But when Buhari took over government during in 1983 or 80 whatever 83, he just destroyed that flow. He obstructed the flow. And now when the military stayed and left, what we had is just crooks ruling us now, criminals, no ideology, nothing. They come and just speak big English and leave, and at the end of the day, we're still where we are. It's very sad because I live in China here. If you see the development going on in this country, you could just ask, what is the wrong with Nigeria, for crying out loud? You know?
So would you accept the China model for Nigeria, let's say for 5 or 10 years, or we should continue or we should continue on this democracy for the next 50 plus years?
No. You see, if this Chinese, you know why I like the Chinese model? The Chinese model removes ethnicity from it. It removes ethnicity.
Thank you, my friend.
In total, it removes ethnicity. Now all of them are in one pot. It's just like when you put Maggi, put vegetable, all of them don't mix together. If you not say they are corrupt, all of them are corrupt. So we'll not be screaming, oh, this one is Obi, this one is Tinubu. They are in the same pot. So they will now, within them, figure out who is going to lead the country. But when they put us through all this fight each other on the street and all these things, it doesn't make any sense. They are dividing friends, dividing families the more. But
Joseph, you also forgot. Okay. Joseph, you also forgot that they make sure that they force their people to work. You have to work.
Exactly.
They don't care. They don't care whether you're a big man or small man. Go there and work. We don't have any support for you. If that two options we have, I will go for the Chinese model.
I will go for
it. It brings result very quick.
For 10 years or 15 years, you see
it brings result very quick. In China, if they said they want to construct a road, it's in China, I say with my Korokora, they constructed a big bridge within 1 week. A bridge. And when they are in the COVID lockdown, they set up a place within days. They already set up a big place very quick. They are very effective and efficient. No, all of this go to National Assembly. You are deliberating on it. No, forget it.
No
Government said, okay, I want to construct road in this.
Well, you know, the Chinese, they have 1.45 billion people and growing. They don't have time for this democratic, process.
Nigeria, are we not growing?
Exactly.
Like bees. We continue to have children. We are growing. We are growing.
I agree. I agree. Yeah.
You know what the West did to us? The West gave us democracy as if it's the most beautiful thing on earth. Democracy is not the most beautiful. You see, let me come to even the most developed countries of this world, like the Germans, the Japanese, even the British and all those guys. I heard there was a time Communist Party was more in America before they fought them and drove them out or throw that. Listen, if you look at all this Germany, all these countries, they were all communists. They started as communism before. Now you understand? You see, they started because communism still communism is like Lagos, a melting point. We all stay in that pot. You understand? So we'll not be killing ourselves, dividing this thing. So it's between them and us. If we're going to fight them, it's not about party now. It's just okay. Now that's
Joseph, I don't really think Chinese are really practicing communism. I think what they are doing is mixed economy. Because
exactly.
in China,
yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Living large, beautiful mansion, duplexes, apartment, cars, expensive cars. They have it. Yeah. They have everything. They even have more Lamborghini than America.
It's a beautiful country, man. It's a beautiful country.
Yeah, of course. And you know what? So many things that they have done that is unbelievable. I was in China. When I was in Shanghai, they only have 6 subway lines. By the time I left, some few years ago, they already have 22 subway lines in space of
Oh,
10 years.
Remy, God bless you, man. Oh,
22 from
may,
4 to
may our ancestors
Lagos is
bless
still
you.
grappling with 1 or 2. Under 10 years, they already have 22 subway lines. The development is crazy, man. It's just so crazy that you won't
This
believe your eyes. And
the
when I
speed
came
at
here, I
which they
said, oh
build.
my God, Europe is just a name. I'm sorry to say. It's
I'm
just
telling you,
development.
sincerely speaking.
In
Sincerely
terms
speaking.
of
You see,
development, I'm not talking in terms of benefit like immigrant or whatever. But in terms
yeah.
of development, no. You can't be compared. It's huge.
You see, when I came to Guangzhou had only 3 subway lines: line 1, line 2, line 3. As I'm speaking today, it's 18 lines. 18. They have subways that goes into another city, you know. So you
Well,
see,
they have they have a sense of urgency, and they also have
exactly
they
my
have
brother, exactly.
the sensitivity to planning. They plan the society because they know what they're dealing with. See, we know if you look from the West, oh, the communist Chinese and all these things. Well, true in a lot of ways, but at the same time, these Chinese are quite sensitive to their own people. They don't want a revolution. They don't want people to go crazy on them, so they do give them a lot of amenities and
Yeah, exactly.
infrastructure. And just like Remy said, there are a lot of rich Chinese people, a lot of them, a lot of
Yeah. So
a lot of rich people.
Prince Daddy, let's use Lagos State as an example. Let's assume that Lagos State have 6 subway lines today. Who cares about how much you increase your petrol price? We don't care. I can get on the subway. I can get to Marina. I can get to Hukumaiko. I can get to Iju with as little as 750 naira or 500 naira per maybe I don't know how much they're calculating. It's much cheaper. Look at the way they are rushing this blue rail line. And if they start to like take 10 minutes now, if you have like 6 or 8 of that line in Lagos, even if you like increase the petrol price to 1,000 naira, who cares?
Remy,
So
let's talk about
that is the most
Remy.
important. That is the alternative. But we are not doing the right thing. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Remy, look at Remy, even that blue line, it took Lagos. I mean, you see, I know the urgency to do something in Nigeria is just look at that blue line. 16 years, that's what they use in building that blue line.
And I asked somebody, play politics too much with it. They play policy where Obafemi does not want it. This does not want that.
You see, Baba Kekere, Jakonde. If Jakonde has spent 8 years in power, complete, Jakonde will finish that blue rail, finish the red rail, because it was his initiative. He initiated this move.
I think with now, Lagos should start doing the orange line immediately and the green light they wanted. They should start doing it. Create more employment. Even if you tax people more, let them see what you are using their money for. Because it will benefit them at the end of the day.
I must agree with
But one of the
Prince, I must agree with you because I must agree with our leaders don't have value for us. They don't see us they see us as one kind of rubbish, like a trash you throw in the trash can. That's how they see us. I'm telling you, that's what they do.
Because you can see the joy and happiness in Lagosian face when they enter that building. They were so happy. They camped and said, but there is full air conditioner. And I told people that train is the same standard in Shanghai or anywhere in China. The standard is high. It's the same thing. They do not shortchange you. It's one of the best they can give you, and they are not really cheating you on this one. So let's say Abuja have, Lagos have, or you have, all of them have. In China, second tier city, second tier. We are not talking about first tier like Lagos, Abeokuta. We are talking about say like Jebu, like that in China. They have subway line. Nobody cares whether the petrol is 6.8 renminbi or 7.8
Who cares?
renminbi.
Who cares about?
Yeah. You can get on the subway with as little as how much. It's not expensive. So it's even more cheaper for you to get on the subway than to drive your car. And you even get there faster than driving your car. So what do you want?
I met a woman in Guangzhou. I met a woman in Guangzhou. This woman is, in Nigerian standard, is a multimillionaire. In Nigerian standard, a multimillionaire. So this woman, I asked the woman, I had a business to do with her. So I asked her, "Oh, you don't have a car?" He said she doesn't need it. And I asked her, "How do you move around?" He said he calls their Uber, which they call Didi here, or he goes on he takes the subway. And I said it's cheaper because to park a car in Guangzhou now, to park a car, you have to pay like any parking this in 50 yen. And he said it's Jesus. And this woman is a multimillionaire. He said
Yes,
it's
I know
expensive for
them.
her.
And even as a billionaire, see the way she talks to you. Can you get access to a billionaire like that in Nigeria?
No
There will
way,
be a
man.
lot
No
of
way.
security.
No way.
You cannot even talk to him. Talk less of get even a small millionaire in your local community. It will be doing like a lord. This is a country I've seen a super rich person eating in the same bowl with his workers. It will carry his workers along from day one. And before you know it, in 10 years, most of these workers will be managers, directors. They build a house, they buy a car. It gives them benefits. So it's like everybody smile along, not only me. They know how to treat themselves and they are loyal to their work. If you can say an average Chinese does not even work hard as Japanese, but I can bet you that you say Chinese girl put in 10 hours of work and does not complain, and is doing it like 5 or 6 days every week in, week out for years.
You're right.
And at the end of the day, this kind of girl will buy an apartment by herself. She will buy a car by herself. She buy everything by herself. She doesn't rely on any man to buy everything for her. But in Nigeria, most of our women rely on husband. They rely on boyfriend. I'm looking for a rich
because
man.
there is nothing for them to, they don't have anywhere.
No. Even if there's something for is the orientation and the psych. Even if there's something for them to do, they won't do it. Like for example, you know in China, I've seen a lot of girls or ladies driving a big truck, even here in Europe. But in Nigeria, you hardly see people driving in truck or buses or taxi or whatever. They say, no, over my dead body. That is not for me. I won't do it.
Here, Chinese, they are bricklayers, female bricklayers, female
yes,
cabinet.
Of course. They are yes, painters and the rest. It's the same thing. So we need to really, and then you want to preach equality. You want your man to provide money for you. You want him to buy you a house, to buy you a car, to let you go shopping, and at the same time you want that man to also perform very good on bed. At least you are killing him. So that's why, because at the end of the man will die. That is nowadays. They want everything. You want every good of, and you also want it to fight. After he had worked himself out, you also want it to do very well in the other room at night. And if he cannot, then there'll be fight. You are killing him so softly. So that is the irony of it. And you can see nowadays in Europe here, in Finland, most of their men, they don't marry to finish. They go and pick a girl from Cambodia, Vietnam, and the rest. The reason is simple. They are cheap. They don't complain too much. They are not confrontational. They will be a good wife.
Hold on, Remy. Are you talking about Africans in Finland?
No. I'm talking about Nigeria generally. I'm talking about Nigeria, but I'm not talking about Finnish
men really?
are going for Asian women because their Finnish women are perfectionists. They want their man to
I know, but you make it sound like what you just described right there is what they ascribe to African men, what they look for in a woman. That's the same thing now.
What I'm just trying to say, I'm talking about most African women or Nigerian women. They want their husband to be a good father to their children, to send them to good school.
No, I get it. Here, what I'm saying, I say what you just described there about a Finnish man is the same thing they ascribe to an African man. A woman that doesn't complain too much, that listens. So it's kind of funny when you said that. Yeah.
Not totally. Listen, what I'm just trying to say is that they find their Finnish women too confrontational. I'm not saying a woman should be submissive totally to the husband. I'm not saying that. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm trying to say is that as a man, if your wife is too confrontational to you and is too, I'm not saying be submissive, but every man wants somebody that will listen, that will not say, oh, if you don't take my idea, then it's dead. Most Western women, and which most of our African women are also emulating because we live in a global world today. So this kind of thing that they want, sometimes not all men can do that. You cannot work yourself for 10 hours or 11 hours in a day, providing all these things they want for their children, for her, and a good house. And they also want you to do very well in the other room. It's not easy. Even if you're a machine, you will die because that is the beginning of death. But you can see a lot of Asian women, they are very feminine. Some of them can cook, a lot of them can cook, and they can do the house call very well, and they are not too confrontational with their man. They understand it's not easy out there. So what I'm just trying to say is that some Nigerian women are smart. They know the system, especially those ones that in abroad, in diaspora, because they can see how their man will wake up early in the morning, go to work, and when by the time he come back, he's already tired. So they understand, and that is why nowadays it's very difficult for a woman to find a husband, or for a man to also find a wife easily. So everybody, it's no more about love. It's how can we, how to say, how can we bring that understanding and live a better life together. So if you as a woman, you know what you want, and you want to stay in your husband position, there must be a little bit of submission to your man. A little bit. I'm not saying total. I mean a little bit, so that you guys can work together and make a better, happy married life. But if you are fixated in the Western world that, oh, come on, equal right. So so I will also advise men is this woman sounds a little bit funny. Unfortunately, if your woman is earning more money than you, way above you, if you are boyfriend and girlfriend, you better earn more money, or maybe very close to that woman. If you cannot do it, that is not the right woman for you, because she will kick you out at the end of the day. So men should also think. I don't know. It's a tough word nowadays. We just digress to that one. So Josepha, you can go back to China. It's no more there. Thomas, it's not there. Adewale, all of them went to bed. Maybe I
I'm
was.
here.
You can say something, sir.
I've been listening to everyone. It's just same old all day long. You were actually discussing my favorite topic, so you did good. I enjoyed it. I think Big Daddy too was enjoying it as well.
Well, which one is your favorite about women being submissive? What? Which one is that?
Something like that. When it has to do with the other room kind of topic, then that's my favorite.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's not easy for men nowadays. Yeah,
No, it's never. It says never be.
yeah.
It's men are really trying. To be honest, one of the training that I'm instilling in my daughters is that if I send you to school, train you the same way I would train boy child, and you get spent 4 years in a university, graduated, equipped, and you're working. You don't have to be a partner in a marriage. Yes, your husband is still the head, but it's mutual respect. And you take the burden off his shoulder a little bit. You're contributing to the development of the household. So when you start having kids as well, it will be a lot easier for both of you. Even if you're not married, even if it's just boyfriend, girlfriend. As long as you have something to do with each other, you have to help each other. So when you have it one-sided, it can be too much sometimes. And men don't know how to complain. Men don't even cry in the public. And they ask you why you're crying and say, man, I'm going through a lot with taking care of the entire household and all that. So who would men talk to? Men hardly even talk, especially our men from Africa. We hardly even speak up. And that's why sometimes you see people, to be honest, if all African men, or let me say, the all Nigerian men in Nigeria to be, undergo mental health evaluation, they will fail, to be honest. They will fail woefully because a lot of them really need to be examined and, go through treatment because they taking, especially now that things are hard in that country. You have to provide. And on top of that, you also have to provide the other room. So one has to give. It's about opportunity cost, isn't it? So, but
Adewale, it's changing nowadays. Women are becoming more independent, meaning that they earn good money. They work. A lot of women are not so much dependent upon on men. They do their own things. Of course, we have some that's still there. Uh, even in the villages, women they work hard. it's never been a thing for women to be like solely dependent on men. They help build the house, the household. They do their part. This idea about women being dependent on men, I think solely it's a city thing. It's a city thing. It's even in the Western world. That's not is not so much the case. Women, they participate. They do their own part. And again, in today's world where more women are in school or higher institution than men, things are changing rapidly. And I tell you, the men are falling behind. So the narrative is changing, man. It is changing.
But you will agree with me that the stress and the men are going through these days. Uh,
I
uh,
totally agree with Prince Daddy, but the issue now is this: as women are also making more money now, can they also support the family like men do? So
no,
that's
they
a
will tell you is the man's
yeah.
duty
If
to
they can do
provide
like
for
that
the
and they
family.
don't complain, they don't knock the
Well,
man to death.
Remy, quickly. Well, we have a role reversal. You know that, right? So Western men, especially the you know, you can say the Caucasians or the white people, men, they are more accepting of a stay-at-home dad role, while the women go out there and work if they earn more money, of course. But not so much for the African man or the black man, I would say. Or what do you guys think? They, especially Africans, they feel that thing, that psychological evaluation you're talking about, Adewale, maybe more so to the African men, and you're probably right on that. But the roles are changing, and the others are accepting their roles and being at home, taking care of the children or the babies.
Well, if you look at also the stats, what about the
So sorry,
wages?
Ola and Prince Daddy. Can you let Ola in because Thomas is not there?
Oh, I don't have the control. Yeah, I would love to have him in, but I think Thomas, you have to wait for Thomas.
It's not there also. Maybe you should just send a
Yeah.
message to private chat to Thomas. Go ahead, Adwale.
So, as the wages for men increases uh, lately, I doubt that. But if we look at the composition of marriage, actually, it shouldn't be one-sided. When you have in a situation where uh, I know in the Western world things are not like the way it is in Africa, but you agree with me that even in Africa things are now changing. We're now having a wife that is more productive, but the more productive and they are and earning more money, the more they distance themselves from the traditional role that they're expected to play in the family. Um, and I give you an example. Uh, there's some women that trying to balance and juggle the career and home front together, but because they needed to, of course, make their own mark in a particular field, they decided the home front suffers, and in pursuit of career or pursuit of self-discovery, and then they start making more money. And to the man in the house, who is earning more or less money, amount of money, or even jobless, will not be able to, of course, perform the traditional role of being the head of the family, the providers and protector and all that. And that could lead to, problem in the relationship to the extent that it could lead to divorce. So, in as much as there's an advancement in that category in which the women are becoming more productive, there's also the propensity to, having the home front lacking and having issues and raising kids and all that. But by and large, the men usually be the one center point of it all. You know, hardly you will see men complaining because they believe traditionally that is their role. But I believe that it could be balanced if the women also are bringing something to the table. What do I mean by that? Not just about the monetary aspect of it or financial aspect of it, but when you have a home front that is been seen as a joint venture from the beginning, it will be a lot easier on the man, even on the woman as well. I tell you this: hardly you will see a Nigerian man still helping their wife to change their kids' diaper or making their foods or giving them a bath or something like that. Hardly you will see them
Yeah, it's
because
true. But
that
I did
role
that.
has been completely, relegated to the woman's stuff. I tell you this: sometimes ago, I was out there with my wife, and I carry the bag. Sometimes I carry the baby, and she
Nothing
carries.
bad about it. Nothing bad.
And the next thing, somebody said, "Oh, you carry the bag." She was telling my wife that we should be lucky that wow, you have a
It's
man
not
that
the
is.
shopping bag you carry. It's not shopping bag.
We look at it. It was just a child care bag. When you're
It's
going
not.
out, you have one or two diapers in the bag or stuff like that. And I was like, wait a minute. Well, I never seen my dad or my mom, doing that for each other. But the
No,
thing
they
is,
old time.
it will take the stress off the woman if you help her do some of stuff like that. But at the same time, the man will be, well, I still have to go out there and bust my behind to provide. So I wouldn't want you to do all that. But that stress is a lot on the man. But as the things are changing, uh, men also picking up the role, but it's not that common. And not on climb. I'm talking about in Nigeria now. But here in the Western world, of course, you see men doing all those without anybody beating eyes lead because it's normal, it's regular, right?
Yeah, and what I discover here is that the Nordic countries is a women's world here. Most of the top CEO or top position in government are being held by women. And when I do my own research, I discovered that divorce rate in Finland is 74%. They are number 4 in the world. But it's so high that you see a lot of men, no husband, finished men. So when you look at it, there should be an understanding between the couple, even if the wife is making more money than the husband. There should be an understanding. That is why I called a little bit of submissive. Because when you have more money than your man, the ego is there. I'm making more money than I'm contributing more than my husband. But if you don't want to lose this man, and you want to stay with this man, the father of your kid, and the guy is also working, though not making more money like you, I think if the woman is a little bit submissive, I think everything will work out. But if the ego sets in, you are right. That's the beginning of divorce. Nothing.
But what
That
I mean, that women too also change. I mean, both couples they tend to change. What do I mean by that? As they grow, when if they're growing apart, they also tend to, you know, change and become an arch enemy or I don't know. There's always some sort of changes that happens whenever the couples hit like around 50 each.
Mhm.
Uh, I guess that's the stage of self-discovery, or I don't just know.
I
Talking
think
about what?
because of experience of life and along the line, both of them have garnered a lot of wisdom. And when they get to that stage, will be, sometimes women they grow old quickly more than men, and
Of
sometimes
course.
men sometimes also will look at I go outside there, I see you, my wife, aid me, they are still refreshing themselves, they are still packaging themselves very well. One
Mm,
thing that a man wants is to look back and see his wife still beautiful, no matter how old she is. But
mm.
if you look back and she does not even care to put up an appearance for you, because some women, when they get to some stage, they don't care anymore. They only
Of
think about
course.
the children. So they want to put an appearance for their man. In that way, you are pushing your man outside. You don't know.
Way. Exactly.
You don't know. You
Exactly.
just think, okay, I don't care. But you are pushing him out. And at 50, nowadays, age is nothing to all these millennials. They can marry him off you without even blinking an eye. They just get him and they don't care also. So women should also try to put an appearance for their men. Because if a man is, oh, my wife is still hot, oh man, men love that, okay? But when you
Yeah,
look
but
at
when you come home and your
and
wife is
men should
already
also
with
put
the rapper.
appearance for their wife too, okay? Men should also put up appearance for their wife, not like you don't shave, or even if you are leaving your bed, make it clean, tidy yourself up. It's vice versa. I see both ways. It should be vice versa.
Yeah, a man comes home and see his wife in a wrapper tied around his waist. There's no way that such a woman will be attracted to you because,
Yes, yes,
I
yes,
mean,
yes.
talking about something that is you saying that make your heart pump a little bit and, you know, but I think it has to do with symptoms of sea finish. You know, when you wake up every day and you see to a point you start seeing that person as a sibling, no longer a spouse. You know,
Yes, it's not.
and some because we I know our people. Hardly Nigerians take vacation. Like, vacation is like going for walks, you know, over drive or or when African couples say they want to take a vacation, they won't go to a vacation where they don't know nobody. They will go to where you will see friends and family. You know, it's as if they're just back to their own home and all that. You're right, Remy. I mean, when you have couples that doesn't really want to dress or take care of themselves the way they, the word when they started the relationship. I mean, those are the days you want to go meet your girlfriend and you have to shower, look good. Men doesn't really have much routine, but the woman will want to put on when there was no pancake then, but you still look gorgeous and smell nice. But these days, once you're married and it's like, okay, you have two, three, four kids to take care of. What is the point of making up?
So I
And
also
those,
think that having many kids, couples should also try to look at their income. That's another problem because
oh,
if your
yeah.
income is not increasing and you are just pumping up the baby, you are going to live a miserable life, and you're also
Mhm.
going to the kids too. They are not going to really enjoy their life because the income is not enough. It's just like a family of let's assume of five, three children in Nigeria, and before you can turn your eyes around, you already pump another two. Come on, with
Mm.
the same income. So that is the problem in Nigeria. Some people are not really planning very well. But those ones that plan very well, okay, I'm going to have maybe only two kids, and no matter
Mm.
what, you can still juggle around easily. But if you have like four or five or six, come on, it's not going to be easy. I know one of my brother. He has six children, and he suffered. He really suffered, man. But things
Mm.
get around later. But he suffered those years. Oh my God, it was not a good thing to say. So because he's the only one working, and every time he always come back home, I can see his eyes very red every time. And to
Mm.
couple it to now add insult on it, sometimes his wife, mother-in-law will be around, the wife's sister will be around, or so many people will be around, and he has to feel like a family of how many people? He has his own children, so oh my, it was a terrible time. Okay, this
Mm.
time I can see he's not happy, but it's okay. He wriggle it, and we find a way to send one of
Have
his
you
kids to
have
Canada.
you ever have you ever noticed, Remy, that when a man gets married, most of the people you will see most in that household are the family of the wife.
I don't know too. I tire. It be like say you are married the wife family.
I can tell you, most of the people you will see in that house are the family of the wife. How do you will see the family of the man come around? Maybe they come around maybe once in a year, something like that.
So, and that is why it always brings a friction between the mother-in-law, I mean the husband, father, and the wife. Because if the woman comes and sees so many people from the family of the wife, the woman will be furious. What come?
Mm.
How much is he making that he's going to feed like seven, eight, nine people? It's not easy.
Mm.
But the funniest thing is that it always come around again. Some wife they don't do very well. They don't treat their mother-in-law very well. But they forgot that sooner or later they're also going to be mother-in-law.
They too will become mother-in-law.
It's so funny. It's
Mm.
interesting. It's really interesting.
The dynamic of marriage in African homes is eh, that pattern is I don't know.
But I've seen a lot of new trend on TikTok. We've seen a lot of women talking to women. They will be advising them. Use your head. So many advice now from them. If you want to keep your man, you have to do this, you have to do that. They are advising them a lot. But I see some of these women, they are in the diaspora, okay? Most of them, they are in the diaspora because they knew that immediately if they divorce to find another one,
It's
how
gonna
can
be
you
hard.
want to marry you with 2 or 3 children? Is it a lie? Who will
It's
marry
not
that?
gonna be easy.
So they are advising folks in Nigeria, if you have an husband and if things are not right now, take it easy. Be
Hmm.
like they're not even submissive, but work together. And they also advise them, don't have a lot of children. Space them. Don't just continue to pump out babies like that. Okay? Because some women they say, I love babies, and they'll be pumping it out every 9 months. What do you mean?
Did you mention submissiveness in it, the woman in diaspora?
No, I said that those women in the diaspora, they are not saying that women should be submissive, but some of
Oh,
them are advising that you should give your husband respect. They did not say
oh yeah,
submissive. They say respect.
oh
Respect your
yeah.
husband is very important. They are not
You
saying
know,
submissive.
the moment you cross that Atlantic Ocean or thereabout, respect is out of the window, my brother.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't know why, or I just don't know why. In fact, so many cases that sometimes it bewilders me that is it a crime for you to bring your woman from your country to come and join you? And if you leave them in Nigeria, you continue to pump in money to Nigeria, and all those things you ask them to do, they won't do it. So
Where
it's like a man is in a dilemma. You bring her in, you're in trouble. You send money to her in Nigeria, you're in trouble. So what can he really do?
only God knows, my brother. Only God. A friend of mine got married. Actually, in Nigeria, or let me say in the Southwest, when you give somebody belly, automatically you are married to that person. Here you
Yes,
know.
yes.
So, and in that situation, you wouldn't want your child to be, you know, raised in a single home. So my friend being like, let me give you an example of who my friend is. When Mike talks, the way he talks with passion and all that, exactly the kind of person that he is. He's always like that, over hyper and talk with passions and all that. So more or less like two stubborn couples. The wife is stubborn, he is stubborn. Eventually, they divorced each other. After
Mhm.
they got married, after their like 6 years, they were doing what you call it? Is it a remote relationship or distance relationship? They broke up. I was shocked, because that is they are not even living together. They are living separately. One is in Nigeria, one is here in New York. So what if they are not living together? What do you think will now happen? The husband would tell the wife in Nigeria, "Don't do this. Don't take my child to this person," but she won't listen. She will do whatever she wanted to do because she doesn't care that one man would tell her anything. And they've forgotten that they both give birth to this child, even though you carried that baby for 9 months. Both of you made that baby. So the man also have a right on the child, not just you that you gave birth to the child. Because without the man, that baby will not be made. You know. Eventually they divorce and went their separate way. And the boy is that boy is already in a college now or about to be graduated. So yeah. And I think this discussion was let me link into are you still there, Remy?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm listening to you.
Okay, let me link it to our brother. What is his name? Will Smith.
Okay.
You know,
Adewale, how are
yes,
you guys?
I'm good.
Ola,
I'm very sorry. My network dip in and out.
okay.
Um,
Ola want
I
to
have a
contribute.
meeting. Yeah, I have a meeting. Do you guys want to? Because I will just monitor. Yeah, I'm about to shut it down. I have a meeting to catch up with. I think you guys are still having conversation. I'll just leave it there. Um,
Ola has already commented.
Ola is Ola there?
Yes, he's in. Yeah.
Is in, but he's not talking.
Ola says
Ola,
something.
Ola, we don't have Ola.
And he's like
Is
he's a
Remy
co.
there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yes. Can you just continue? Yes, I'll just be bring him in, but I will not be able to talk. I have a meeting.
Just stay there because
I'll-
so that if anybody want to come in, they can come
yes,
in.
yes, I'll be bringing them in. No problem. I'll stay in the background. Yeah,
Adewale continue.
Okay.
yeah,
So,
All right, Thomas. Yeah.
okay.
yeah. Hello, brother, my brother. How are you?
So, our brother, it seems that his wife has completely emasculated him completely. You know, the bombshell that she put out there lately was that she wrote a book and she was referring to Tupac as his soulmate. However, when Tupac was alive, those who were around surrounded Tupac then said he was never in love with her, but she was the one going crazy for Tupac. And here she is marrying one of the biggest movie celebrities in America. She doesn't even see the guy as somebody. And the guy had put out a video, a recorded video, where he was complaining about not able to satisfy his wife, that everything, whatever he does, never enough for her. And you remember the infamous slap that her husband gave Chris
Yes,
Rock,
yes,
all because of her, only
yes.
to find out that they've not even been living together. And this is a woman that got involved with a friend of our son.
Hmm.
Well, a little bit older than our son, but he was brought in as a friend to the family, as a friend of his son. So he got entangled with a young man. A young boy happens to be a singer as well. So if you look at that, like American women or modern women, the way they act,
So how would that Will Smith feel that he has something for Tupac? Oh my God! Like
I mean, it wasn't hidden. She said it in one of those nonsensical show that she was doing at the time called
I like
Red
that
TV.
woman, Ali Berry, as very pretty, petite, and
Who?
everything.
Who?
But unfortunately, they always do so many stupid things around that. If you are not a strong man, you can't just bear all those rubbish they are doing. Today's people, this one, tomorrow. Just do whatever you like. Ah, man. Sometimes the American system, if you, even in here in Europe, sometimes I see something that make me feel uncomfortable, but I just have to move on. This is their
Mm.
culture. So nothing like
You know, sometimes ago, not quite long ago actually, there's a lady called Kiki Palmer. I don't know if you're familiar with her. Her name is Kiki Palmer. She's a singer and also an actor.
okay, I don't know her.
So that was one of the events that she attended. She just gave birth to a child, a very
Mhm.
young lady, and so she went for, I think it was a gala or something like that. I can't actually remember the event, but she dressed so provocatively, and the boyfriend or the baby daddy, so to say, appears that he wasn't even comfortable with the appearance of a girl. To be honest, there was actually a video. Uh, she attended one of the ushers event or something like, I don't know, but she had she and usher were filmed together, and the way she dressed, my brother, it was beyond provocation. It was just roundly open, broad cheeks were out there spread for somebody who just gave birth to a new baby. And the boyfriend too felt insecure, went online and comment on posts
Is it
about.
that Nigerian girl?
No, no, no. She's not a
American.
Nigerian girl. She's an American. So the husband went online and complained about what she was wearing and all that. You needed to see the comment American posted on that thing. They were yabbing that guy. Fast forward few weeks after, the next thing we read on the news, well, Kiki Palmer left the boyfriend
Of course, immediately.
after having a child with. So in my head, I was like, what is wrong with these people? See, a man said, look, this is not, this does not depict a woman, somebody who just gave birth. Yes, your body is back, you look as if you never even drop a pin, but at least respect your child, even if you don't respect us as a couple. Respect your child. Behave like a mother, a mama. But no, America was like, no. You know the way America would talk to you and snap their finger like the alphabet people? Like, yeah, yeah. You know, it, to me, I saw the comment. I was like, wow, this society is going down the drain. You know, they celebrate divorce with pomp and pageantry. They will celebrate and go to a restaurant.
Adewale, all those ones you are saying is small. Do you know what happened in Sweden? They are making an X movie public who can have the longest marathon sex. And they
Wow,
did it.
wow.
And they will show it public.
I mean,
Longest marathon.
what are we even talking about? In Nigeria now, I
I
heard that
can't believe that.
our celebrities are now shopping around leaked sex movie to be leaked so that they can get attention. That's what I heard.
Yeah, you see that another
Where
Nigeria, that Yoruba
are they
girl,
doing that
Mojo
competition?
Lawal or something like that. I don't understand what they are just doing. They
Where
never
are
they,
they? Where are
even
they doing competition?
eh?
Yeah?
Where are they doing that competition?
Do you want to go there? Sweden.
Will they allow me?
They will allow you now. Why? They are looking
What,
for.
what price?
I see some people already enlisted. Some people they can pass 12 hours non-stop. They are ready to go for it.
12 hours.
Yes.
Equally,
Yeah. Yeah.
Irọ́ ti wà ń bẹ̀ o.
No. So there's one particular Swedish girl that she can go for 12 hours non-stop. Different
Is
men.
he a man or woman?
A woman. 12 hours. She can, they
Wow.
said the record they have is about 8 hours. That woman said she's going to enlist and she's sure she can go for 12 hours non-stop. So it's a competition they are doing in Sweden. You know, what of this kind of atrocities are all over
There will
in
be
the
break.
Western world.
There will be break in between.
I don't know whether there's going to be a break, but you can join if you want. You can enlist. So
How much are they going to pay?
I don't know, but you can Google it. It is there. Maybe they have already finished that maybe for next year.
For $1 billion. So I will know I'm not looking for a job again.
Yes, so and you drink all this, whatever you can do to last for 12 hours. But I don't think any man can last 12 hours. I doubt it.
We 12.
that man is as dead as dodo. Even if it lasts 1 hour.
Even if na machine now, even if na machine where they use coil, the coil will have gone to a stage where we say it will be suffering from back EMF. For those people that understand electrical engineering, you know, when you have back EMF, that the coil cell will be very hot to the point that it's going to get to the point of burning the insulation. So all those things
what we are
sometimes.
just trying to say is that for people like Adewale and you guys that you are raising your kids in America, it's a hell of a job for you guys. It's a hell of a job because how are you going to just
It doesn't exclude you. Don't be deceived, though.
No. I also have a good news. My daughter just got a master's degree in UK. She's already in UK already now. So I'm talking to her every day. I'm like schooling. I just like advising, suggesting every now and then. I don't know. I hope she's turned out well. Our program is about 1.5 years, and when she's done, I don't know.
she's already turned out well. I think every family tries to apply.
Is that your first daughter, right?
Yeah, that's my first one. I only have 2.
For her to even be at that master's degree, you don't have anything to worry about again.
That is just what it's a lot of money. But
she's doing master.
All these African fathers,
all
these African parents,
coming up very quick also. So
you have nothing to worry about.
I mean, at this stage, he hasn't come and said, "Daddy, I'm pregnant." You're good.
I thank God for that. If that's what is the case,
even if she comes home and says, "Daddy, I'm pregnant," there's nothing you can do now than to say, you know what, I'm happy for you. Because for her to have even gone to that stage of doing masters, I mean, what is? If you're in Kobo, then she will be attending the class. Yes, you know, is it Gary or Agbado or whatever he's going to eat? The husband, whoever is responsible will be providing that. So the responsibility to call already.
Yeah, because I have a friend in America with 3 children.
I was listening to people the other time. People are still insisting that religion is our problem in Africa.
And I'm still saying that we are looking at the problem wrongly because once we are blaming the symptom, then we are not really ready to solve the problem. Religion, like I keep saying, is just a symptom. Let me tell you something. Like I used to tell my friend, I say, in those days when I was still doing this as a field technician in Nigeria, that I was traveling everywhere. I don't think there's any state in Nigeria that I didn't touch. You understand? But once, apart from the area like Mina, Niger State, uh, because Sharia was too, no, then I don't know if now Sharia was too strong, even stronger than Kano in Niger State then. So, let me say you want love somewhere, say you want quickly go look for some. No, you know they happen. But in Kano, I will still see one allergy that will say, for this hotel, oh boy, go and buy your beer, nobody they catch you. You are my friend. You understand? In Kano. So now, what am I saying is this: the type of religion we played that time, we were not, some people were not doing fanaticism, it was moderate. And the area like Kaduna, if I made a mistake not booking the hotel before traveling to Kaduna on Friday, honestly, it's either I sleep inside car or I sleep in an hotel where rats will be pursuing me till I wake up the following day. You know, there was a hotel like that I visited that rats and cockroach. They never allow me to sleep. So what am I saying in essence is this: when you see our behavior generally, you will see that we are not that religious as we profess to be. How do I mean? On Friday, Saturday, go to Allen, go to Isaac John, and all those words, they are just symbolic, right? So in general, I should have mentioned it, but when I mention those two names for guys, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And these people, they will still go to church on Sunday. How can you be religious and be doing all those things? Definitely, you are not. You are not. So it simply tells you that some people, they go to church either for association, or some people go to church for something like how do I call it? For something like maybe to get hope. But I tell you, the same people that you see today, if the factories in Nigeria start working, they will think more of, maybe they are making 1,000 before. They will think, in fact, their target will now be 10,000. They want to quickly go to 10,000. So they will work night and day and just to get those. What's that telling you? People have so much time to play with just because they have nothing to do. Now, and one thing you will now see is this: even in the same religious settings, you will see some people that are doing very well too. Your bank managers, your telecom managers, your oil and gas manager, you will still seeing them going to church, right? So the thing is, we can't we can never link our lack of development to religion. No, it is we are just not facing the problem. We are not facing the problem. It can't be true. It can't be true. It is the government policy that will help. Because you will see now, like I said, you will see so many people within the religious setting, they are entrepreneur. You will see the way they are performing, or you see they are doing very well. They have factory, they have service company, so many things they do. So how come that their own religion makes them have businesses that some people's religion don't allow them to don't do businesses? So you can't you can't have a government that will not know the right policy. You understand? Then another ridiculous claim that we make, if you like call it ridiculous, but I don't see that ridiculous, is that why I subscribe to the fact that we need to reduce cost of governance, and our senators, they need to lead by example. Honestly, in reality, those are not a problem. Assuming we even save those costs, how much problem can we even solve? Maybe we gain maybe we gain another 10 billion to another 15 billion. How is that going to even, that one cannot even fit infrastructure in the state alone. So to me, it's just a matter of productivity. And how do you drive productivity is by specific policies to drive productivity. Not we are not backward because we go to church. We are not backward. Yeah, truly why I know that religious he affects some other part of it. Not totally, but it's not that significant as you want to say, because what will you say in a situation whereby someone they've been indoctrinated to the point that the same beer, the same alcohol, where your governor will share money, the same proceed of alcohol that the state can just marry people en mass. Is it kind of that they just did mass wedding? You understand? From that, the same proceed of that alcohol, you understand, is what you use. So why do these people think alcohol is the problem? Just because they are too idle, they have nothing to do. If they be working in those alcohol factory, it will be different entirely. Because what's the difference between someone that smoke tobacco and someone that is drinking beer? If you want to see it, it's just because these people, they don't have job, so they have time to think. They have time to accommodate negative energy. That's the way me I see those things. So it is time we stopped just saying this religious religion. We are just downplaying it. And I know why people are rebelling. I know why people are so rebellious toward religion. When you preach doom to people, you preach fire, you preach how people are going to perish if they don't listen. You get to a state, because by the time you create fear, you get to a state that people will say stop. They can no longer accept it again. They will rebel. That is exactly one of those things that is affecting religion in Nigeria today. And again, when you see some pastors that do not really need jet, but they are jet loving pastors. Where some people, when you are amidst the hungry people and less privileged people, what do you think? People will revolt. You will start getting things like this. Even in the Bible, Jesus did not even spare the Pharisees in his preachings. So as they used to be Pharisees in those days, we have some Pharisees today too. So religion is a symptom and it has its own problem, which I will not deny. But at the same time, it's not a significant thing. It's not the reason we are not investing enough in agriculture. It's not the reason we are not investing enough in human capital development infrastructure. So we can link this into so many things. Policy, and people should get engaged in what government do, not just stand by and say, "Oh, it doesn't concern us." No. So if the economy grow very well today, people that are going to all those religious places, they will reduce, because people will be chasing after more shift, after more money. And when you make your money, you understand, I can tell you, when people start making money, the first area they think of is how to go to the bar, to restaurant, to go and flange. The people that love women, the next thing is how to impress a woman. But when all those things are not available, you understand, you are now taught to hope for tomorrow. Like I keep Buhari, then later Babangida, not destroy our industry. Those spaces that are occupied by churches today will not be. They are supposed to be industrial estates. Some places there. But when those places are lying fallow, nobody is using, and the investor, they want to sell their property. So now the next question you ask yourself is that who are those people giving approval for warehouses to be turned to religious center? Those people are the people
I
we
mean,
have.
there's no government policy that says that a warehouse cannot be turned to religion or worship center, as long as it's individually owned. But I'm listening
No,
to your submission.
I will disagree on that, Adewale. Do you know why?
Hmm.
Because in a city that is properly planned, you must have every spaces, every segment of your cities allocated to a particular purpose. When Obafemi Awolowo was building in Ikeja Industrial Estate, Ilupeju Industrial Estate, because I was saying at that time when people were saying, "Oh, Lagos sees the reason that the Southwest developed." You know, that's one of the danger. By the time we forget, they don't teach our social study and history properly. You understand? Yeah, because that time I wanted to come, but I was
Yeah, but
unable to come.
that is Lukuju industrial estate. You also agree that when the government came up with the fact that that area is going to be designated for that purpose, the population of that state at that time was not as it is right now. So the expansion uh, now makes government to begins to I would say look away, but at the same time decided, okay, you know what, even they're gonna turn it into uh, commercial or residential or whatever purpose that is going to deem fit, because Ilupeju at that time was probably in the middle of nowhere, right? The same thing with the Murtala Mohammed Airport when it was built. There were no fewer houses around that vicinity at the time that the airport was constructed. So government could also make changes by saying, you know what, the population is ballooning, and to accommodate this huge number of migrants, let's just, you designate this area and, maybe move it to a different location. So you can't actually blame government, for allowing that. Like I said, individual also will mount pressure on the government, so for them to be able to, turn their property into cash and make
No,
profit from it.
Adewale, do you know why? Do you know why I will? No, what you are saying is correct, but do you know why I will bring another perspective into that? You see, the military people that our governments, our people are calling for today, they are the reason we are here. Even the worst performance of Shagari was 10 times better, was in fact 2,000 better than what the destruction that this Buhari brought. You know, people never believed that Buhari brought destruction there, Nabi, until it happened to. Because see, on that Buhari, I can forgive the younger generation, right? But for the generation before myself and my generation, I can never forgive them. Because we were alive when this thing happened and we started lying to ourselves just because we believe all of a sudden that the politician we hate are the one in power. So the next thing is that the military will perform better. How could someone could have even in his life thought of someone that Blala was the only thing that he could use to enforce civility in the society? Someone that overthrew legitimate government will be the one that you will call. That's it. But you see, where I'm coming to is this. The same military that you see to see the destruction, they were the one that killed the major bull they were used to rear, used to crossbreed, used to breed the cattle in Fashola farm, or the one that were taking care of our southwest need of a cattle there. You understand? The same way, the military they are talking about, they destroy the plan that they had plan for Western region. All those Ilupeju estates you see, they had plan. See, where you see people building bungalow today, some of those areas were earmarked for high rising. You understand? They were not planning to build bungalow to just to accommodate. You know, they were doing this mouse housing scheme that instead of maybe you have about maybe 3 family living in a particular hectare of land. Probably the like of Jack County, they plan that place. Okay, the reason will take like about 40 families, the way they plan the place. But this guy, they just came around, they dabaru everything. See the way they bastardize First Stack. First Stack is supposed to be like an average I know that you will know first start those days. It's supposed to be like an average settlement that you will see in Europe. See the way they standardize that place today. Where are the green areas? Where are those central sewage system? So now, no government, no serious government will see is the master plan of the city destroyed, because what is happening in Lagos today, we will be laughing, we will be seeing it as normal. It's not going to be funny in the future if the government will not take time to redesign or to revisit the real master plan of Lagos, because they built on drainage channels. So don't be surprised that in the next 30, 40 years, building will start giving way. If you get it right, buildings will start giving way for the city to be well planned. Because you don't want a situation, number one, that you cannot control the refuse in Lagos. You don't want a situation whereby you'll be suffering from flooding. Because those kind of things are the environmental risk to the people. So the government will be forced to revisit those plans. So those industrial estates you see, they were properly planned. They were not supposed to be. But the government that came after this were the military. They were the one that destroyed everything. That everybody just do anyhow, like as if someone is building huts in the farm. So that's one of those things we are talking when we talk of. Listen, because there are a lot of security challenges in Lagos. When I mention security, I'm not even talking of security like maybe all those bad boys robbery. Environmental security, insecurity. A lot of insecurity in Lagos. Even noise pollution. Even heat waves. Just because the way we build. No system for anything like a Greenland in Lagos. So all those stuff, government, any serious government, we still revisiting it. You know why they are not discussing it now is that everybody want to consolidate their power, all those. But once we start getting things right, once people start getting good job, once people start living better, they will start revisiting all those things one after the other. So that's why I say religion is not our problem, because religion is not the reason we are building on drainage. It's not the reason we don't have proper planning.
But the Pentecostal movement capitalized on the decadence of years of decadence in society, and going by what you just said now about the military interventions that resulted into all this quagmire, economic quagmire that we found ourselves. I think the Pentecostal was the one that actually took it to the next level, because before then we've had a regular movement like the Anglican Catholics and Baptists and all that. They weren't this. They didn't. They were not preaching the commercial gospels at that time. It was purely on repentance, and those are the things that we grew up knowing and hearing from our religious leader. But when the Pentecostal now decided to capitalize on uh, the prevalence of the economic hardship and all that, they knew what they were doing by decided to expand, started having branches at every corners in the country. So now people now looking for hope that even things are hard, that they're looking for something that could hold on to. And the religious body, especially the Pentecostal now, fill that vacuum. And they know that the mind of people is hollow, is constantly looking for something bigger than themselves. So at the end of the day, they have their mindset, re-engineer or redesign in such a way that they believe anything that their spiritual leader tells them. So now, no matter how you try to preach this gospel of hard work pays, and as much as you're able to find something more to provide food for you, you don't really have to be overly religious or to the point of even doing things that are, inhuman things. But because they've already been brainwashed, they tend to follow the spiritual doctrine than the normal uh, you know, uh, philosophy such as hard working pay, that you have to be diligent, you have to be dedicated, you have to persevere, you have to, you know, good stuff that human being has characteristics that human being are supposed to, known for. So, and at the end of it all, people believe in all those doctrine that have been instilled in them. So to now, uh, the uh, step away from all that is going to be hard because they've been in it for a very long time. So that is the reason why I would say religion is a part of the problem that we have. But it has to do with the doctrine or indoctrinated of poor people believing that there's hope for them tomorrow, that if they sow a seed, they will be able to reap bountifully. However, hard work is actually not the right way or the best way to go about in life. So by doing that, they don't really believe in all those anymore. You say that there's a provision of work and people making any good wages, sustainable one, that some of the things that they believe in will no longer be there anymore. Well, I disagree. In that same country or on that same continent, we've seen people that are highly educated, financially buoyant, and they are still a slave to their religious leaders, asking them to do things, nonsensical things that you wouldn't even expect anyone to do. And because they've been brainwashed, their religious leader is more like when you put a malwares or virus into a computer and it's spreading, they believe that whatever they've been told in their religious circle is the right and the best way, even though they are well paid, they are well remunerated. So for that, no matter what you tell such person, despite his or her financial status in the society, he will still believe in all those doctrine. And it stems from, you know,
They were, you see, the thing is this: whether we like it or not, some people will still always believe. No doubt about that. But we are talking of distribution is what we are talking about now. It's a distribution. It's not, we are not talking of the outliers. You understand? That's why I make an analogy the other time. Do you think someone that will go to Isaac John, someone that will steal bank money, someone that will still go and do ole, someone that will still do uh, yahoo yahoo, that will still attend church? Are you telling me that those people are brainwashed, for example? They are not. They are not. So that is telling something because if you can, okay, accept the church, accept the church, except you want to tell me that they don't pray, the people are not aware of the Ten Commandments or some other thing. It's not that they are not aware. Even okay, even we that we attend, we traditionally that we're born Anglican, for example, there were a lot of things that they will even preach to us that as we are even living like this, we will be doing the opposite exact thing that we are preaching to us. How come that we were even rebelling against our clergy? You understand? So the thing is, look, why I know that because this is it. It's give or take, right? Why I know that some people will captured, like I told you, have suffered depression because of religion before. That's a fact. At least I must have mentioned that thing more than 5, 6 times on this platform. But immediately I just get myself out of that. It was difficult to even bring me. I started attending church recently, just recently. Now, but the way they used to preach to me that time, with it, or just like okay, where some people are saying no, TV now put issue. You can't stop me from watching a good tomorrow. Even when you were telling me that I really know how to see a demonic, demonic movie, now lie you tell. Watch it because I didn't see my own religion that way. But the question is this: even the time I was even using to watch that TV, if I have a job that will give me few naira that time, I will always prefer that work to whatever. You understand? Now, ask yourself, we in the same setting in Nigeria, pastors they used to come they used to come to work on Sunday. Why did they say, oh, because I'm a pastor, I will not go today. I know I won't come to work on Sunday. So many Jimmy brothers, they will still come on Sunday. They dare not come. So why didn't he say, okay, just because of my religious, okay, I'm resigning from this job. I'm going to stick to my religious belief. But what I'm saying generally is this: why I believe that religions are they use religion to confuse some people. I know, but I'm just talking of the significant part. How many people? What's the percentage? You understand? What's the percentage? Now, Prince Adewale, as you are today now, I'm sure that if someone is preaching to get money from you, you can only give money if you want to give. You understand? No matter how you talk, I talk of anyway. It's not everybody it's not everybody that we have the same kind of experience. Anyway, I agree. But what I'm talking generally is this: we're talking of education the other time, about technical education, as about those stuff, right? If you start giving people chance now to make money, there is no way. I don't see anybody here that will not like money. Even they will preach to you that the love of money is the root of all evil. As long as you are going to work for your money, if you let anybody, I don't see any evil there. You will work for your money rather than staying somewhere and being brainwashed by some people. Yes, there are some pastorpreneur, and yes, there are some people that they are genuine. But I just want us to look further away and face the real problem. You understand? Religion is not the reason why Fashola farm died. Religion is not the reason that Lagos state government can be in partnership with someone and set immortal rice mill. And yet, some people will collect palliative and they will not distribute to their people. That has nothing to do with the religion. It is more about our lack of willingness to hold our leaders accountable. We rather look at we rather go online and be talking of Bobad. I'll be talking of how the wife should go through DNA, listen, than to even look at what is affecting our life. If someone come out now today and say, oh, Prince Adewale made money ritual, people will rather discuss that and start accusing you than to even look at someone that is making their life miserable. To me, that has something to do with religion.
When we were growing up, did you at any time hear your bishop or reverend or any of these religious leaders saying you need to come and sow a seed in the church? Did you ever hear such in a
I
old
am an Anglican. I'm an Anglican. They don't do that in Anglican.
even in Catholic? Any of those older
Yeah,
churches?
the Catholic school too. They never do that in Catholic.
But if you go to any Pentecostal churches now, what you hear most is you need to sow a seed. Now, isn't that a deceit?
Baba,
Uh,
where did I enter depression? It's just something like Pentecostal. You understand? Where did the
well,
doctrine of don't watch TV come? Where did it? There was a time that even some people that were attending churches, they could not even wear new clothes. They will go and be buying boskoro because they believe that wearing something new is a sin.
yeah.
Even going closer to women, some people believe it was a sin. That time, when you start behaving that way, the person don't they enter some kind of mental
But
column.
that means
That one is beyond.
the religion has um, play a huge role in brainwashing them to make them think in a very WAP and, you know,
I don't
and
disagree with
productive
that. You know,
way.
I've said it. I don't disagree. But I'm just talking of the reason we are not
And
developing.
sorry, if such people, you know, are in the pedestal of earning much money, they will still be behaving that way because they've been told that having or being living ostentatiously in society is a sin. Now, you doing this is against the, you know, God and all those doctrine, all those
President
beliefs.
Adewale, even before, but when by the time Baba said we will renounce it, I will say, okay, you made a mistake that he came out openly and told people. Even some people that time they were watching TV, no matter what you say. Well, I agree with. Well, I see. It's not an easy thing, right? I'm not saying religion has not contributed at all. I'm not saying religion has not contributed at all. But how is religion stopping us? Okay, telecom is my favorite. I can't say enough of telecom. When Babangida deregulated telecommunication sector in 1992 by this decree, it used to be Nitel, and they spend money on Nitel, and we were not getting telephone. Baba, immediately this man deregulated telecommunication. He left, and Abacha was still darling so that they would use that in as campaign tools, was even trying to bring things. But immediately this guy came, immediately OBJ came, he just introduced NCCR, he just slashed on that. Bam! The next thing we have today, see explosion in the telecommunication industry. You understand? Then he did the same thing to broadcasting. Where was Nigerian movie as far back as 1989? Other than you will do your movie, you will start running after NTA, or you will just get your this in the, is this celluloid or what they call it, the one that you take to cinema. You read it, the type of product that Baba Salah used in Orumuru that they stole that time. That's what people used to do.
Celluloid, none.
Celluloid. But
Yes.
immediately they deregulated. So all the TV station, the news TV station, they started promoting artists. The like of Arumire, they just already they were already in what we call it, they were already in their own video set already. Everything just started escalating. The like of Kenny D1, Kenny Ogungbe, Kenny Music, they started promoting local artists. The like of is it Rem there? Is it Rem there? I can't even remember. This guy that brought Two-Face out. Then we thought of the like of OWT. They started bringing the like of Peter T Square, everything. They started bringing them. And before you know, because they have means of producing, see where we have Nigerian music today and Nigerian movie today. And they start latching on to technology. You understand? Even the one we didn't create assuming we don't have telecommunication in Nigeria today, assuming we don't get our ICT right, we won't have YouTube. Because even if we have YouTube, that would be the exclusivity of the rich. Because after all, the like of David Mark said, telephone is not for poor people. He said it boldly. And see today, the like of Brother Shaggy can tell you that he makes $40,000 through YouTube alone. Why people like us are saying, no, this guy that wanted to shut down Twitter the other time, Lai Mohammed, those are the kind of people you don't want to move closer to your power because they don't know what it takes to run that country. So what I'm saying is this, Baba, we are talking that these are people, they don't want to do technical job. Yeah, it's not as if they don't want to do. Even university graduates we are talking about today, some people that are smart among them, they invest in watching YouTube to learn. Some people, they learn mechanical job. I mean, see, you went to school, you studied mechanical engineering, nothing to do. Some people invest buying enough data to learn the work of mechanic through YouTube, and they are working. So look at that woman that learned how to use tire to make furniture. That woman. So some people learn a lot through YouTube, and they are doing well in Nigeria. Now, but if Nigeria now invest so much, because that's a private initiative, right? Now, but if Nigeria now invest so much in technical education, you can see the type of things that will come. So already when you are doing that, you are taking, because it's like you have human beings that have space in their mind. Religion is fighting for the same people that education will be fighting for. So it's just like, okay, education want to snatch people away from the religious house. But when the government is not doing its own, then the religious people, they are having free day. But if you are dragging people, okay, your life is stretched. But tomorrow I can make you to drive Bentley tomorrow if you can do this thing. See, let me tell you one thing. If you go to the church today and you show people example how not to sleep in the church, but how to sleep in the factory, and within the next 2-3 years, you will be driving your car, you will have your houses. I tell you, the population of people sleeping in the church today, they will reduce. Because the hope they are looking for, they don't need to look for hope again. They can see something practical they can work on.
Hey, Allah, and that's gonna have sometimes many people that go to church, they don't go for the real reason. A lot of lazy people go to church. They don't want to really work. So a lot of people don't want to start from scratch and grind till they get to somewhere that is successful. A lot of them are lazy.
No, Baba, it is very easy to say people are lazy. Let me tell you one thing. See, when I talk of when I talk of education, we used to make jest of rational mind. I said I understand where rational mind is coming from. For example, a person like me now, I have limited job I can do. I have some type of job I can do. I have something that I cannot do. My experience in working in a warehouse for 1 year, I don't want to get closer to that environment again. I almost broke someone's leg with center rider. That shock, it took about 3 years to leave me. There was a time too that a pallet, all those fish, they used to load the pallet up, like up to 150 feet up. You know what it means for pallets that can weigh like 2,000 to 3,000 kg to drop from 150 feet. It took time for me to get that, because you start looking at if this thing drop on people, what happens? And now you now work in that same environment that you see something that happen to people. So because of that, I have a limited thing I can do. Okay, never in my life will I work in that type of environment. After all, I have background in IT. So let me focus on my IT no matter what. Even if I have nothing to do, let me go and drive Uber, or let me go and do delivery rather than working in a warehouse. So what am I saying is this? Some people, it's not as if they don't want to work, but they are confused. They don't know what to do. It's not everybody that is blessed with creative thinking. So you have to put them in a particular place to put the knowledge into them before they can do it. So in Nigeria, for example, we are short of shoemakers. But it's not everybody that knows that, because it's not everybody that is how do I say, that is, because if everybody will be entrepreneur, then who is going to be workers? Who are those people that will be workers? So some are to be employed, some are to think to create something for themselves. That's the way the society is configured. If everybody will be Elon Musk, if everybody will be Gates, then who will be the workers? That's just the way it is. So we are wired differently. Okay, a person like me now, because of my background over time now, I'm okay with entrepreneurship, because I know today I get a job, I do contracts, I may be without contract for the next 4-5 months. And funny enough, so sometimes my wife is not finding it funny, and that's the true situation. So some people in the church that you see, they need to be guided accordingly. That's where that's what among these pastors we are talking about. That's where I like the of Pastor Samariani. And there are some pastors like that they take time to take their congregation through entrepreneurship, because of their experience, because of their capacity. There are some that can do that. So it's not as if all of them are lazy. Yes, some are lazy, but they are not lazy for the sake of being lazy, but because they are lazy because their mind is already in the state of confusion. That's just my own opinion about that.
Well, um, I won't say what you said is not true, but when you're constantly being told that your reward is in heaven and all those beliefs and all that, it won't take much time before a smart mind is converted to the point that no matter what you do to have a conversion, that person will be you know sink more and more into that doctrine of uh, heaven will supply your need. I'm not saying heaven will not supply the need according to God's riches, but it's just that hard work is no longer the. I mean, we've seen people that are.
Okay,
Uh,
Adewale, you will continue. Just few seconds of question. Then, why is it that people in the church they still fornicate? Why is it that people in the church they still steal?
I mean, those are normal things.
Why
Those
is it
are.
that people in the church yeah, no, because when your reward is in the heaven, is in heaven, where you want to make heaven, then you are not supposed to do all those things. How come they are still doing it, even though they know their reward is in heaven?
Hmm. Well, it's I believe that human being when it comes to fornication and adultery, that's what I'm saying that I don't know if it is. I mean, most of the time they high wondered, and most of the time we want to do the right thing, but because the mindset is already, uh, you know, set on something, so we we tend to be. Sorry, I was doing something there, but notwithstanding.
You are playing PS4, Abby.
Exactly, you know what I was doing just a while away time.
My
All
goodness.
this younger kid, they're always trying to beat me on something.
You
But
are playing online.
notwithstanding, yeah, I always play online.
You can't win any championship now. You are
I've
old
I've
already for this thing.
I've won it before. It's
You are
just
not
that
if you are into major tournament, so if you are into major tournament, so all those boys, because when I was younger, I used to be very sharp in playing all those games, but then I used to learn some cheat code, right? That you can cheat all those stuff, but this day is
oh
very hard.
oh really?
Ah man, I can dribble anything. I started from the regular PlayStation, PS1, PS2, PS3, you know, the PS4. Now only PS5 I never buy.
Wow.
So
I know that sometimes. Sorry, I was just trying. I'm losing my concentration, but because Prince Daddy joined you, that's why I was. If not,
yeah,
I wouldn't have started it at all.
because what I'm saying generally is this. See, if we reduce our accusation to saying religion is our problem,
Mm.
let me tell you one thing. If we outlaw religion today in Nigeria, it will
Okay,
still
you just
not.
mentioned that Sam Adeyemi also took it upon himself to teach his congregation entrepreneurship and all those.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
why is he doing so? Because he see the value that will have to his congregants, right?
yeah. I just make an example of him. He's not the only person. There are many. I've seen Pastor Bakari to do that too.
Yeah, they
You
do
understand?
that. But the thing is, so many times people that are supposed to be the champion of a cause, they are the one even because I mean I still don't understand the logic where a religion leader will say sow a seed and all those things are I don't that is not biblical number one. And they started all this nonsense because they knew that people are uh, poor and they need a circle or something to help cushion the effect of the hardship. So they sell every time they sold the dummy to them, and people hook up to it because at the end of the day, that's the only place you can find help without paying money, without anything. And the little money you have, you take it to them, and can you imagine? The money
Okay,
that
Adewale,
and they
whether
continue
you've heard this
even here
said
in
before.
America. They continue in the North America. They continue, fleecing people of their hard earned money.
How
You know?
in America? How?
Yeah, despite the fact that you would expect them to know better, the fact that they are in America, but no, they won't know better because they already been, indoctrinated into that belief right from home. So it's gonna be hard to change overnight. And
So why is it that religion is not causing problem in America? Then?
it, it,
How
it,
come?
it does. It does. You know why? Because there's availability of job, but our people also are also sinking more into that absent because the same thing that they are doing back home, working all day long in the month. At the end of the month, they carry out their money and dump in and say 10%, offering this and that. At the end of the day, there will be nothing left for them. They still do. They still do.
Well, well,
That mentality never leaves them.
I got your point, but I don't really want to dwell on their own because if I want to dwell on their own, let me give you an example here. We've had some situation, although it's common in Canada, it's not. I don't know whether it's common in America because it's only in America that I find it funny that when people win lottery, you tax them. If you win lottery here, you have all your money. But in this Canada alone, we have situation that several people, if not more than 50 people, that when they won the lottery, they donated everything to charity.
They must be rich.
No, they are not necessarily rich. Like one person, I think that time he won like 16 million. So, it got to the stage I was even asking, then why did you play? Because they asked the guy that, okay, he said he has a pet project, he have a research that would like to fund. So that research will take care of a particular disease. And the only thing is going to do is that's going to make sure that his grandchild we have this kind of education. You now ask him that, okay, won't you travel? He said, look, I'm old. There's no place I want to travel that I've never been to. And I have my pension. So what am I supposed to do with the money? I was like, okay, why did you play? See mentality. Not one person, not two person, not three person. But I've never heard such in America. Maybe because they collect tax from them, I don't know. But you will see these people I'm talking about, they are in a remote village, a remote village. I said, what am I supposed to do with the money? But if I had the opportunity, I would have asked that, why did you play?
And typical Nigeria will tell you, Alma.
They will block the road. They will block Victoria Island Road. They will celebrate. They will pump champagne. They will waste the money. But this one is even thinking of how to fund a research to cure a disease. I said, like, seriously? So,
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you,
Yeah.
Prince Daddy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, to a lot of people, of course, that sounds strange. Even if you told, I believe what you said 100%. Even though I haven't come across somebody as such, but if you tell a lot of people, they won't believe you. Like, no, 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 the person's lying. But I can totally relate. I can totally relate in the sense that we all don't share the same value, and what we hold in high esteem, other people they don't care about it. I mean, even here in the West in America, here sometimes you see somebody driving like what we call a raggedy car, but the guy makes like $250,000 a year. He doesn't care. He spends his weekend camping, hiking, and do some other fun stuff. They can afford their house is paid off. They don't. They can afford to buy a car or cars and with cash, but they don't care about that. They don't really care about that. So it's where we come from that we have high esteem of value for this material stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong, they do it too in America if you want to go to Hollywood and places as such. But a lot of people are just simple people. That so, it's inconceivable to a lot of people to say, "Oh, you want $10 or $100 million," and they say, "Huh, I don't care. I don't have nothing to do with it," because they have their life. They don't care about that stuff. It's so strange to a lot of people. But generally, they don't care because that $100 million, what they think, okay, well, I'm supposed to go buy a 50 room mansion and do what with it? What am I supposed to do with it? You know, to them, those kind of things so remote. Or buy a Lamborghini and this and that. They don't care. They have a good life. They enjoy their life. Their life we call simple, remote, or rural. They are totally fine with it. They don't care about that $1 million lottery.
Yeah,
So I mean,
truly. Continue,
yeah,
continue.
no, yeah, go ahead. I just wanted to say that. Yeah.
And I said, what I've learned from these people is what we attach value to is totally different from what they attach value to. That's just it. You know, like our people here, they can work 20 out of 24 hours. So Oyinbo we just do his normal job and we go on vacation. They don't care because they believe that everything is ready for them. So they don't overdo things. I don't know whether that's the same way all Oyinbo behave. I don't know. But I'm only talking about the people here, you know. So there are people that I will see that be begging for shift on Christmas Day. That be man. So
Well,
you
we
see.
need people to work. I mean, we need people to work on Christmas Day, but
I know,
you know.
because like I said, I work for although less than a year though with a Walmart logistic, but I was surprised the way people started begging for job on Christmas Day. I was like, when people like me was even saying no way, I was not going to, people started begging. I
Because
was
it's
like,
double. What do you
seriously?
call it? Double pay or triple pay? I mean, that's why. And
Yeah,
some people.
but you won't see Oyibo there. It's only our people and maybe some
Okay,
Asians.
okay. Well, uh, I was gonna say, see, in the West, there are a lot of people here. Maybe I don't know, maybe to extent in Africa, I guess they work and leave. As they working, making money, they're enjoying life at the same length, so to speak. That's what, and to me, and that is quality life. Why? Because you don't want to work to you like 60, 70, 80 years old and say you want to start enjoying life. I mean, you can still enjoy. There's still plenty to enjoy, but you just don't want to work, and break your back and just save a bunch of money. I mean, I've heard stories about, with that people like that immigrant mentality. They work and work, save money, and they don't get to leave to enjoy their money or send all their money back home, plan to go and retire. And, only God that grants us life, and they don't make it.
That's
That
the
is just so.
characteristics of black people.
Once we make money, buy big house, buy big car, call people to come and celebrate with us, finish. One day, you see, here, when I came here, when I was even trying to work out, there's this elderly man, elderly friend. So he just called me one day, he's like, what are you going to do today? I said, he was looking at me that, okay, like, say, maybe I want to say, no, don't worry, I'll take you for hockey. That's how it made me become a hockey fan there. So he introduced me to a lot of it. So if I tell people now that, I'm going to watch hockey live, now people will be looking at me and say, this guy is so serious. Because whereas our own lifestyle to call people for barbecue, talk over alcohol, then go and work again. But when I tell people that I'm going for hockey, I'm going to football. I mean, when I say football, American football or not this thing. So some kind of thing. People will just be surprised. Okay, I'm going to for bowling. People will be looking at me that, are you guys not in Nigeria? And meanwhile, that's what people do here. That's what people here that make this place interesting. But people like us that work in a bank, actually we know what I'm saying. Our own life is from, you leave office 9 o'clock, you go and see, you eat late in the night. You eat late in the night, you eat 11 o'clock, 11. Sometimes we'll be on road around when there's a traffic on whenever we are the traffic on Tomiland.
Hmm.
Then we still wake up 5:30 the following day so that to beat traffic to the office.
There
And
was no metro. There was no metro line then. I
metro
wish
line.
you. I wish. This life.
Metro line. You see our own even day was that time that in IT. They will say, oh, we used to have one server in enterprise. They say .80, no .40. When they say .40 is done like this, everybody, everybody will be rushing to the office. Whether it is 1 a.m. or 2 a.m., everybody, all in IT, whether you even know how to even touch the server, everybody will be rushing to the office. You know, so is that life, we still brought that life here. Work, buy big house, even if you don't need that big house, at least to show people that, oh, I've arrived. Buy big house. Even if you need about 5 jobs to pay the mortgage, at least you must show people that you belong, right? So,
That is
no.
true. Especially we in the North America.
No.
Show off.
Some people go to this place just to show that they have money. They made deposit of 400,000. Like when people that say, like, seriously, are you okay? Are you okay? I don't know if the guy maybe like that's all his savings, or maybe he sold his house in Nigeria, just made 400. I say, really? Do you really need that? Just to buy big house that time. That house, like that. The unfortunate thing at that time was that when the guy now lost his job, he had problem paying that mortgage. It wasn't a palatable story, to be honest, because that 400,000 was deposit out of 700,000. The type of house he bought that time, if it were to be today, we'll be talking of around 1.5 million that he paid for that 7. It wasn't a palatable story anyway, because he got to a stage at a particular time that he could not pay his mortgage. He was forced to sell that house and just cash whatever he got to that place. And the time he sold that house was not even the time that house was performing. So the thing is, our own mentality will always be different. That's the mentality we take to everything. There's nothing you give to us that we are not going to abuse, especially if that thing is foreign to us, right? So that was why I was just laughing the other time, when people were, I was listening to Mike and Emeka. He paid me that I could not meet them. I was unable to meet them. The way they were exaggerating our dainties and all those, I just say these people. If I didn't live for village, right? If I don't live for village, you would tell me all those stories. Would they tell me all those stories? You to say, because my great be Lagos boy, would they talk as if, anyway, me, I don't talk too much. Any day come here so that we go feel young very well. Something we call that look mysterious to us. You ask yourself question: how are Oyibos performing their own magic too? Tell me, how did you bring an elephant to the stage and the same elephant disappear on the stage? So if you have those magical power too, why do you think that the black people will not have that magical power? Do you think everything is juju? I don't know if Prince Adewale knows that masquerade, that if you are looking at that masquerade, if you are wearing lace, the cloth on that masquerade will turn to lace. If you are wearing,
Which masquerade is that?
You don't know that masquerade. You know the masquerade they call Ede.
Ede.
Yeah.
No.
You see, when you hear songs like Ele, that's the masquerade they normally sing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So he has some kind of performance that, head cannot roll 360. His head can be roll 360 degree.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Whatever cloth you wear is going to turn to that cloth. So what I'm saying is some things, some people they know how to manipulate. How they do that, I don't know. But the fact that Oyibo too can do that, because tell me now, how can you bring an elephant into a building, into a small building, and the elephant will disappear? I'm trying to remember this Oyibo guy, this one popular magician. I did that. So some people, they have power to do magic. The fact that they have power to do magic does not mean they can use that power to build the aircraft. That's the off it. For you to build the aircraft, we need a lot of research to do that. So that the fact some people know about concussion, you will need adequate research to be able to turn turn that your knowledge to something commercial, and you are able to sustain it. Whether we like it or not, there's nothing you can use to replace knowledge. Even Bible will tell you that people perish because they lack knowledge. So we can substitute the lack of knowledge and blame something else. Now, it is normal that if you tell me something, if you call yourself a pastor and you tell me something, you have access to the Bible, I have access to the Bible. Once you start placing on so much burden on me, I will go to that Bible, the same Bible you are taking, I will use that Bible to counter you. So because people are not ready, that's why we blame. So the same way too, whether any aspect of life, whether religion, whether science, whether sociology, whatever it may be, if you don't seek knowledge, knowledge will not come to you naturally. You will remain confused if you don't have that knowledge. So when you lose that knowledge, you start blaming everything around you. You understand? So to me, like I keep saying, if you want to encourage reading culture among people, it's going to be by policy. There was a time, I don't know if it exists now, that in every local government, you will find library, at least in Ondo State, in the old Ondo State. At least by the time I was living that time, we used to have a library.
Actually, there's a public library in Bariga. Actually, I remember now.
You see, those were the things that were pushing us to study. Even there was a time we'd be doing competition on the book we've read. Even some of them were Yoruba, not necessarily English. But we'll be doing competition. Oh, before the end of this month, I want to read 5 books. Just to post among our friends. You know? So that's how some of us develop that habit of reading. So government must find a way to give us a particular habit. If you are expecting someone else, a non-state actor to do that, yes, some non-state actor can try, but it's not going to be as effective like when government is doing it. So we should stop blaming non-government actors, non-state actors. You should focus. Do you understand? If you want to boost local productivity, it's the government. How do I mean? Okay, when people in the old Ondo State or let's say Nigeria were planting cocoa, what pushed them to cocoa? Because our policy made cocoa attractive. Why were people in the Southwest going to school? Because our policy. I can't remember vividly. It's like if you don't, because when you say you could not pay for your children's school fees that time, I will say, don't worry, I will pay you. They will even feed you at a particular point. They will give you book. They will give you book. So you have no excuse. You must learn. Even in some certain country, if people of school age, if you don't send them to school, the parent risks going to jail. So government policy. If you want electricity to develop in that country, when you know the federal government cannot control the central grid, even though if you are generating 16,000 megawatts, yet your grid infrastructure cannot evacuate more than 7,000. It's a waste. What will you do? Add it to private people that want to make money. Let them make their own money, like MTN, like Globalcom and Co. Before you know, in the next 10 years, we may be talking of Nigeria having problem consuming the electricity we have in Nigeria that we'll be looking at even sending outside the country. Government policy. When you want people not to just learn how to drive on the streets, and the next they enter downfall and start causing problem. Bring a government policy that will get people employed within the transportation sector. You have road tester, you have those people that we train you how to drive. You have registry that will make sure that you do property and you create job around government policy. So religions will not do that for you. No religion will go and deregulate power sector for you. No religion will create state police for you. No religion will tell you that, oh, you have to support your local manufacturer. How do you support your local manufacturer? Don't just open your border anyhow for everything just to be dropped to your country, to be dumped to your country. Because it's unfortunate that Nigeria is importing the toothpick. No religion is asking you to import toothpick. It's a government policy. So that's why I'm saying that we should not just be so basic and be discussing religion and be saying religion is the problem. To me, it's not the problem. It's the government policy. You understand? So that's just my view about it. I don't know if whether Prince Daddy or Adewale want to say something. And Soli and King Emeka, they just keep quiet. I don't know why. Anybody see there?
I'm seeing here, it's just that this thing is drawing my attention, kind of, but notwithstanding, you've spoken well, my brother. You've spoken well, a guy like just.
Are you sure?
Are
you
Nigerian
sure?
problem, no,
Or that game
Nigerian,
didn't even allow you to hear everything at the yarn.
I was listening, honestly, I was listening with rapt attention. Nigeria problem, no, the finish you.
People just believe that by asking people to swear by goes by. People never know, honestly. It's to say people know what's in the apple, therefore no. People know you. People to say they know. Many people don't swear with Ogun or those or Shangori are talking about. Maybe some people they behind Shango. Maybe the person they behind Shango where never say 1,000 in his life. You go carry the person 10 million just to put for pocket. What powder? Anything, any analogy that you see in Yoruba that you can hear, then that means possible. When they say one powder, see, it simply means that you can see bad people behind this thing. So what are you talking about? But the way Mike and Emeka were talking about, they were talking of that thing that sector is foolproof.
No, that is true, man. They talk about this traditional practices of religion as if it's only benign, righteous people that are behind it. They too are deceivers in a lot of ways. They deceive people and they manipulate. Whatever they do. Against the people they're trying to help all the time. I mean, so they trying to elevate theirs or their religion as being, the only way. It's of course it's not true. As a Christian, I would say.
Praise Daddy, let me share you one life experience. This thing happened in the 90s. Well, I did school that time. So it happened that a guy arrived at school, so he kept his money wrongly. So when they were now looking for the money, people now went to one juju man. This thing happened in Ado-Ekiti, to be specific. So they now went to juju man. So that juju man has his own juju like this. It's something be like a rope or something like that rope. So he will just say, if now this guy see the money, make this thing stay up. The thing will stay up. If you say no being steal the money, make the thing come down. It will come down. He tried that thing. Prince Daddy, should I tell you one thing, funny thing? The person that in the cash, the person never come to school. The person that do the cash, say I see that money, he never come to school. You know one funny thing? The guy that get that money just misplaced his money because he later realized that he misplaced his money.
Oh,
What would you
okay.
say about that? You go look for fact finding somewhere, and you do the cash person we never even arrive at school at all. We never arrive. Say now I see that money. Eventually, the person will get that money, come realize, oh, I kept this in under my cupboard. I forgot.
So hold on. So how did you catch the person that was home?
You do catch the person will never come to school because they presented different names to know the person that stole the money.
Oh,
Because
see.
that's why I said that when Mike and people talk, do you know one funny thing is this? I don't know how far these people live in the village, like some of us do. See, the bad juju, now them come up pass. Bad juju, the good one, man, you go work out pass, you go work out very well. But juju to destroy people's life, that one plenty. That people are looking to test. Now, if it were to be the olden days, when you now do some kind of investigation, maybe ultimate price or capital punishment they will give to someone that stole money. And this thing, they catch the person where never even arrived in school or at school when the money was just in quote missing, because eventually the owner of the money just kept his money where he could not remember. And they said they should go and give that person capital punishment. And people will say, oh, you see, our juju never lied. When Yoruba will say, Oriyeye ni mogun, that you see, some people suffer for the capital punishment that they were absolutely innocent about. In those olden days, and people will be talking as if before the arrival of the colonial people that, oh, everything was just like paradise. People forgot that it is in the middle of tribal war that all these British people, all these colonial people arrived. They'll be talking as if everything was okay. These British people we are talking about, these colonial people we are talking about, they key into the slavery value chain that we have on ground. It's not as if they just came out like that. No, because people already are people, they were taking themselves, they were selling themselves into slavery already. They were talking as if, oh, it was Oyibo that came and just introduced all this. The issue of slavery was something global. Before Oyibo were doing their own area, like the Irish people too, the Irish people, they were sold into slavery, a lot. They were doing a lot too. Instead for us, because our problem is this. If we don't accept our own error, then how do we move forward? If we keep blaming everyone except ourselves for our problem, then how do we move forward? That's the point. And people believe that, oh, and see, those people that have those original juju, original swearing, they are there for
Oh,
sure.
no, but they have fake juju people as they have fake pastors and prophets too.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. So people should not, when we talk Christianity here, people mistaking Christianity for religion. I keep telling people, Christianity is not a religion. That's where people just get it right. Christianity is not about paying tithe. Christianity is not about paying offering. It's a way of life. It's only that when you join a religious organization, you have your own set of doctrine. Catholic have their own, Anglican have their own, the Apostolic have their own, Deeper Life, everybody have their own. But Christianity itself is a way of life. It's a value that sustains you. Not something that gives you depression. So once you're a Christianity, once you're into Christianity, you are supposed not to get worried about a lot of things. Prince Daddy, like I said there the other time, that's my belief, except I get that thing wrongly tomorrow. When people preach of hellfire, heaven, like I said, I only personally I believe that hell and heaven, they are just a spiritual place that live within someone's soul. It's not as far as I'm concerned, except God says otherwise, tell me otherwise tomorrow, minister to me. As far as I'm concerned, hellfire, and this is so that I'm not even afraid. Because I don't even want to do evil. The talk less of I don't want to do evil, talk less of evil. So I don't have to be someone needs not to be preaching hellfire to me every day. I know if I need money, I don't need to kneel down and start praying. I just need my soul, my spirit to be free of trouble so that I can think creatively. How will a criminal, how will an evildoer have free of mind, have free mind to think creatively? Maybe someone that has just committed crime on the street now, that every policeman that will be passing on the street, you will think they are looking for you. How will you have peace of mind? Then, when your mind is captured by the evil you've done, you won't be able to think creatively because you spend more energy thinking about the repercussion of the evil you've done. You're already in your head already. You are suffering because that suffering, the criminology, they will tell you that suffering you never go easily because you keep thinking because there's a statistic that over 80% of what we think, over 85% of the bad thing we think never come to pass. But how will an evildoer know that? You keep thinking that every little bad thing you do, that someone is monitoring you because you are doing evil. Now Christianity say, okay, flip it around. Don't do evil. Love your neighbor as yourself. If you love your neighbor as yourself, there's no way you are going to offend. Then when you do not offend anybody, when your mind is pure, you'll be able to concentrate. You'll be able to think. When you need job, you'll be able to read. If it's a certification you want to do, I do your certification and you get your job. If it's family you want to do, you just go and get a plot of land, start cultivating your farm, you can cultivate it and get your this thing. You don't just go and sit and keep asking God to provide for you when God has not taken your two hands. It is ignorance. People perish because they lack knowledge. If Jesus was a carpenter, his father was a carpenter, Abraham was a pastoralist, David got job. Where did you go and get your own brand of Christianity that God is not your errand boy that should be doing everything for you? Do people really reason at all? It's just like children asking the father to be giving everything. Now, a father give birth to children, and even when you are 30 years old, you graduated university, from university you have PhD, and you keep asking for your father to give you to give you food. What nonsense! Those are the kind of misinterpretation that people got. And when you give someone message wrongly, and that thing start becoming burden to those people, and they are getting depressed, and looking at you that, oh, this guy, they want to dupe me, that is why people will revolt. That is the exact thing you are seeing today. That's why people are revolting against religion today, because religions, they've messed people mentality up. They've created problem for some people reasoning. They've caused depression for some people. In an attempt for people to free themselves, they will revolt against religion. That's exactly that's happening today. Whereas serving God is not supposed to be for God, give me a car. God, give me a job. Then why did you go to school? You can as well not attend school and start and just have no value for your life and keep asking God for everything.
Even God
How will
said
they
go
show that?
tire. God said
You
go
say,
tire. I say even God said go tire.
you read in the Genesis that God worked for 6 days. Mark this, you work for 6 days and rested on the 7th day. And the same Bible is telling you that God created human in his own image. If God is in the if human being is in the image of God, simply means that God, human beings themselves are gods, small g. They are gods. They are supposed to be creative. But you don't want to be creative, you want to suspend. It's just like, oh, you see someone that wants to fight you to finish, and you have two hands. You can fight that person to self-defense. The next thing, instead of self-defense, you need that, you started praying. What nonsense. It's just like Israel now. For example, now you go fight Israel, and the next thing they start praying. Will they pray? They won't pray. They will give you fire for fire.
What an analogy.
You say?
What an analogy. There's no prayer. Israel is supposed to be praying, oh, God, please don't let Hamas bomb us. Now they will go and bomb the Palestinians.
Of course, yes. It's fire for fire. So you don't, I don't know. I don't know. So that's why I say that, that's why I say that our own is, to me, look at it this way. Well, I don't know whether to classify our own. I believe that some of those things we see within our society is actually, but because we take mental health seriously in Nigeria. Most things that happen to us within the religious area is actually a mental issue, to be honest with you. It's like someone telling you that those people that eat titles will go to hellfire, right? How come that you are the one that have that monopoly of God message? It's only you that God can make. So everybody that has tasted Titus fish in his life will go to hellfire. How does that sound to you? So some of those things that happen within our destiny is more of mental health issues than reality. That what it is. So to me, we should face our problem and should stop saying religion is our problem. Honestly, it's not. It's not. Because if Israel will give you back the way you are giving them, even they will even give you double, triple. This one is not as if someone else once told me that I'm a confused Christian. Okay, come and slap me. I will see whether I will turn my next ear to you. I won't. I will wash you back immediately. And I'm ready. I'm telling you that I'm a Christian. So when I wash you back, then I can now preach love to you. That next time, don't do that. If I don't slap you back, how will you know that the thing is paining me? So the fact that you slap me, I will have to slap you back to see how it is. If it's unfortunate for you that my hand is stronger than your own, then I will calm down after I slap you. Then I will preach to you. Next time, don't do that. So that you may not be lucky to find someone like me that will calm down easily. So just the way we need more policy anyway. That's what I can say. It's policy we need. We don't need and that policy too that I said can regulate religion. The same policy can regulate noise pollution. So to me, go and build electricity the way you want to build a supply of the grid. Let the small and medium scale business thrive. We have market for shoes in Nigeria. We have market for carpentry products in Nigeria. The gypsum board we produce in Nigeria today is not enough. And you'll be shocked that you don't even need much to produce a gypsum board in Nigeria. All this thing I'm saying, why am I saying this thing? Is that when you look at all this and saying, what you need to set this thing up, you don't even need big money to set some of this thing up. The only problem is that small scale business and medium scale business cannot survive without electricity. But big scale, large scale business like Dangote and Co that can generate electricity themselves, they can survive. I was saying it in the chat session the other time that if not because of that 1966 coup, because I've argued it the other time that people say, oh, if Nigeria break, or if the other state go that the state will not survive. This is not true. How am I saying that? If you're not taking your time to do personal research on this thing, you will normally assume that those states will not survive. They will. It may be rough initially, but they will. Because some of those say they have natural resources today that their leaders are stealing by proxy. Satana of Sokoto, if it was to be alive, there was every tendency that the northern part of the country will have overtaken even the southwest in terms of industrialization. And Kano Airport will have been a cargo airport with a serious, big, dry port infrastructure there. How did they build that? How did they build the ABU? From the proceeds of the agricultural produce. How did Awolowo build the University of Ibadan? How did he build the Obafemi Awolowo? How did the man in the Southeast build the University of Nigeria Nsukka? When oil was not the major thing there. Hide and skin, cotton, tobacco, columbites. A lot of things were good. A lot of things were good in the
palm oil.
Yeah, palm oil. The Southeast. When Nigeria was one of the leading countries in the palm oil in the Ghana, we were actually earning forex through palm oil. Because over time, when the military destroyed things, we've had some rogues that are not supposed to. For example, now, I'm sorry to say, even though Dino Melaye within his own capacity, based on his people, is still trying for people. But just imagine how I'll never net that Dino Melaye should even be one of the best that Kogi we have. Not to talk about Yaya Bello. The like of Tinubu Sanwo-Olu in the era of Awolowo, they will just be a very bang average politician. That's what they will be. They will not be the top one.
Or a disciple.
Or a disciple. So to me, it's all about policies, because at least within the little one I've known, I can count about 10 to 15 policies that have changed the business landscape of Nigeria. So because the main reason I talk of banking reform driven by Soludo, telecommunication driven by Obasanjo himself, broadcasting driven by Babangida, and this NAX project, how do we call it? The National Automated Clearing System. Then, when our banking sector, we started integrating everything electronically, we started using the capturing check. Salam Abubakar.
Yeah.
A lot of things there. When you look at all those stuff, the thing that it has changed a lot in Nigeria, and you will see the number of jobs linked to all those things that I mentioned. Imagine without all those jobs today, probably many of us talking there would not have even got money to even escape from Nigeria. That's it. Because some of us thought, okay, we work in the bank. Maybe the banking business will now have even expanded to the point of even employing us. How many people were working in the bank? How many banks were buying all those flex cube, all those Finaku and ATM, all those applications that drive system, Or do so how many banks were doing all those things before that major reform that Soludo brought? Some people that do not know Soludo, they talk about Soludo as if Soludo is just one shit. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes when people like us defend Soludo, they think it's just because of politics. No, because we can put figure to what this man did.
Oh yeah.
And Soludo is an Igbo man, for goodness sake. I don't care who is, because I know that we can be tribal sometimes, but Soludo today is one of my best. Batonaji is one of my best. Dona Akuniyi, there's no way I will forget that woman. Okonjo Iweala, I will always remember that man.
Oh yeah.
I saw we now be putting Obi in the category of those people. How did you arrive at that?
You're a bad person.
No, see. Okay, those people that I mentioned, are they not Igbo people? Batonaji, when he was driving power, he told Jonathan that, look, this company that would like to bid in this power, I'm linked to this company. So for conflict of interest, can I please resign? And the man resigned. I will now see someone now that the money that is supposed to use to develop the state, he start putting in bank that that's interesting. I'll be investing this as someone, and we are now celebrating the person as if it's 7 and 8. No, but it's annoying when we know the truth and we decide to ginger it. The same thing we did for Buhari, we repackage Buhari. We repackage, but in 2011, people started cursing that if you want your life to be like this, your generation, vote for Jonathan. Don't vote for Buhari. Now you curse in 2011. Okay, and now we are now telling those people now, okay, that you say in 2000, okay, now that your Buhari now rule now, and you see where has brought Nigeria back to again now. Did you pray this kind of prayer for yourself then? Now, break between Jonathan and Buhari. Because we knew that time Buhari was going to do nothing. So we look away from the major problem and we try to blame something else. We blame something else for the problem. Because I keep asking some people questions then, how will Obi, even you may find it funny that Osinbajo may not even be able to manage people the way they are managing.
Manage people.
But the virtue that Bola Ahmed Tinubu, even though he's a Yoruba, he's a Muslim alone. He gives comfort to the people in the north.
Oh yeah.
Although it's Muslim tickets, but we in the southwest, we don't even see Tinubu as Muslim, as far as we're concerned.
Nobody care about Tinubu.
But if Obi is there now, the next thing, the people in the north, the agitation may be back as far back when Sardauna was there. And they may destroy the guy. Look at what they did to Jonathan throughout. They never respected Jonathan. Even that guy, I know that too many thieves in the government, but then Jonathan still meant well to some extent for Nigeria. I was mentioning the school he created the other time. People were just waving those schools as if the school did not. The foot oil that this man did. Look at the venture coming from that foot oil of all places. Look at the robot they manufactured. That robot was serving food. Foot oil. And the people are saying that there's no need for all those universities. If you are saying there's no need for all those universities, tell me something. Those people who are working there, where would they be working? The students that are schooling there, what provision will we have made for them? I was discussing with a friend yesterday when they say, oh, because they just put one university in Lesha, we don't need that. We need university too. We need technical school. We need everything. Because if United Kingdom, with population of 60-something million, if you can have over 160 universities, Nigeria is just having about 170, and we have 200 million. Now, do you know where the problem with the statistics is? The population of Nigeria, the 60% of population of Nigeria are people between 25 years and below. 60%. Whereas less than 60, less than 20% of Canada, about 20% of Canada are the people below 25. It simply means that Canada is not giving back to children, so they don't need the kind of aggressive capital development like they did in Nigeria. Not only that, Canada, they are bringing in immigrants to supplement. And Canada have more tertiary institutions than Nigeria. How do we reconcile that? And what's the population of Canada? Less than 40 million. Jonathan built university that time. He built a Manjeri school. That's someone that was going for human capital development.
That's why I wanted to talk to you about this in the Canada stuff. But anyway, that would be another space.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Nigeria need that human capital development. It is only when we have that human capital development that we can. Oh, AB, I greet you, sir. I want Mejeji, okay, I greet you. Good morning, wherever you are. So, to me, I prefer us to talk on policy instead of religion. As we speak today, agriculture is our problem. Why is agriculture our problem? Insecurity. Why do we have insecurity? The youth that we've neglected for so long that we now gave room for people to indoctrinate them. Awolowo once predicted this thing. Awolowo was not just was not a prophet. The normal thing that any developmental economist will have told you. That's what Awolowo simply did. Yoruba will say, ọmọ tí a kọ̀ tí a ò tọ́ ló máa gbé ilé tí a kọ́ tà. That's exactly what is happening. You refuse to train these people. That's why they are creating problems for the country. If the North are doing what Saldana of Sokoto was doing to the youth in the North, and what Awolowo wanted to do to the youth in the North, Gumi will not be pleading on behalf of bandits. Because the space that government created, that is what the manipulators are using. Was it religions that Buhari and APC to go and put people in the forest toward 2015 election? How was that supposed to be religion? Because they are using those people that they refuse to develop. In those days, when we used to have good development, many people would have preferred to stay in Ibadan than Lagos. So to me, I can't just wait because, like I said the other time, if Tinubu fail, the thing will pay me, because Nigeria don't enter one shot. Because when I say if Tinubu fail, then I'm talking about not just developing the economy. I'm expecting some critical policy from him. Number one, before he leaves the office, I want him to strengthen the legal framework around state policing. So
that state policing is a very tall order. Actually, I think he has it in mind, but with the way things are structured, he has to come back second time to be able to fulfill that. It will be a political suicide doing that in the first time.
Baba, if it is legal, if I have a way, all obedience that are deciding that man are for the obedience from computer. If it is possible to start giving people koboko from computer like this, they listen. Because the distraction. Hello, Solly.
Morning.
Morning. You just woken up.
Are we still live?
You are still live.
Hey, okay.
You understand? if I have a way to
I will
keep
soon
giving
go to bed too. I suppose I will go to bed to sleep now.
Me, on the entertain me. That's why I think it's almost 1 o'clock. I just changed my wife's gas brake pad and rotor this evening. So After that, I can't join online.
Which brake pad? Oh, for car.
Yeah, I changed the rotor and the brake pad. Yeah.
In the middle of the night.
No, I was changing it around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Then yeah.
Oh, okay. So you guys are 1 hour ahead of us here in southern
Probably.
part of America.
Yeah, probably.
Wow.
So I'm just saying I changed the rotor and the brake pad quick. So now that time I can't join you. So since that time, Steve go Greek on.
Yeah.
So to me, we should give Tinubu a chance to, because see, this thing would not have even moved me if Atiku and Obi really have case to prove. Why do you think they invest me? Because they don't really have case.
They know, they just
Yeah, but whether we like it, Tinubu too is human, right?
oh yeah.
What
The
me I
best
don't understand is that Obi, he knows that his crowd is toxic. He knows that his crowd used to do toxic things. Why has he never addressed his crowd before? If he really is about his
Baba,
decorum, the way
if
he
Obi
That would
talk
be
too
a
much,
political
he go
suicide.
collect, from his supporter. If he talk too much, then
Political
go
suicide.
give him his size.
no.
Obi himself has been hijacked.
You know, when you are boxed to a corner, you can't control your fans anymore. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly. It's
Obi
boxed to a
himself will
corner.
collect.
They have really put me off social media. There
Ah,
was one point I just said for like 2-3 weeks, I do not even want to care about anything that has to do with Nigeria anymore. Because if I open Instagram comments, I will just see so many bad comments,
it's
so many,
for those
so
who
many insults.
Solis, those who are not operating from that space, they won't understand when we're talking about what obedience does. To be honest,
I feel
it's
like
a
they
put off.
know, but they always want to defend it. It's very
It's a
annoying.
put off.
It's
Wow.
it's very toxic. Some of the things that I used to read, I used to say, if you have this much hate, you are creating toxins in your body, which can eventually lead to cancer. Because me, as I'm reading it, is making me feel somehow. You are making it up and typing it. I wonder how you are feeling. You know,
One guy who put something on Twitter yesterday. They're already attacking him and calling
And they
him.
were bombarded the guy.
Oh, as a matter of fact, he too has a time for them. He was responding and replying some of them. I was
but
like, wow.
you cannot reply all. They enjoy it. That's the problem. They enjoy it.
No,
So
one guy lose get time now. He go don't tell you, say, look, I know be politician and I will respond to you. He don't tell this guy, you
Yeah.
know the
they will
fertilizer
never
police again.
stop. That's the thing. You just have to be the bigger man and ignore them, and that's the only way they enjoy that back
One
and
who go
forth.
take them do research. Just the wait. You see, when people like that they talk, they benefit too from responding to them. Believe me. Mongalu will not be responding to them if it's not benefiting. The like of Mongalu at the end of all those interaction will turn to the stars research for him. So just they look at him. You understand?
No, they will stay in your white linen.
Those
It's
people,
it's too toxic for me.
You
You
you know
know,
you know you know you know Farouk Perogi now, Professor Farouk Perogi.
no,
they
I
turn
don't
on
know.
him.
You know Alade Sami, Pius Alade Sami when he was alive too. All those
Yeah.
guys, they are researchers, so they talk. And then they talk that they learn from all those kind of gra that they do. Don't worry. When you see people like Mo Alu, they give them back. Don't think he's just doing it for fun. He may be
When
learning something
when
from them too.
so you can't say they are fascist. He actually put that about the nail because he got it perfectly. These people are very, like you said, they are toxic to the point that they even corrupt. They will make you even morally corrupt. Like things that you don't want to do, things you don't want to say. They will
Yeah,
take you there. They will take you there. I almost call somebody. In fact, man, the way they will react to things as if you're part of a bad movement. Because look, a lot of people actually that are in diaspora didn't support Tinubu. But you see, when we started watching and see where the things are going to end up at, you have no choice. Okay, it's now declared as the president. What can you do? It's now the president. Then we move on. Life doesn't stop there, right? But no, it's about, oh, they stole the mandate. Oh, this and that. I'm like, is it not the same country that we witnessed they are doing election in Liberia right now. I was trying to catch up with some of the news coming from that place, but it's at their state county. Can you imagine what is the population of Liberia that they can't conduct a general election in one day and declare the election,
You know,
the result?
there's something I noticed from the comments. It's like this from the comments. It's not like is this recent event that started this
So,
kind of. It seems like something that has been behind from
hmm.
before. That it just has an excuse to come out now. That's what it always seems like. You know, how can you and it is the emotional blackmail I don't like. When somebody is calling me a bigot, bro, I never knew I was Yoruba till a few years ago when somebody actually told me I was Yoruba. So how can I be a bigot? You know,
You tried to speak Yoruba the other time. I was wondering whether solely that Yoruba self. And you call
I'm,
yourself a Gitio.
I'm from Lagos. In
You could
Lagos,
not
a
even
lot of
speak
Yoruba
Yoruba.
people don't
Are
even
you
know
from
their
Lagos or
Yoruba.
Ekiti? Which one? Where are you from? You are the Ekiti man
No,
now.
I'm from Ekiti, but I was born in Lagos. I grew up all my life in Lagos.
You cannot even speak Yoruba well. Oh. I listened to you the other time.
You
I
know,
got what you are saying.
Soli is
See,
from a gated community in Lagos.
yeah,
Abi,
something like that.
see, sorry. Let us be realistic with ourselves. You see, uh Nigerians, we are not one. Let just be true to ourselves.
It's an
Let us
illusion.
No, we are not one. We are not one. However, as of now, we are sharing the same country.
the only
If
way
we go out
the one-
and we get into problem, we are
the
all
only way
considered Nigerians.
the only way we can be one is this one. If we want to destroy, maybe pardon me for this, if we want to remove all the traditional institutions we have, it simply means that all traditional rulers in Nigeria, even up to Sultan of Sokoto, you will have to eliminate all those positions. You will have to strike out Sharia out of our constitution. So all those things that are dividing us, we have to find a way to dismantle them totally. So when we don't have religion, when we don't have a leader that is sponsoring the ethnic agenda, that we are just when you demobilize everything, you destroy all those structure. Then we can now be like Oyibo. That is when you can now say, okay, a Yoruba man born in Kano will be seeing himself as a Kano citizen instead of a Yoruba man. Because Oyibo man now, someone that was born in Texas, maybe Papa was born in Atlanta, he will be seeing Texas as his home. Whereas Baba will be seeing Atlanta as his place. So at the end of the day, everyone is America. But
No,
uh,
that will remove our uniqueness. We
that's
will
what
not
I'm
be like
saying. You know,
we
if
will
you want
not
to,
be like one of
see,
these dull African countries.
if all those things are not removed, even when you and I must have left the surface of this earth, we will still see some people like Buhari that we want to bring Fulani from Mali after Jalon to Nigeria. You
Hmm.
understand? Because he's seen those people as his people more than Yoruba, Igbo, or Ijoman. You understand? But for us to be
Let
one,
me go and sleep, guys. I'll join you guys tomorrow. Good night.
good night. So we are even waiting for this guy to come and
It's
close
almost
now. Talk
it's past 9 hours now.
exactly because that's the way that's the way it be. So for us to be one, all those decisions we have to go. If those decisions are still there, then that uniqueness is still there. Then we are not one.
But we can be one. In terms of progressing, if it's raining, and we have to build a house, we can all build the house. Not that okay, somebody is supposed to build the house now, but you don't like is you that is not supposed to head the building of the house. So you want the house to crash so that nobody will be shaded from rain or flood. You know, that doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't really make any sense to me. And I can't complain. If I complain, they will say, oh, it's based on bigotry. They will not want to hear the logic in what I'm saying. Even if it's logical, that's why I don't even complain anymore. Because even if I give a logical argument, it will just wipe it away and say it's
No,
based on bigotry. You know, it's just an unwinnable battle. I
I,
just want to
I
see
agree
how this
with
thing
you.
plays out.
I agree with you. Like what I said. Like what I said the other time. See, for us, you understand, for us to become one, you have to defreeze us. You know, in change management, you can use different type, but you say defreeze. Defreeze simply means that all the structure that we have to melt everything.
No, it's too late.
Then wait now. Then when you met everything again, you have to lay down the road. Then you refreeze back. And you monitor. By the time we get into like like the third generation, Nigeria will start seeing themselves as one. A Nigerian Fulani will not be seeing Fulani in Mali as his own brother again. He will be seeing Yoruba, Igbo as the people. Because this thing I'm saying is just organizational change management. You know, when you want to change an organization, the first thing is that you want to eliminate the bad culture there. You look at, okay, what is creating that bad structure? You remove everything. But you let people buy into it because people will fight you back, right? When you eliminate all those structures, you lay down a new rule. And that new rule intentionally you implement, you follow. Then over time, it becomes a new culture for them to move forward. But what we have now today, as long as we have our traditional institutions, believe me, we will remain different nations, different nationalities within Nigeria. As long as we don't, even if we go on a sovereign national conference or whatever, if we have exclusivity, maybe we'll be running the system that they are running in the UK. Over time, our differences will soon be there. It
I
won't be
believe
like
I believe we can still work together. Okay, because if you look at places like New York, it's a bunch of different people working together now. If you look like places like UK, England, it's a bunch of different people working together. So I don't
but
believe.
like let me ask you, UK, how many traditional institutions do they have in the UK?
Okay, okay, well,
Apart from the Queen of King of England, how many traditional institutions do they have?
okay. Let me just use USA as an example then. USA
Then
is
how
an
many?
example now. You
I
have
will ask
different
you
people
again. How
living
many
together.
traditional institutions do they have in the US?
They all celebrate their traditional their differences now. You have the Italians in New York, you have the Chinese in New York, you have Nigerians in even in Texas. You have different Nigerian groups in
We
different
are talking
areas.
of multiculturalism. But multiculturalism too is in Canada. You understand? Canada promote multiculturalism. But the thing is this: you don't have traditional institution that is promoting that want to dominate others. Now, where you are not using religion to dominate, the traditional institution in Nigeria now, we say, okay, if an Igbo man say, oh, I come to Ekiti, Ekiti is no man's land, they will fight back because of the traditional institution there. Now, the traditional institution there is saying that, okay, I'm an Ekiti person. If I go to Enugu, can I do anyhow there too? The traditional institution there may resist you. But if all those traditional institutions are no longer there, and Nigeria can just move anywhere, you won't go to Kano there, someone will tell you, sir, don't drink beer just because Sharia is what is played there. They've removed Sharia already. They've dismantled what make them different from us. And you are free there. Then we are beginning to grow. Maybe within the next 3 generations from here, we may achieve what we are talking about. But as long as they not still want to practice Sharia, the West, the West want to practice this Oro festival, and I don't know the one they practice in Enugu, and we still promote all those differences. You understand? You know, there's a differences in you entrenching your traditional institution, or the differences that just tell you about your heritage, but not necessarily enthroning those be above your country. That is exactly what I'm saying. So as long as Sultan of Togoto still want to say, oh, he's the most senior Oba in this, you understand? All those things will be said because causes grudges. But if those Obas are no longer there, you understand? If state of origins are no longer there, if religions like Sharia is no longer in our constitution, if the government will not sponsor Hajj, you understand? And state of origin, everything, if a man can be governor in Kano because he was born there, that they will not, that they won't use religion, then we are ready. But as it is now, we are not ready. We can't be, I'm sorry. Based on the way we operate now, we can't be one. Even in 50 years, we can't be one. Even if we like, let Hausa be
That
married.
is not unique to. Sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say, back in the
Continue,
days,
continue.
even up to now, the Germans, the French, the Italians, the English, they saw themselves as different people. They never really kind of interacted. They were territorial. They maintained their culture, their language, especially people like the French people. They're proud of their language, and the English people. We too in Nigeria, we are like that. A Yoruba person, a Igbo person, Hausa Fulani, everybody wants to maintain their cultural superiority or their identity. So this Nigeria amalgamation is not as easy as we talk about it. But of course, over time, if we continue to intermarry, share the same space, transfer of culture, or the culture line gets blurred, yeah, maybe the next 50 years or so, it's quite possible, you know. But now, I mean, but though I can say in today's Nigeria, maybe in the western part of Lagos, people are more likely to relate, even with this so-called ethnic bigotry and all this tension going on. There's so much closeness between, let's say, the Yorubas and the Igbos than 30 years ago, 20 years ago, for sure. Would you agree or disagree?
No, I agree with that because of the level of intermarriage. I agree. Yeah.
But
Hello.
see, the thing is that it's only limited to the southwest. That's just it. That's what I realized. Is when I left Nigeria that I realized that no, how they see me in the east or how they see me in the north is completely different from how they behave in the southwest. Because all this kind of insults, all this kind of behavior, I never saw it from anybody, any Igbo person in the southwest. Never ever in my life. I never saw any Igbo person behave like that in my life where I'm
No,
talking to them
no.
and
Without politics, many Igbo in the southwest they don't see themselves as Igbo now. They just see themselves as Lagosian. We are
okay,
Lagos, they
okay.
see themselves as Lagosian.
Look,
So
look at this
it
Tinubu
is
case.
politics that separate everything.
Look at this Tinubu case. One man did not give me the time to finish what I wanted to put my case on it. This guy is mostly working with people that he worked with from Lagos. And even if you're an Igbo person, even if you are from the north, if you grew up in Lagos all your life, majority of the people you know naturally will be Yoruba people. So if they give you money to start business, there will be Yoruba people there. This guy clearly is not hiring mostly Yoruba people. However, when he does put a Yoruba person in a position of power, the news tends to highlight it make it a big deal. And if you check it very well, there will be other Igbo people, other northerners there, but they will hide those names. So there's a certain propaganda that they are pushing, which worked very well from when they were doing their Buhari regime. Buhari regime was because of how they removed him during military regime. That's the reason why he did his nepotistic moves. I do not have any problem with that. The only problem that
No,
I
Buhari
had
has
was
always been like that. So it's not because of See, as is like of
No,
the
no,
bosses
but
like
Ola,
Obasanjo
the thing is that
and Danjuma, they will
he
tell
did
you.
it more because of that. My only problem was that he was putting incompetent people that were destroying the sectors that he was putting them in. Let's say he puts
No,
competent people, I would never mind.
sorry. Even when go back to his military period, right? And go back to even what he did to Ekweme. Just imagine this way. You put Shagari under house arrest. Ekweme is deputy that you know clearly, very well that he could not override his boss. You put him in prison. Ambrose Ali, that you confirm that that stole no cover. You put him in jail. Every other person. In fact, it was inside that jail that Ambrose Ali had some health issue. You put them in jail. But Shagari was under house arrest. You understand? See, the same Buhari we are talking about is supported a non-Nigerian, person from Niger, into a seat in the OU. It used to be OAU then, the Secretary General, against his own fellow Nigerian. But just because the person from Niger, you see that when he says that Fulani na this thing. So Buhari has always been like that. He has always been like that. Nothing is changing. So what he did in 2015, you understand, is the problem we knew that Nigeria in an attempt to save the seat. You know, sometimes we know the truth, but we decide to say themselves lies, to say themselves lies, until the lies eat at us twice. Go and look at what Obasanjo said, what he had said about Buhari even before coming to. Obasanjo said, when you talk of economy, tell me Buhari. This Miloko, what did he say about Buhari? He already told you that it's a bigot, both religious and anything bigot. You understand? So these are the people that know Buhari very well. Did they behave differently from the only thing Obasanjo said is he said, I know that when it's come to economy, that Buhari is not good, it's bad. But I never knew that it's as this terrible. You understand? So go and look at even, I think they were using Supreme Military Council. Supreme Military Council. That's what they were using under Buhari then. When they still used to have Chief of Staff Supreme Headquarters. That's where Idiagbon was operating. It was only in 1985 that I think they changed it to Armed Forces Ruling Council. Then he crashed that Chief of Staff Supreme Headquarters. That's when he now introduced the Chief of Staff, Chief of General Staff, without troop. He made sure that Chief of General Staff no get troop. Unlike the former one, Chief of Staff Supreme Headquarters, that all the military, all the administrator, all the GOC will be reporting to Idiagbon. Only why Idiagbon will be reporting to Buhari. That's how it used to be there. So what am I saying is this? If not because of his bigotry, he would have even avoided that coup. Because so now just because of his bigotry, that's why it was easy for them
So
to capture.
his bigotry is what led to his coup, and he still did it again.
So he's a funny guy. Because look, because it's painful. Ekweme in jail, in prison, Shagari house arrest, Haba. That was too bad. So that's Buhari for you. Buhari know they see is Hausa is Fulani people. Don't let us make mistake of saying Hausa now. As long as you are Fulani, even if you are Hausa, you go collect. But once you are Fulani, you can never steal. You can never be a corrupt person. But if you look like an Igbo man, you look like a Yoruba man or any other tribe, you are corrupt. You are corrupt immediately. That's Buhari for you.
That one is a serious problem. And he did not like the Igbo people at all. You will see it in his facial expression. He didn't even used to hide it.
No, he don't like them. Like when we're deceiving that, like when the like of Dan Juma started shouting that Buhari was embarking on ethnic agenda. And you know that people like Dan Juma don't talk anyhow. It was once the chief of army staff. Was it chief of army staff or chief of defense staff? I think chief of army staff, right? So when people like that, whenever they tell you something, Dan Juma is in the class of 1966. All those people they have for bad job that country. Once they say something, the like of Dan Juma will be the one that will bullshit, that will be BS, that will BS Buhari, and nothing will happen. Like Obasanjo, even the one that Buhari told Obasanjo the other time, I think that they must have cautioned him that said, look, you can't be talking to your boss like this. When he was referring to so when people like Dan Juma were telling you the way they were going, you don't argue with those people. Now, so Nigeria argue, so they are not, no problem. Then carry Sharia enter the constitution. That's how we they justify. We can justify anything and deceive ourselves.
Who carried Sharia into the constitution?
And now these people make it pronounced. Although it was already there, they were debating it under Obasanjo then, but not as strong as when the Absalam Abubakar and they now put it there fully. The provision was always there right from when Obasanjo was doing the constitution that time, because Obasanjo in his interview said that he asked some northerners, say, you come here, you, I know you won't go to Sharia court. You won't go to Sharia court. Obasanjo said they told him that politics. This politics. You understand? That's what they do to Sote. They carry Sharia. If you ask some Nigerians today, they say, oh, no Fulanization everywhere. They were explaining it away. That was why I was tackling Bishop the other day. Don't tell me you may be older than me, but I'm not a kid when it comes to Nigeria, to the Nigerian politics. I have people that serve in the military too. They are family members. So don't tell me story. You don't have monopoly of knowing these people alone. Patrick will tell you, so no Fulanization agenda. I say, no matter what you say, you can't know more than Obasanjo and Dajuma. No matter how we want to rationalize it, you can't know more than those people. The like of Obasanjo and Dajuma, they won't just come and talk anyhow, whether you like it or not. When they started Boko Haram, they say, no Boko Haram, no this kind of thing. Right in front of our nose there, they were saying it. Oh, when they talk of the menace of X-Men, it's not only X-Men. Our people, they will justify, assuming that we have 85% to 90% of X-Men doing this thing. Our people will use like 15% to 10% within this to justify everything. That, are those people doing it? Are they Fulani alone? But we are not seeing the identify from these people when they start. You always have about 15 to 10% within the other people that will key into the valuation of the menace of X-Men. And people will be justifying. See the way our people were justifying Ruga. The other time, you started asking them questions is that whether cattle business is the only business they can do in the entire Nigeria. I will tell these people, even there was even one of my senior that was lying to himself, say, Ruga means rural or bad grazing area. I say, let know. Why do you like lying? Because you must protect the regime. To the point that I went to someone that did research on this kind of thing as far back as 1985. doctoral research. I saw back in 1985 at it was that guy. That man was a doctoral this thing with a UI there. I say if you don't know, when they say bash on guy, do you know the meaning of that guy that is there? When people around Kwara say, okay, okay, what do you think they mean by guy Fulani? That's Ruga. And all of a sudden, you now find English. You now made us realize that Ruga is an abbreviation of Ruga. Where did you? Who told you? Which policy book did you read your own? That's how our people can justify nonsense. Even this our Tinubu we are talking about because of politics. When they Yamutu when they Mrs. Olakoni, even Tinubu was shouting, "Where are the cow? Where are the cow?" The question we should ask Tinubu today is that who were those people they arrested eventually? Were they Yoruba? Were they Igbo? That's how bad it can be. Even Tinubu himself, not be saying they be saying like that too. It's just because I see him. That's my personal opinion. I see him as the most competent among the people present. Because Obi situation is bad way. Too many lies. Or what that man doesn't represent. It's just like another Buhari that was packaged. That's just the way I see him.
Tinubu.
No, I mean Obi is a repackaged Buhari.
Okay.
Just like a Buhari they repackage. Because when if Tinubu if Obi is Bajwe, I don't even know what I can call Buhari. Buhari is worse than Bajwe. When the people are telling you what they are not, and they'll be defending it, you know, people will believe that because you are not living physically in that state, you don't know what is happening there.
Hey, guys, before I check out, if you think Buhari is more graduate than Obi, but Buhari had it tried 3 times before he came in. So we all saw Buhari, right? And people somehow saw value in him, or they thought he could bring value to the people, and they voted for him. Obi is one time, you know. So is Buhari truly graduate, or is we the people that get him in there because we thought highly of him?
Obi is a million times better than Buhari. What I'm saying is Buhari, they repackage Buhari to represent what he was never be. You know what I'm saying is that Buhari was never close to what they made people believe that he was.
Well, you said it right. He said it was packaged. So Buhari could not package himself. No. See, I'm not saying that would be worse than Buhari or vice versa. I'm just saying though that Buhari, we saw who he was. We've seen him perform before, and yes, it was repackaged. But Buhari, as he himself selling himself, it did not have that skill.
Where you say where he performed before? Where? I want to know.
Well, not like he was successful, but as a military ruler, we saw the things he did, and if people, I don't even know what he did. If you ask
That's
me,
what I'm saying. Because what he did then compared to what Obi did, Obi is a million times better than Buhari. Okay, what did Obi do? Okay, what did Buhari do? Most abandoned project in that country today was a consequence of Buhari intervention. Because these guys, Shagari, even though they were borrowing, they were doing aggressive expansion. They were building infrastructure. You know, power project was going on. University buildings were going on. Lagos State was doing metro. A lot of things were going on. And this guy just came and, yes, corruption, yes, the corruption marked them. But then we can't deny that these people, they were building aggressively. And this guy came, he crashed everything. The reason that Lagos could not get metro in it is that what we are now celebrating now, we should have got that as back as 1984, 1985. Those people born in those years now. Okay, someone born in 1984 now. By next year will be 40 years, right? If I get it right. By next year will be 40 years. We are now celebrating what should have got 39 years ago. Now, so by that alone, even just on the surface, Nigeria, that Buhari brought Lagos backward by 39 years. And meanwhile, what Nigeria would have got that time will still be better than what we have now. Probably, Lagos would not have deteriorated as it is now. Probably,
See,
Lagos would not be as congested that we
I'm
have
sorry.
now.
Buhari came into power the first time because of corruption. He came back the second time because of corruption. And this guy, from what people are saying, had the worst corruption record so far in the history of governance in
At every
Nigeria.
point in time, he left the country worse than he made the country.
You know, it's amazing how they repackage Buhari, because this guy, if in hindsight, it was probably the worst thing that ever happened to Nigeria, actually, because this so-called corruption he came to fight during Shehu Shagari. Even as a kid, then everything seems to be fine. Free education, free books, and all those things were going on, and he came to fight corruption. In so doing, of course, he truncated on democracy, and there we go. Since then.
Honestly, if you ask me, Buhari fought nothing. Buhari fought nothing other than using Koboko to blala people around.
So somebody is asking, he said, Ola, but why did Tinubu need a Buhari before he could be a president? I can answer that question for you.
Because
Clearly.
they needed to use Buhari popularity and all those false perception of him being a good person and be a good administrator to push Jonathan in nobody. Jonathan
No,
was the most
yes, I
marginalized president
agree
in
with that.
Nigeria.
I agree with that, but it's not only that. And this is another reason why Tinubu won the election. When you are looking at the Nigerian space, you have to look at what the majority of the space is craving. The space was not craving a southern president. The space was craving a northern president because they feel like they were cheated out of their position because this Yaradua guy by so you feed the space what the space is craving. That was PDP's mistake. The space was craving a southern president. However, Atiku, with his greed, decided to mess up the whole situation. Tinubu knew the space was craving a northern president. He found somebody that he thought it could control and put there. Because if you have somebody from your party, it is easier for you to enter in next than somebody from another party. So it was just a strategic move for him to find his way there. It was a strategic move for him to enter using a northern person. And that's what
Well,
Obi does
see,
not have. Obi does not understand what the Nigerian space craves. He expects his will, his willpower. If you will it enough, it will happen.
no. See, well, yeah. In addition to what you're saying, see, Buhari was a ripe mango. Let's put it that way, because the Northerners, they wanted him. That's why he had his guaranteed 12 million votes 3 times or 2 times in a row when he contested. So and that's because of Tinubu's ingeniousness and political sagacity, he saw what was going on, and there was no way that Buhari could have been pushed aside because the people wanted them, especially the Northerners. So all Tinubu did was strategize and use the leverage of the Southwest and other areas to push Buhari forward. That's what he did. Because if you liked it or not, Buhari was going to be a candidate or a formidable candidate that we could not ignore. And to negotiate, yeah, Tinubu went in there and negotiated it to this point. He played his game. But I can guarantee if you ask Tinubu, he never liked Buhari. Not like hated him, but he didn't care for him to be the president. He didn't think he has any capacity or the intelligence to be the president, if you ask me.
No, Tinubu does not like incompetence. He detests it. There was a story that I heard that he went out of Nigeria, and when he came back, Sanwo-Olu went to go and hire some people in some positions, and he told him to remove them, remove them immediately, because he doesn't know them, he doesn't know their competence, and he likes sticking to what is working. Somebody last night was saying, oh, why can't he go and do investigation like Obasanjo? He should go and look for this one in this university. Go and look. Everybody has their own strategy. Everybody has their own way that they are working with people. And if something has been working for him previously, he's not just going to all of a sudden change his strategy to fit the needs of the public. He's not going to do that for you. It's just like you have a way that, let's say you are a hunter, you have your own system which you use to catch goats, and that system has been successful for you. The tools you have been using is successful for you. But in the name of inclusivity, they will tell you, yeah, use this weapon, use this strategy. If you don't now catch the meat, you are at fault. So who will you listen to? You yourself, that you've been using this strategy to catch the meat, or you will listen to the public? And if you don't catch the meat, everybody will blame you and everybody will be hungry. You can't do what everybody wants. This is what worked for him in Lagos, and this is what is applying in Nigeria. Lagos was a metropolitan city, different tribes, different people, same application for Nigeria. It doesn't have to use Obasanjo's strategy. Obasanjo was not a successful president, in my opinion, and I never liked the guy. I never liked the guy. I don't know why they're always trying to push him as a Yoruba president. I never liked the guy. I never saw him as a Yoruba man in my life. I saw him as a Nigerian. Wazobia. So you can't just. I don't understand, man. I don't understand all this narrative. I feel like it's just an excuse to complain. Let this guy just do what he wants to do. And if you don't like it, after 4 years, you vote somebody else. Because there's no way this guy is not going to perform. This guy does not like disgrace. He does not like disgracing himself. He has that in him. That's one thing I know about him. Even if he promise and fail now, whatever I promise you, he will still end up delivering it years later down the line. That's one thing I know about him. You know. Hello.
Oh
Anyways,
yeah, so yeah.
yeah. So I'm off. I have to go to a meeting in about 1 hour. Uh,
How can we get one man to come and shut this thing down because we can't find Thomas now?
I think it's happened before, man. You just got to leave it alone till Thomas get out of the meeting and shut it off.
I think you can message one man on WhatsApp or Instagram or something.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
All right. It's not good night for me, Sha. Good morning, guys. Let
All
me
right.
go.
Good morning, Solid. Later.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye. All right, La. I guess um I just message one man if you want to come in and shut it down.